era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 51. Counterattack. When Zheng Qi said this, he had already gotten rid of Wuzun and Wenwu Dioxin. In Pompeii, where the roads are complicated and the streets and alleys are densely covered like a fishing net, it is indeed easy for Zheng Qi to escape. After all, by climbing over the wall a few times, he can continuously avoid the opponent's sight. Even if experienced professional players can roughly judge the route he is most likely to leave, there will inevitably be problems. In this case, Zheng Qi only ran back and forth a few times and climbed over the wall a few times to avoid the pursuit of Wuzun and Wenwu Dioxin. So Su Jing and Lu Li were at a disadvantage in this situation. It's not that they can't climb over the wall, but it seems a bit laborious. In addition, the people chasing them are all semi-professional players, whose operation level and running priority are better than them. If they are caught up by others without being able to avoid, they can only die in frustration. Su Jing was fine. After Leng Yuqingning caught up with her, she just defeated her normally and let her go back to the city. Lu Li was in a more miserable situation. She was caught up by Dan and Shi Guang, who had suffered a great loss before. After catching up with Lu Li, he used various methods to deal with Lu Li, almost abusing her. "You must avenge me, Zheng Qi." Lu Li complained about the other party's atrocities in the team channel with tears in her eyes. What kind of professional player is so cruel to girls? It's simply crazy. Sui King went to fight for justice. However, Liuan Ziquangdao has not been chased and killed yet, which makes them all feel very strange. Liuan Ziquangdao's level is good, but he should not be able to fight against semi-professional players, you know. Although Liuan Ziquangdao shouted in the channel that he was going to die after a while, he has never died once. Liuan Ziquangdao is indeed depressed now, but he is also happy. He jumped around like a flea, but he never got rid of Yu Yuan who was chasing him. At the same time, there were always people in front of him to disturb him and entangle him. He occasionally got rid of Yu Yuan, but he would be discovered by the other party soon. Zheng Qi didn't care much about this. Such pursuit experience is very good for Chaos Mat Blade. The one chasing him is a semi-professional player. The opponent is not particularly outstanding, but he is also a towering existence among ordinary players. In addition, the pursuit and interception by others, the test for him is really quite harsh. And Chaos Mat Blade is not without advantages. He is the one who escapes. In such an environment, the gap in strength and number with the opponent can be narrowed a lot. Being able to persist in such an environment will be an extremely rare exercise for him. As for Zheng Qi himself, it is of course very easy for him to run away. He is good at wandering and has a natural keen sense of smell to detect the danger. It is also a very simple thing for him to run back to the rest point. But he doesn't want to go back like this. Zheng Qi is not a good-tempered person. When he was perceived before, he killed many of the opponents in one breath, and killed the opponents in pieces. Although he did not chase the opponents to kill them afterwards, it was only because he felt that the opponents were not a threat and did not know what the IDs of the opponents were. And now, 3 of his teammates were killed. If he did not get back at this, he would not be Zheng Qi. So while running, he began to send ID names in the team's chat channel. Yu Fa Wutian, Wenwu Dioxin, Yu Yuan, Len Yuqingning, Dan and Shi Guang, what are you doing? Sui King asked curiously. Remember the names of the people who attacked us just now, so as not to forget them. Zheng Qi replied. This is good, I will write them all down now, and I will kill them every time I see them next time. Sui King replied happily. After sending the names, Zheng Qi opened the chat bar while wandering around, called up the name of Yixin Shibangfei, and sent a question mark to it. The message was immediately rejected. It was obvious that his name was still on Yixin Shibangfei's blacklist. How stingy. Zheng Qi muttered and began to send friend requests to Yixin Shibangfei. Although the other party had probably closed the friend request, it was different for those who had chatted before. Unless the ID was deleted from the blacklist, the other party would still be able to see it if he sent a friend request again. It was not until he sent 5 messages that Yixin Shibangfei accepted his friend request and replied with a question mark. Are you there? Zheng Qi asked. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, block me. Yixin Shibangfei replied. How cold. I was perceived just now. Zheng Qi said. The other party seems to be of good level, with a semi-professional level. I guess they are members of the second team of some club and want to make trouble for me. Zheng Qi continued. It has nothing to do with me. Yixing Xi Bang Fei was very cold. You were about the same fame as me, and they will not let you go. Zheng Qi laughed. Yixing Xi Bang Fei continued to remain silent. What do you think? It was me this time, but maybe it'll be you next time. Are you scared? Zheng Qi continued. Tell me what you think. Yixing Xi Bang Fei replied. Come on, let's kill them together. There are 5 of them, and they're unlikely to be alone. It's a bit difficult for me to kill them alone. Zheng Qi said. So? Yixing Xi Bang Fei asked. Will you die if you type a few more words? I've sent you the coordinates. Find a chance to kill them. Zheng Qi sent a coordinate. Yixing Xi Bang Fei was silent again, and after a while he sent a word. Wait. Zheng Qi smiled, and then sent the IDs of the other 5 people. After the coordinates were sent, Zheng Qi certainly would not wait there stupidly. A person like Yixing Xi Bang Fei would not foolishly run towards these coordinates. He must be hiding and wandering around. Now, he can go and find trouble with the other party. The first thing he went to find was trouble with Dandan Shiguang. Zheng Qi was indifferent to PK. Without PK, there would be no game. The interaction of the game lies here. However, the means used by Dandan Shiguang to defeat Lu Li was too despicable. He wanted to give the other party a good look first. Although Dandan Shiguang might have reunited with the others at this time, Zheng Qi also wanted to see it. He walked towards the area where Lu Li was killed. Of course, he was very careful to keep changing his route. When he was about to approach that area, Zheng Qi met a player. When the player saw the ID above Zheng Qi's head, he immediately turned around and ran away. Capricorn's Kyang, hectares, it's you again. Zheng Qi laughed up to the sky, then jumped twice and chased after him. It was obvious that this person had been killed by Zheng Qi once before, and Zheng Qi had threatened him at the time that he would kill him every time he saw him in the future, so he ran away when he saw Zheng Qi. Unfortunately, if he hadn't run away immediately, Zheng Qi might not have remembered it. The threat at the time was nothing more than a shout, but when he saw Zheng Qi running away, it immediately evoked Zheng Qi's memories. After a few jumps, Zheng Qi quickly caught up with the opponent. Capricorn Kyang used the Pompey hero card in a panic, and then launched a cavalry charge towards Zheng Qi. In this environment, the cavalry charge is indeed effective, but Zheng Qi jumped over the wall with a jump, and then beat him head-on. Although Zheng Qi's cards were still in the cooling period of this time, and his attributes were a bit worse than his opponent's, Football Era is not a game that purely depends on attributes after all, and operation is the key. Stiffness, combo hit the face, dodge, accelerate, slide and stiffen again, combo hit the face again. After more than 10 seconds, Capricorn Kyang fell to the ground in frustration. With endless resentment, before he fell to the ground, he sent the coordinates of Zheng Qi killing him. He didn't run away. Zheng asked in surprise. Zheng Qi's actions made him feel very embarrassed. The other people had good results. Song Jingzilu and Jining Kambai had been killed. Yuan Ziquan was also chased closely by Yuan Zhaoyuan. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before he died. He and Wenwu Daoxin chased Rin Pingshen, but Rin Pingshen not only escaped, but also killed a subordinate in their control area. If you find him, report your location immediately and entangle him. We will come to support him soon. Zheng issued an order. Nearly 30 people were scattered in this area, plus 5 professional players with excellent strength were ready to respond at any time. He really didn't trust Pingshen to play any tricks. I'll go there instantly. Dandan Shiguang volunteered. Dandan Shiguang felt very embarrassed because he was scared by Zheng Qi and didn't dare to jump down to deal with him immediately, so he vented his anger on Lu Li. At this time, he also wanted to prove that he was not a coward. Kill him, we should be there soon. Zheng replied. He had nothing to worry about. Although Dandan Shiguang seemed very timid just now, that was under special circumstances. Even if it was one-on-one now, Dandan Shiguang should have no problem. He still had 2 hero cards to use, and Zheng Qi's hero card could only use 1 hero card at most even if the cooling period had passed. In the confrontation between players, how many hero cards can be used often determines the outcome of the confrontation. Dandan Shiguang ran towards the coordinates sent by Capricorn Strong with full confidence. Zheng Qi was indeed very powerful before, and he had some advantages in 1 against 3, but he had a coach to help him. Now, what's the use of him alone? Having a coach and not having a coach are 2 different things. What Dan Shipwang didn't know was that Zheng Qi wanted him to do this, otherwise he wouldn't kill the unlucky guy he met so high profile. Although the route of Pompeii was complicated, when both sides moved in the same direction, it was inevitable to meet. On one side of Pompeii, Dan Shipwang soon saw Zheng Qi, and Zheng Qi also saw Dan Shipwang. "You didn't run away, I think you're pretty brave." Dan Shipwang didn't make a move, but laughed at him. "You're pretty brave to come and cause trouble for me all by yourself." Zheng Qi didn't rush to make a move either, and also replied with a smile. Chapter 52. Sneak Attack. Seeing that Zheng Qi did not rush over immediately, but started chatting with him, Dan Shipwang felt that this guy really had a problem with his brain. "I have support, what about you?" However, this approach was exactly what he wanted. The opponent should be quite difficult to deal with. Even if he was not afraid, he was worried that the opponent would run away. After all, he could easily escape under the pursuit of Yu Fa Wutian and Wen Wu Dioxin. Dan Shipwang was not sure that he could keep the opponent. "You are just one person, do you really think I am afraid of you?" Dan Shipwang asked. "If you are not afraid of me, why would you deliberately bully the little girl in our team? People like you are rare among ordinary players." Zheng Qi sighed. "Want to avenge your teammates? You have to have that ability. Whether you have this ability or not, you will know after the fight." Zheng Qi seemed to be irritated by the other party. After saying this, he rushed towards Dan Shipwang. Dan Shipwang had naturally been on guard against this. Seeing Zheng Qi rushing towards him, he immediately used the Pompeii card, strengthening his attributes while raising his hand to play that cavalry charge skill. In such an alley, cavalry charge is the best choice. After using the skill, Dan Shipwang immediately took 2 steps back and then observed the walls on both sides. Zheng Qi had dealt with him like this before, and now he wanted to use all of this on Zheng Qi. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw Zheng Qi appear on the wall. Dan Shipwang waved at Zheng Qi. "Come on, come down." Zheng Qi also waved at Dan Shipwang. "Fuck, greed for money." Seeing that his physical value dropped a lot in an instant, Dan Shipwang was startled, and then he reacted. While the cavalry charge blocked his sight, Zheng Qi had already used the Crassus hero card, and because he did not notice the movement when summoning, he suffered another loss. Dan Shipwang began to retreat, and then prepared to use Caesar and Crassus's skill cards. His cards were all in the cooling period, and he still had a huge advantage. Although such a retreat gave up the advantage of the terrain, Dan Shipwang was still not worried. Giving up the advantage of the terrain, Zheng Qi couldn't run away. He recovered himself and used other cards to fight the opponent again. At least he could entangle him. He had already sent out the coordinates of the encounter. Although Zheng and the others were a little far away, it would take less than a minute to rush over. At this time, he saw Zheng Qi's hand beckoning again. What is he trying to do? Dan Shipwang was a little confused. Crassus had only 2 skills. One was Greed of Money, which was blood-sucking and had been used. The other was Power of Money, which could bless attribute enhancement. However, he was still so far away from him. Even if the attribute was blessed, what was the use if he couldn't hit him? When Dan Shipwang was thinking about this, a light buzzing sound came from behind him. Dan Shipwang was startled and reacted immediately. This sound was the sound of a player being blessed by the Power of Money. Zheng Qi's Power of Money was not for himself, but for other players. There was someone behind him. At this moment, Dan Shipwang's reaction was very fast. He did not want to escape. It was difficult to escape on the narrow road, and the horizontal running was also blocked by the wall. He chose to forcibly cancel the use of Pompey's hero card and use Crassus' hero card. Crassus's physique was the lowest among the 3 giants in the early stage. However, Dan Shipwang's physical fitness was not full at this time, so there would be no loss. Instead, the 2 skills of Greed for Money and Power of Money could play a big role. After summoning Crassus, Dan Shipwang immediately added a Power of Money to himself, strengthening some attributes and increasing the possibility of saving his life. It must be said that Dan Shipwang's series of operations were very calm and precise, fully demonstrating the level of a semi-professional player. However, it was useless. While he used the Power of Money, another ray of light enveloped him. Wartlunder. The bonus brought by the Power of Money was all offset. At the same time, his physical fitness dropped again. And when he just turned around, the heroic charge was already in front of him. This was a heroic charge that was blessed by both the Holy Oath and the Power of Money. Yashing Xi Fei appeared quietly behind Dan Shipwang and summoned the Caesar hero card. With Zheng Qi's timely blessing, this heroic charge almost killed Dan Shipwang. The physical value of more than 300 points suddenly dropped to single digits. With Zheng Qi behind him and Zheng Qi in front of him, Dan Shiguan couldn't even use his jumping skills at this time. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Zheng Qi didn't kill him in time, but came to Dan Shiguan, who was already lying on the ground, and asked a few questions with a smile. Dan Shiguan closed his eyes. It was useless to say anything now, but he had already sent the coordinates. Zheng and the others would be able to rush over in half a minute at most. Although half a minute was enough for the other party to escape, it would not be difficult to find the other party as long as the range was narrowed. Dan Shiguan, who closed his eyes and waited for death, waited for a full 10 seconds, but found that he did not turn into white light and return to the city. This surprised him a little. Could it be that his teammates came too fast and the other party ran away before they could kill him? No, I will have to go back to the city after being hit. The opponent is not so stupid that he can't even hit me back, right? Think about it, this is the treatment of the protagonist in some movies. The opponent clearly hits the protagonist again and the protagonist will die, but the opponent temporarily withdraws, giving the protagonist a chance to breathe and then successfully counter-kill. Could it be that I am the protagonist? Dan Shiguan thought so, and then he opened his eyes, just in time to see Rin Pinsheng smiling at him. Then a ball hit his face, and the remaining physical value was exhausted. Before turning into light, Dan Shiguan heard Rin Pinsheng's voice reaching his ears, seeing the disappointment after hope. Is it cruel? Fuck. Dan Shiguan didn't even feel like going back to the city and going online again. He got out of the game directly, opened the holographic cabin, jumped out and cursed. The others were still in the holographic cabin, so naturally they couldn't hear his curses, but the other people in the club were alarmed, looking at this semi-professional player who was jumping up and down and cursing, and they all showed surprised expressions. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The coach of the second team rushed in, and only then did Dan Shiguan, who was about to go berserk, calm down. Fortunately, this was only the second team. If it affected the preparations of the members of the first team, then Dan Shiguan's career would have ended. After hearing Dan Shiguan's complaints, the coach of the second team sighed. Isn't it normal to be bullied while playing games? If this little setback makes you lose your mind, I think it would be better for you to manage the union. No, managing the union requires more calmness. You can only be a thug in the union at most. Being scolded by the coach, Dan Shiguan broke out in a cold sweat. The class division in the professional club can be said to be quite obvious. Although everyone is theoretically a staff member of the club, the professional players of the first team are undoubtedly the biggest stars, with a very high income and status, and countless fans. The coach of the first team is similar, and his importance is also higher than that of most professional players. Next are the members of the second team. They have good potential and may become top professional players in the future. So although they are not famous now, their status in the club is still quite high. A little further down are the managers of the club's subordinate unions. There are quite a few of these managers. Although no manager can hold all the power of a union by himself, their importance is still beyond doubt. As long as they are professional players who know how to behave, they are basically polite to these managers. After all, they are also very important to the club. Further down are the thugs of the subordinate unions. They can play a big role in the competition in the game, but they are just the fierce generals who charge into battle, not the commanders who command. Indeed, many failed second team members went to the union to become full-time thugs. Although they are also very important, they are far behind professional players. No second team member wants to be such a thug, although for many ordinary players, even such a thug is a difficult position to obtain, but this is the worst place for second team members. After being taught a lesson by the coach, Dan Shiguan returned to the holographic cabin without saying a word and logged in again. Where have you been? Zheng asked curiously when he saw Dan Shiguan, who had disappeared for a while, logging again. I went to the toilet. Dan Shiguan lead. Come out of the rest area and prepare for support. Zheng said. Did they run away? Dan Shiguan asked. Well, when we arrived, they had already run away. 2 people, right? Yixin Xiangfei actually got involved. It's just right. Let's kill them all in one go. We kill them every time we see them. Zheng sneered. Counting me in, I was killed by their sneak attack. I can't swallow this breath. Dan Shiguan said viciously while preparing to come out of the rest area. Well, we didn't expect Yixin Xiangfei to get involved before we were attacked. As long as we are careful, we won't be killed immediately even if we are perceived by two people. Let's get closer to each other, and send a signal immediately when we see someone. We have to kill them at least 5 times today. Otherwise, we won't be able to get away from them. Zheng said at last. What if they don't come back after being killed? Wen Daoxin asked. That's perfect. There are no wild monsters to kill, so we can just leave them behind. We can just arrange someone to watch over them at the rest point, and as soon as they come out, we will surround them. Yu Yuan replied. That's perfect. Dan Shitwang's mood began to improve. Chapter 53 Just right. Dan Shitwang, who was in a much better mood, became worse again after just 2 minutes. There was still a distance from the rest point to the vicinity of the Temple of the Sunday. One of the characteristics of football era is that the map area is very large. The entire city of Pompeii in the real world is less than 2 square kilometers, while the map of the Temple of the Sunday and the surrounding area in the game alone is probably hundreds of square kilometers. However, if it were not like this, it would not be able to accommodate so many players. On the way from the rest point to the Temple of the Sun, Dan Shitwang did not relax his vigilance, but he did not care too much. According to the feedback from others, Ren Pingsheng and Yixin Xiangfei are still hiding from his teammates in the ancient city of Pompeii, while Ren Pingsheng's teammates have all returned to the city. Only Liuanzi Quangdao is still hiding from Yu Yuan in the city. He is a little surprised that he can hold on until now, but he has not been able to avoid Yu Yuan's pursuit. As for Sui Qingfen, Jin Yingkanbai, Song Jingzilu, and the coach Sui Gu, they are still at the rest point and have no intention of coming out. So Dan Shitwang didn't pay any attention to the situation around him, nor did he pay full attention to Defensa. For a semi-professional player like him, even if he didn't take special precautions, ordinary players couldn't sneak attack him. Even if he was suddenly attacked by an ordinary player next to him without any precautions, his instant reaction was enough to allow him to avoid the most fatal damage and launch a fierce counterattack. This is the ability and confidence of a professional player. So when he turned into a fork in the road, in such a place that was extremely easy to be attacked, Dan Shitwang still remained vigilant enough. It was because of this that when someone attacked him on the wall above his head, he immediately noticed something was wrong, and with a beautiful roll, he rushed forward and avoided the opponent's attack. He didn't use the hero card, although he could use all 3 hero cards now after the player died and returned to the city. All the hero cards would be reset, but Dan Shitwang didn't think it was necessary. Those who would attack a lone player here would not be good players, but only some players with poor quality would do so. Because at this level, even if you kill the opponent, you may not benefit from it. The opponent may just drop some materials and gold coins. Low-level upgrade materials are easy to get, and gold coins are not very useful in the game. What else can you say about sneak attacking strangers for such a small thing except that it is of poor quality? There are such people in every district, and they can't become anything. Although most of these players have good skills, they are not particularly outstanding. Often, a big guild will be very miserable after a siege. So Dan Shitwang felt that it was easy to kill the opponent without using a hero card. But first of all, it was a sneak attack from above, so next, the opponent couldn't be just one person, right? Sure enough, in the direction of his rolling, a player also rushed out at the same time, and used the Pompey skill heavy cavalry charge on Dan Shitwang. Dan Shitwang sneered in his heart, quickly stood up from the ground, and faced the cavalry charge that was about to rush over, and jumped towards the wall with a jump. Not many players can do such advanced skills as wall jumping. The player who attacked him from above has now landed, and there will be no obstacles for him to jump up. Dodge this skill, then it's time to counterattack. Thinking this way, Dan Shitwang overlooked a problem. What if there is someone on the wall? In fact, it's not that he ignored this problem. When he jumped up, he observed the wall. There was no one on the wall. However, when he jumped and was about to reach the wall, a player with the ID of Heart and Wandering on his head appeared in front of him and volleyed at him. Those who can perform such a difficult combo as volley on the wall are definitely not ordinary people. This surprised Dan Shitwang. Although he can do this easily, he is a semi-professional player. Ordinary players may not be 1 in 10 who can climb the wall, let alone perform combos on the wall. So in the case of surprise, Dan Shitwang almost subconsciously did a move that made him extremely regretful. He quickly cancelled the jumping skill and fell down like a stone. This time, he dodged the ball that was about to hit him in the face. Under other circumstances, his reaction would undoubtedly be a brilliant move, and he dodged the attack that was about to cause him great damage. However, as soon as he cancelled the skill, Dan and Shitwang regretted it. There were galloping cavalry charging below, and falling like this would be courting death, right? But it was too late to regret it now. No matter how good the operation was, it could not reverse the rules of the game. Cancelling the skill during the jump was irreversible. Before landing, you could not do anything, so Dan and Shitwang could only watch his physical value drop down. After finally landing, Dan and Shitwang immediately took out the potion and drank it. However, the potion was not omnipotent. Although the potion could restore part of the physical value, it could not be interrupted during the process. Once interrupted, the remaining recovery value would disappear. Obviously, the opponent would not give him this opportunity. When he just drank a sip of the potion and had no time to use the hero card, the opponent's attack had already surrounded him fiercely. Dan and Shitwang only had time to see the number of opponents and their IDs before his physical strength reached the bottom. With a crash, potions and materials fell to the ground, and he returned to the city in great frustration. Shinzari-lang, Zheng Qi, Yuzi, Ainloanu. Where did these bastards come from? Dan and Shitwang landed at the rest point in frustration. This time he did not lose his temper and curse. Thinking back now, he was also a little surprised by the opponent's siege. The timing of the attack was so good, the attack was so ruthless, and even the calculation of his reaction made him feel frightened. If there was a little delay in these aspects, he would at least have the opportunity to use the hero card, at least he would not lose so aggrievedly. After thinking about it, he sent these 4 IDs to Zune. Zune sent a message back. Just now on the road, these 4 people surrounded me, and I didn't even have time to use my hero card before they killed me. Dan and Shitwang replied calmly. This was indeed very embarrassing, but if Zune and the others didn't know, they would be wiped out by the other party, which would be even more embarrassing. Although he had a bad temper, he didn't think of letting others die once to make himself look less embarrassed. More importantly, if he deliberately didn't tell his teammates about the other party's situation and let them die, then he was not worthy at being a professional player and would have no place in the team. ! Zune used 3 exclamation marks to express his surprise. Although the gap between professional players and ordinary players will be extremely narrowed at the level of early 20s, it is limited. The operation and reaction of professional players are definitely not something that a few players can successfully siege. Just think about the more than 30 dirty players in Nangguo who entered siege Rinpingshen, and they were all thrown into chaos by the opponent. As a result, it has only been a short time since he was resurrected, and Dan and Shitwang was besieged and killed by 4 people. The level of these 4 people, just now, Yixing Xibang Fei was helping Rinpingshen, right? Zune asked Leng Yuqingning beside him. Yes, otherwise Dan and Shitwang would not have died so quickly, Leng Yuqingning replied. That's easy to explain. Yixing Xibang Fei should have had a few helpers around him, those 4 people are his helpers. Zune said. So that's it. Dan and Shitwang suddenly realized. How much experience did you lose? When Daoxin asked. It lost half a level, Dan and Shitwang said ashamedly. It's not difficult to catch up, it's only half a level, just spend a little more time, keep coming, expand the range of attack, we are now attacking 7 people. Zune issued an order, and now he began to want to kill the other party more and more. 3 people in Rinpingshen's team had died and lost experience. If he could also wipe out Yixing Xibang Fei's team, then the possibility of stopping them from grabbing the record would be much greater. It's best to deliver it to the door. Zune thought confidently. After making the decision to stop Rinpingshen and Yixing Xibang Fei's 2 teams, his biggest worry was not that he couldn't win, but that he couldn't find the other party's people. Such a team would have an overwhelming advantage against ordinary players, but in front of a team of 5 semi-professional players like them, it would appear very vulnerable. After all, the South Country would not want others to know that he was targeting these 2 newcomers. Zune couldn't mobilize more people to find that traces of Rinpingshen and Yixing Xibang Fei, and could only rely on his 5 people and the dozens of dirty work. In this case, it would be more difficult to find the other party. Now, we have found one, and the other one has come to us. Just kill them. Dan and Shitwang hasn't arrived yet, and Yu Zhao Yuan is still chasing all Yuanzi Guangdao. They still have 3 people. As long as the 3 of them don't separate, the other side won't have any chance to defeat them one by one. The 3 of us will act together. We will rush over when we hear the news. No matter what, we must kill Rinpingshen and Yixing Xibang Fei first. If these 2 are killed, the rest will be easy. Stay outside the rest point and kill them when you see them come out. Zheng's words aroused the approval of Liu Qingning and Wenba Dioxin. The three of them were semi-professional players together. Even if they meet all the opponents, they will not lose. No matter how outstanding Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiang Fei are, can they compare with the three of them? What a joke. Chapter 54. Confidence. You have a good grasp of the timing. It seems that you have learned a lot from my side. Zheng Qi chatted to Yixin Xiang Fei while jumping through the streets and alleys. Do you have any shame? Yixin Xiang Fei replied. Don't be so ruthless. You were not so cold before. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Do you know me well? Yixin Xiang Fei asked back. Oh, there are people in front. Let's go and kill them. Zheng Qi did not answer his question, but shouted with a look of surprise and rushed forward. Yixin Xiang Fei followed him silently. When the three players saw them, they wanted to run away. However, Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiang Fei quickly caught up with them one after another. Zheng Qi slid and made one player stiff. Yixin Xiang Fei, who used the Caesar hero card, quickly followed, first with a heroic charge, and then a volley combo. After a few times, the opponent's physical value reached the bottom and returned to the city in frustration. With this buffer, the remaining two players knew they couldn't run away, and immediately used hero cards to improve their abilities. However, in terms of the combination of skills and ordinary attacks, they were far from being the opponents of Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiang Fei, and were quickly suppressed by them, and could only support with difficulty. Support a little longer, the support will come soon. This was the only thought in their minds at the moment, but it was obvious that Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiang Fei would not give them such an opportunity. Under the fierce attack of Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiang Fei, they only supported for half a minute, and then they ran out of physical energy and returned to the city. Zheng Qi swept up the potions and materials that fell on the ground, and then whistled away with Yixin Xiang Fei. When the others came half a minute later, they could no longer see their traces. These guys are really fast, but the place where they appeared, the range of activities is just around that place. Zheng gritted his teeth and said, he was not in a hurry about this. To put it bluntly, those who did the dirty work were cannon fodder. Although the speed of consumption was a bit fast, as long as they could find Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiang Fei, the next thing would be simple. The other cannon fodders continued to search, and their morale was not affected at all. After all, they were originally doing this, so that the club's second-tier players could have the opportunity to grab more records and enhance their strength, which would also be of great benefit to the club. So their morale was still high, because they firmly believed that their sacrifice was worth it, but at this time, Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiang Fei did not seem to have considered this issue. How have you been recently? Didn't you become a professional player? Which club are you hanging out in now? Zheng Qi asked Yixin Xiang Fei while running. Why are you so talkative? Yixin Xiang Fei was a little depressed. I have always been talkative. Zheng Qi laughed. You know that? I didn't feel that before. Yixin Xiang Fei replied. That was because the words were said by the Queen and her Zhui before, and I didn't want to conflict with their personalities. Zheng Qi replied. And your character is still as cool as ever. And tell me, which club are you in now? Remember to help me. You're so annoying. Zheng Qi was chatting relaxedly with the heart of flying, but soon began to get more depressed. Because when they rushed over, news came again that another three-person team was wiped out not far away. Although they rushed over very quickly, they still couldn't catch Zheng Qi and his team in time. Haven't you killed that jumping guy yet? Zheng sent a message to Yu Zhao Yuan with some annoyance. That guy is too slippery, Yu Zhao Yuan said helplessly. Then you can chase him slowly, I'll transfer your people over. Zheng said. Well, okay, anyway, this guy can't get rid of me, I can contain him, although it's a bit disadvantageous. Yu Zhao Yuan replied. While Zheng was mobilizing his troops, Zheng Qi calculated. We have killed nearly 10 of the enemy's men. Almost. Yixin Xiang Fei replied simply. Then it's time to deal with those three people now. Zheng Qi chuckled. The three leaders. Yixin Xiang Fei was stunned. Of course, Dandan Shitwan was killed by a swan sent by your guys once. He must be very careful when he rushes here this time. His speed will be slower, but he will not be killed by your guys again. Yixin Xiang Fei nodded. His partners are actually very good, but they are far from being close to the professional level. Otherwise, their team would have become famous long ago. Killing Dandan Shitwan once when he is not prepared, the opponent will not be so unprepared the second time, so it's okay to interfere, but it's impossible to completely stop the opponent. My partner just attracted the attention of one person on the other side. He may not be able to support it for too long, so it's not good for us to drag it on. Zheng Qi continued. Even if the 5 of them are together, they can't kill us. Yasheng Bang Fei replied coldly. Yes, if the queen and the others are still here, we can still kill them. Now they are not here, so we can't kill them either, and now is the only chance. Zheng Qi laughed. 2 against 3. Yasheng Bang Fei asked back. Are you afraid? Zheng Qi asked. ... Don't be afraid, they are not top gods, the 2 of us are enough. Zheng Qi laughed. Yasheng Bang Fei didn't say anything else, but followed Zheng Qi and walked down. How were you going to hit them? After walking behind Zheng Qi for a while, Yasheng Bang Fei couldn't help asking. Just let them hit us, we can also wait for them to tire themselves out. Have you learned the art of war? I'm leaving, go by yourself. No, boss, don't abandon me. When Zheng received the news of his men being attacked for the 5th time, he was not angry this time, but was cheered up. When their subordinates were attacked by the enemy before, they were a little far away from the 3 of them. By the time they rushed over, the opportunity was gone. The terrain in Pompeii was complex and easy to hide. There were several forks after turning a corner, making it difficult to track them. But this time it was different. The coordinates of the attack teammates were very close to them. It took less than half a minute to rush over. Half a minute was enough to entangle the opponent and prevent him from running away immediately. Even when they arrived, the opponent might still be entangled with them. The 3 of them looked at each other and started to move at the same time, rushing towards the coordinates where their teammates were attacked. They almost used the Crassus skill card at the same time. Crassus was the fastest among the first 3 alliances, and the only hero with a double-digit speed attribute point. At the same time, the skill of the power of money gave him a blessing, which could also bring attribute improvements. This made their movement speed much faster again. Such an approach would naturally not be ineffective. They arrived at the coordinates several seconds faster than expected. Listening to the sound of fighting coming from the other side of the wall, Zheng waved his hand, signaling Wenbu Dioxin and Leng Yuqingning to stop. What's wrong? Leng Yuqingning asked eagerly. Although she was the only woman in the team, she was also very brave in fighting. Seize the opportunity and don't let them run away. These 2 people are not bad. Even if we are sure to win, we must prevent them from running away. Don't forget that Yu Zhao Yuan has not been able to catch up with a newcomer so far. Zheng's words made Leng Yuqingning and Yu Zhao Yuan nod at the same time. This is a fact. Professional players have an overwhelming advantage over ordinary players, but at this level, they may not have any advantage over those outstanding non-professional players. Plus the complex terrain here, it is difficult to stop the opponent from running. Wait a little longer, the others will be here soon. I am very familiar with the map here. There are only a few roads that can be used to leave. Surround them everywhere and leave them no escape route. Zheng said confidently. They can only block a few main roads and alleys. If the other party climbs over the wall to escape, they still have no way to do it. We can't have so many people to block any possible exit route. Leng Yuqingning shook her head. This is actually their biggest headache. For ordinary players, they may be able to kill them in a few shots. However, for such players with strong personal strength, unless they can be killed in one fell swoop, otherwise, in such a complex terrain environment, as long as they want to run, it is really a simple matter. We will follow them when they climb over the wall, and command them to form a second encirclement at any time. This is not a difficult thing for us. Zheng said confidently. So, it is indeed feasible. What we are worried about is not whether we can kill them, but whether we can kill them before they escape. Yu said after thinking about it. That's it. As long as they can't run away, it won't be a difficult thing to kill them. Zheng waved his fist. The nodding semi-professional players seemed to have overlooked one thing. Setting up a circle in advance would indeed prevent Rin Pinshan and Yasheng Bang Fei from escaping, but what if the other party did not intend to escape? What if the other party could kill them? The only ones who could track them over the wall were these semi-professional players. If they were killed by Rin Pinshan and Yasheng Bang Fei, then no matter how many other people there were, they would only be able to watch Rin Pinshan and Yasheng Bang Fei leave. It would not be surprising to even exaggerate that they would be collectively wiped out by the other party. However, Zheng and others never thought that they would lose to 2 non-professional players despite having the advantage in numbers. Those who could defeat them 2 to 3 at this level must at least be God-level players in the professional arena. Thinking of this, Zheng began to be full of confidence. Chapter 55. Coating. The 3 cannon fighters attacked by Zheng Qi and Yasheng Bang Fei were very depressed. They did not run away, but struggled to entangle each other, trying to create time for their companions to come to help. However, they persisted for a long time, but still did not see their companions coming to support them. This made them very depressed when they died under the attack of Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi. Wu Xun was also very depressed about this. When he was in his early 20s, the upper limit of the team was 5 people, with a maximum of 1 coach. He could not directly command in the team channel because the establishment of a union was not allowed at this level, and it could only exist in a scattered way. Wu Xun had previously sent notification messages to the captains of each team, and he also sent messages to the 3 people who were attacked. However, in the fierce battle, the other party had no time to read the messages. After several passages were blocked by their people, Wu Xun walked over with Wenbu Daoxin and Leng Yuqing. Yu Yuan was still entangled with Yuan Shiguangdo, while Dan Shiguan was very cautious in rushing here. The distance was a bit far, and he had to be very careful, and he couldn't get here in a short time. But even with 3 people, Wu Xun had enough confidence. Although they were all members of the second team of Nanguo, and there was still a distance to catch up with the first team, their characteristics were quite good. Without good characteristics, they could not become substitutes for professional players. Leng Yuqing was the only female player in the entire second team of Nanguo, although in the professional league of the football era, the difference between men and women can be said to be almost non-existent, but in general, the proportion of male professional players still occupies an absolute advantage. Almost 8-to-2 ratios prove that it is also quite difficult for women to gain a foothold in the professional arena. The Nanguo club is particularly harsh in this regard, probably because they have a strict head coach. Chen Feng does not have any gender discrimination, but his strict style and training methods that often scold him made many female players stay away from him, which also leads to the proportion of female players in the Nanguo club being quite rare. Leng Yuqing chose the Sutland club and persisted until the second team, which was 1 step away from the first team. This is enough to prove her tenacity, even better than many men. Leng Yuqing was not particularly outstanding in terms of operation, but she was meticulous, had a strong ability to seize opportunities, and had extremely solid basic skills. Wenbu Daoxin had some flaws in his character. Sometimes he was impulsive, sometimes he was timid, just like many ordinary people. However, his skills were quite comprehensive and his control ability was excellent. When there were teammates around him to supplement him, his ability could be best exerted. As for Wu Xun himself, he was the most promising member of the second team. He was meticulous, had excellent calculation ability, had a strong ability to seize opportunities, and had strong frontal defense ability. It was precisely because of this that he became a competitor with Liu Xibo. Although Liu Xibo is the club's most promising newcomer, he was still able to get a lot of support, which was enough to prove his excellence. Now that the 3 of them were together, would Ring Pingshan and Yixin want to fly or run? The place where they met was very interesting. It was a crossroads with alleys around them to hide in, but at the intersection of 4 alleys, there was a large open space, which was enough for them to fight. How many cards did you use up in the previous contest? After seeing Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi flying, Wu Xun asked with a confident smile on his face. You talk too much nonsense, how about we chat for 10 minutes? Zheng Qi took a sip of potion and then asked. Then aren't all your hero cards restored? Wu Xun asked with a smile. Yeah, either fight quickly or wait a little longer. Zheng Qi also replied with a smile. Sorry, we won't attack you easily, Ring Pingshan, you are using Pompey's card now, and the skill has just been used. Yixing Xi, you are using Caesar's card now, and Heroic Charge and Sacred Oath have also been used. In other words, these 2 hero cards can only bring you attribute bonuses now. Even with such attribute bonuses, they can only last for another 2 minutes. It will be more beneficial for us to talk more now. Wu Xun was not angry. How shameless. Zheng Qi sighed. For victory. Wu Xun replied with a smile. So much nonsense. Yixing Xi, who had been silent all the time, began to move. His move was to prepare for the attack. Wu Xun's judgment was not wrong. The 2 skills of Sacred Oath and Heroic Charge had been used before Yixing Xi, but the effect of Sacred Oath had not been removed. Sacred Oath, Caesar's ultimate move, can instantly increase the player's attribute points by 20%. At the same time, it is a range blessing. Not only can it benefit itself, but it can also benefit up to 2 teammates. When Yixing Xi rushed forward, Wu Xun and others also used a hero card at the same time. All 3 of their hero cards were in a state where they could be used, so of course the choices were much greater. Zheng used Caesar, Wenbu Dioxin used Pompey, and Leng Yuqingning used Crassus. There was an attribute bonus between the first three alliances, which made their attributes not inferior to Zheng Qi and Yixing Xibang Fei at all. You should know that in terms of their own attributes, Zheng Qi and Yixing Xibang Fei have advantages. Zheng Qi has received 37 extra bonus points so far, which makes his attributes about a quarter higher than ordinary players of the same level, and Yixing Xibang Fei has less, but not less than 30 points. However, Zheng and others instantly level up the attribute gap through the bond bonus of the first three alliances. This is the calculation ability of professional players, and they can make up for their shortcomings in various ways. But even they did not expect that Yixing Xibang Fei would be so fierce. When Yixing Xibang Fei rushed over, Zheng and others were also ready in an instant. Wenbu Daoxin, who used Pompey's skills, took the lead, and Zheng and Leng Yuqingning followed behind. Wenbu Daoxin was enough to entangle two opponents with some losses, and Zheng and Leng Yuqingning could output better. Caesar and Crassus both have blessing skills. When they are added to Pompey, the first fierce general in the former three alliances can play a better role. However, Yixing Xibang Fei, who rushed over with great momentum, did not confront Wenbu Daoxin head-on. After approaching Wenbu Daoxin, Yixing Xibang Fei made a beautiful jump, flew over Wenbu Daoxin's head, and then landed between the three of them. This seemed to be a self-destructive move, but the next moment his move was even more self-destructive. After landing, he immediately launched a fierce attack on Zheng and Leng Yuqingning. Sliding, colliding, he entangled two opponents by himself. Although he had no weapons in his hands, Yixing Xibang Fei's move at this moment was like a majestic general. Zheng and Yixing Xibang Fei collided head-on. This is not a system skill, but a skill that top players must master, using their own strength to collide with the opponent to create opportunities. Leng Yuqingning wanted to use this opportunity to pass Yixing Xibang Fei, but Yixing Xibang Fei, who had just collided with Zheng, quickly moved sideways and blocked in front of Leng Yuqingning. At the same time, Zheng Qi launched a fierce attack on Wenbu Daoxin, who was in the front position before. Wenbu Daoxin did not have any worries or fears. Although he was embarrassed by Zheng Qi before, he was not prepared that time and was quickly defeated by Zheng Qi's overwhelming attribute advantage. This time, everyone used hero cards, and there was no difference in attribute points. Even if Zheng Qi had a little advantage, with his semi-professional player's skills, was he afraid that he could not make up for such an advantage? So Wenbu Daoxin did not give in at all, but raised his hand, and it was Pompey's only big move, cavalry collision. Irreversible, unstoppable, and unstoppable. This is the characteristic of Pompey's only big move, cavalry collision. Countless cavalrymen appeared out of nowhere, roaring and sprinting forward with an indomitable momentum. He was not worried about the problem of using all his skills in the first time. Zheng Qi no longer had any skills and had one less carb than him, so his advantage still existed. Wenbu Daoxin also used his skills in a timely manner, just when Zheng Qi was about to rush in front of him. It was not easy for Zheng Qi to dodge. However, Zheng Qi's operation and judgment were much better than he imagined. When his ultimate move was just used, Zheng Qi had already rolled quickly and rolled to the left front, narrowly avoiding the edge of the cavalry's charge. After dodging, Zheng Qi jumped up and accelerated, and rushed to Wenbu Daoxin. Wenbu Daoxin was not afraid at all. Seeing Zheng Qi sliding towards him, he immediately slid in the same way. Sliding against sliding, he had to be a little slower than Zheng Qi, and the system would force his sliding to be effective. When the two sides were about to collide, Zheng Qi cancelled the sliding and jumped. Wenbu Daoxin almost watched Zheng Qi disappear from in front of him, and he slid forward involuntarily. Although he forcibly cancelled this skill before the end of the slide, avoiding the consequences of being stiff all over, in this respect, he was much better than ordinary players, but before he turned around, he was hit by Zheng Qi from behind. Under the collision from behind, he couldn't help but stagger forward a few steps. Theoretically, he wouldn't be knocked by the opponent when the attributes were similar, but he was facing away from the opponent, so he suffered a big loss. After stumbling a few steps, Wenbu Daoxin stabilized his pace. He was still not very panicked at this time. After all, although he suffered a few losses, he didn't actually lose anything. As long as he turned around, he could entangle Zheng Qi well and wait for Zheng and Leng Yuqingning to defeat Yixing Xibang Fei, but the next moment, Wenbu Daoxin's face changed. After sliding out for a distance, he was knocked out by Zheng Qi for a distance. His body had already reached the alley on the right. This was not the key point. The key point was that the distance between him and his teammates had widened. The bond attribute bonus brought by the first three alliances no longer existed after the distance was widened. Zheng Qi's advantage of 37 basic attributes over him could be immediately put to good use. From the beginning, Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiangfei wanted to tear apart the opponent's three-man combination and cut one of them out from among them. Now, they have done it. Chapter 56. The Great Defeat. The first three allied heroes are used by three players on the same team at the same time, and when they are close to each other, there are additional attribute bonuses. This may be overlooked by some novices, but Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiangfei will not ignore it. Although they are also newcomers, Zheng Qi is a real newcomer, playing this game for the first time, and Yixin Xiangfei does not seem to be an old hand, but they will not ignore these details, and this time they are even more determined to hunt down the opponent, so there will be no more neglect. So from the beginning, they had this idea. Yixin Xiangfei wanted to fly to entangle two of them, and Zheng Qi tried to get rid of the remaining one, and play to their attribute advantages to kill the opponent. No matter how confident they are also limited by their level. They can easily win against ordinary players with their operations, but against professional players who also have excellent control skills, they need more detailed operations. To put it bluntly, it is nothing more than trying to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Where are their advantages? There is no doubt that it is the character attribute points. They may not have any advantages in terms of operation, but in terms of attribute points, they have obtained a lot of extra attribute points, which can be said to have a considerable advantage at this level. After all, everyone is now at level 21, and there are 5 attribute points at level 1, which adds up to 110. With the 8 attribute points that come with the blank equipment, Zheng and his team only have 118 attribute points. They have more than 30 extra attribute points. In the case of full level, these dozens of attribute points may not be a big deal, but in this case of level 21, it means that their characters are 1/3 stronger than the opponent. It would be a pity not to play such a huge advantage. The opponent's advantage lies in the number of people and cooperation. There are many routines for professional players to cooperate with each other. Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiangfei have no problem with tacit understanding, but such routines are what they lack the most. Then cutting the opponent apart has become the most necessary thing, and now they have done this. When Wenbu Dioxin was forced into the alley by Zheng Qi, Zheng and Leng Yuqingning also immediately understood what the other party wanted to do. They began to move frantically towards Wenbu Dioxin, trying to reconnect the bond of the three giants. However, at this time, Zheng Qi once again collided head-on. In the narrow alley, Wenbu Dioxin could not dodge and could only choose to retreat. This widened the distance between them. Zheng Qi chased after him, and Yixin Xiangfei retreated, blocking the entrance of the alley, leaving only a gap for one person to enter, posing as a one-man guarding the pass posture. Zheng and Leng Yuqingning took turns to attack, but they were both defeated by Yixin Xiangfei. Without the bond of the three giants, their attributes were somewhat disadvantaged when facing Yixin Xiangfei. Although Yixin Xiangfei's physical value decreased relatively quickly, they were temporarily unable to kill Yixin Xiangfei. In a one-on-one contest, it is actually a relatively quick process to decide the winner. Zheng and Leng Yuqingning were extremely anxious, not knowing how badly Wenbu Dioxin had been bullied by Zheng Qi at this time. "You hold him back, I'll climb over the wall," Leng Yuqingning said to Zheng, and Zheng nodded. This seemed to be the only way. After all, Yixin Xiangfei's Caesar hero card had at least half a minute of cooldown time left. If this half minute was over, the daylily would be cold. What's more, Yixin Xiangfei at least had one hero card to use. If it was Pompey, he could use the cavalry charge skill to hold them back for at least another minute. Zheng began to rush forward, and Yixin Xiangfei also came up head-on. After the two fought, Zheng could only retreat in frustration. The difference in attributes really made him unable to use his strength. When he retreated, Leng Yuqingning had already climbed over the wall from another alley to support Wenbu Dioxin. When Zheng was about to continue to attract the other party's attention, he saw Yixin Xiangfei rushing out of the alley. "Oh, this is just right for me to deal with him." Zheng was happy at first, but soon found that something seemed wrong. Yixin Xiangfei rushed in front of him and collided. Zheng had no choice but to retreat. After retreating a distance and preparing to continue, Yixin Xiangfei's body flashed with golden light, and the Pompey hero card was used. The next moment, the cavalry charged. Damn it. Zheng now knew what the other party was thinking, but the place of the fight was not in the alley, but in the open space before. Although it was easier to dodge in the open space, there was no wall that could quickly dodge the cavalry's sprint range. At this moment, Zheng found that he was fooled again. They were originally 3 people, and now they're still 3 people, just divided into 3 parts. In such an environment, he couldn't dodge before the effect of the cavalry charge disappeared. Even if he could go around from another alley, how long would it take? Be careful. Zheng could only dodge the skills while sending a message to Leng Yuqingning, but Leng Yuqingning didn't reply. Seeing this, Zheng felt disappointed. The worst situation had occurred. Leng Yuqingning should have fallen into the trap. This was indeed the case. When Leng Yuqingning jumped down from the wall and prepared to support Wenbu Daoxin, she found herself trapped in a double team. Zheng Qi turned around to kill her in front, and Yashing Bangfei turned around to kill her in the back. Although she immediately used the Caesar hero card to maintain her combat power, Zheng Qi also used the last hero card Crassus, and the first one was a greed of money, which reduced Leng Yuqingning's health by a small amount. Under the attack of 2 opponents, Leng Yuqingning's good overall view, delicate mind and strong ability to find flaws had no room to play, and her general operating problems were exposed very quickly. After being stiffened by 2 consecutive sliding tackles by Zheng Qi and Yashing Bangfei, no matter how good her attributes were, she could only wait for death. After being hit in the face by the combo, Leng Yuqingning returned to the city very aggrieved. 2 beasts bullying a girl, is there any justice in the world? What made her feel even more aggrieved was, where was Zheng? Where was Wenbu Daoxin? Wenbu Daoxin was also aggrieved. Just now, he was attacked by Zheng Qi and could only retrieve to avoid the edge. In this process, his physical value decreased a lot. Now he is gradually recovering. Zheng Qi did not continue to chase him, and he was relieved. There would be no problem if he didn't die, and the advantage in numbers was still there. He was not worried about Zheng and Leng Yuqingning. After all, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they would not be able to easily kill Zheng and Leng Yuqingning. It would not take him long to recover his physical strength. By then, their advantage would be even greater. After all, the last hero card of the opponent would almost be used up. However, he had never expected that Leng Yuqingning would be flanked by the 2 of them. From this point of view, they did not have a complete tactical idea. In terms of overall coordination, Zheng Qi and Yashing Bang might not be as good as the 3 of them, but in this kind of small coordination, they were not bad at all. Especially in terms of tacit understanding, they could know what the other party was thinking with almost a glance. Of course, when Daoxin soon saw the news of Leng Yuqingning's complaint, which made him shudder. Leng Yuqingning had already returned to the city after hanging up. But just when he saw this message, Zheng Qi and Yashing Bangfei had already appeared in front of him. When Daoxin, who was so scared that he lost his courage, could not hold out for long under the attack of Zheng Qi and Yashing Bangfei. Although he knew that Zheng would come soon, his physical strength had not yet fully recovered, and the cooperation between Zheng Qi and Yashing Bangfei also made it difficult for him to operate. He only held out for 20 seconds, and his physical strength, which had just recovered a little, reached the bottom. He turned back to the city in frustration. What was even more depressing was that at the moment he turned into light, he had already seen Zheng appear in his field of vision. Zheng, who rushed over desperately, saw Wenbu Daoxin after turning into light. Zheng didn't say anything nonsense and immediately turned around and ran. 3 against 2, 2 of them had been killed by the opponent. Although Zheng Qi and Yashing Bangfei had used up their hero cards at this moment, it had been a while. Who could say whether the hero cards they had used up before had recovered their cooldown? However, Zheng Qi and Yashing Bangfei didn't want to let him go. After Yashing Bangfei had beaten Wenbu Daoxin to a low health, he turned around and rushed towards Zheng without even looking at him. Zheng Qi, on the other hand, accelerated his attack on Wenbu Daoxin and sent him back to the city. So Zheng was almost caught up by Yashing Bangfei as soon as he turned around. Although his attribute points began to have an advantage at this moment, because Yashing Bangfei's hero card had also expired, he almost instantly beat Yashing Bangfei to a low health. However, after Zheng Qi also rushed over, his advantage no longer existed. Zheng Qi turned into a fierce general, pestering him and constantly consuming him, while Yashing Bangfei retreated a little and continued to recover his physical strength. Hurry up! Zheng could only shout in the team channel, asking Dan and Shitwang to rescue him, but unfortunately, distant water could not quench all thirst. After Yashing Bangfei, who had recovered some of his physical strength, joined him, Zheng also knew that he was probably going to die. A hunt that was determined to win turned into a great defeat, which made Zheng feel very embarrassed. Such emotions further affected Zheng's performance. When he fell, Zheng was so depressed that he seemed to be dying. Dodo, entangle that guy in reverse, we will be there in half a minute. When seeing Zheng fall, Zheng Qi immediately sent a message to Liu Guangdao. Dandan Shiguan died twice, Yu Fa Wutian and the other three died once, and Yu Yuan has not died yet. Zheng Qi will never forget it. He is such a vengeful person. If you want to get involved, you must keep your word. If you say you want them all to die once, then they must all die once. Zheng Qi said to Yixin Xiangfei with high spirits. Chapter 57. Stop the siege. Yu Fa Wutian died once. When Daoxing, Leng Yu King Nine, Yu Yuan died once. Dandan Shiguan was the worst, died twice. Adding the dozen dirty workers killed by Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiangfei, Zheng and his team suffered heavy losses this time. After coming out of the holographic cabin, Zheng and his team were relatively speechless. Such a result was really unexpected. They were confident and ready to kill the opponent, but they were killed in return. Now it was not Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiangfei who were pulled away from the average distance, but this loss of experience was nothing. In fact, they did not intend to drag down the opponent's progress after killing Rin Pinshan once, but to let others constantly entangle the opponent after killing him once, so that the opponent could not level up smoothly. This is a very difficult method to deal with, and the opponent cannot use the same method to deal with them. The mere half-level experience can be made up by staying up all night. The real blows to their hearts. There were 5 of them, and only 2 of them. This ratio is actually not right. After all, Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiangfei also have teammates around them. For example, the 4 people who killed Dandan Shiguan once by sneak attack, but they also have more people around them to help. No matter from which angle, they are bullying the few at the many. 5 semi-professional players, even if due to various factors, only 3 of them appeared on the scene in the final fight, but they still have the advantage of numbers. Even ordinary professional players, 2 against 3 of them, may not be able to get a good result. The right time, the right place, and the right people, they can be said to have all of them. The opponent has used most of the hero cards, but still used various factors to cut them apart. Of course, there are some reasons why they underestimated the opponent's strength and overestimated their own strength. However, regardless of the process of the game, looking at the result, they were a complete defeat. And such a complete defeat could not be covered up. Liu Fengxing was the club's coach, not their personal coach. He saw everything and would definitely report it to his superiors. This was also what they were most worried about. After all, it was too embarrassing to tell others that 5 semi-professional players were chasing 2 ordinary players and were killed by them. If it got out, the entire Southland club might be laughed at by their peers. The grievances between top clubs now are no less than the hatred between professional football clubs 100 years ago. If the club thought they were too embarrassing and expelled them, it would be a complete disaster. Other clubs might not accept them either. The second team members were already in an awkward situation. Sure enough, not long after, a staff member of the club came to inform them that head coach Chen Feng was waiting for them in the office. With an uneasy mood, the 5 people walked towards the head coach's office. Yu Yuan was the most calm one among them. Although he failed to kill Liu Guangdao for a long time and was eventually surrounded and killed by Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiangfei, he still showed the level of a semi-professional player and resisted for a full minute and a half before dying, which was considered to have maintained his final dignity. After arriving at Chen Feng's office, Chen Feng did not face them, but sat with his back to the door, concentrating on the scene on the holographic screen. What was played was the live broadcast of their death just now, which made Wazin and others feel so ashamed that they had to find a place to hide. Obviously, Liu Fengxing was a very good shooting expert. He accurately shot all the details in the air, including how Wazin and others were cut into 3 pieces step by step by the opponent. Wazin only had one question in mind at the moment. Why didn't Coach Liu help us at the time? A coach can play a huge role in this situation. He couldn't help you at the time because the other side also had a coach. If the coach had taken action, you might have lost even more miserably. Chen Feng seemed to know what they were thinking and said lightly. Wazin and others were surprised again. Although Liu Fengxing was just an ordinary coach of the Southland club, he was still a coach of a professional club after all. Which coach of the other side could be better than him? So they agreed not to take action, but just film the details. Chen Feng turned his chair and looked at Wazin and others and asked, "What do you think of today's fight?" "The other side is very strong," Leng Yuqingning replied. Although she lost, she didn't feel particularly embarrassed. The other side's grasp of timing and exploration of the opponent's psychology were top-notch, so she could only say admired. They are very strong, although you underestimated them this time." When he said this, Chen Feng's eagle-like eyes swept over them, making the 5 people tremble at the same time. However, Chen Feng did not continue to talk about this matter, but said, "Stop attacking them. More than 30 people can't stop them from upgrading." Wu Xun and others nodded silently, although they were still a little unwilling. However, at this level, the level shown by these 2 new players was enough to narrow the experience gap between them and them. If they really wanted to show their professional advantages, they would have to reach level 50 at least. At the time, even if they blocked them, what effect would it have? To interfere with them, there are other ways. That is the human wave tactics. The so-called martial arts is high, but it is afraid of kitchen knives. No matter how good the skills are, there are countless people constantly surrounding you to interfere with you, and your level cannot be raised. However, that is not something that these more than 30 people who do dirty work can do. All the backbones of the Southland Trade Union in the new district must be mobilized. But is it necessary? It is not without precedent that a big club's union would focus on 1 or 2 players. However, it was always the case that the new players who had already shown great talent were targeted by the rival clubs when they wanted to improve their attributes in the new area. And it was basically concentrated in the first few decades of the professional league. At the time, the competition among the clubs was quite fierce and cruel, and malicious competition emerged in an endless stream. If the rival club had a new player that they wanted to focus on training, they would definitely use all means to suppress the opponent. This practice caused a great impact on the early stage of China's football era league. The results were not very outstanding in the world, because too much vitality was consumed in the internal fighting. Many new players who had the potential to grow up died in such internal fighting, which not only affected the overall results of the league, but also affected its position in the world. Such struggles reached a peak in the 40th year after the start of the professional league. At the time, a young talent who was favored by almost everyone was constantly attacked by the unions of other clubs from the beginning. For 3 consecutive years, he failed in the process of entering the new district. Even the strongest newcomers could not bear such a blow and suffered a mental breakdown. His club also announced its withdrawal from the professional league in anger. This incident caused a huge response in society. People of insight began to think that this would not work after all, which gave rise to industry self-discipline, that is, to ensure the growth of newcomers in limited competition, rather than letting them endure all kinds of inhuman treatment in the process. After that, newcomers will also be suppressed, but there will be no situation where the union of the entire club concentrates on suppressing a certain person. Every club will have people who do dirty work to suppress newcomers, but such suppression is at low intensity. Newcomers who sink in such suppression will not have a good future, while newcomers who have been cruelly trained in advance may be able to show their level better. For example, Meng Fifan and Chen Fen were also treated by the hostile clubs, but they fought their way out arrogantly and made the Nanguro club a glorious period. Although it was Meng Fifan's own reasons that caused the Nanguro club to fail to reach the top, it was not because of the fault of others. After the establishment of industry rules, China's professional league gradually became stronger and more prosperous, and also had the status of a strong team in the world, thus attracting more fans and having a higher status. Interference and entanglement, that is necessary, but before that, you have to accumulate experience well. You are all still young. If you can get a strong role in the new area next year, entering the first team will be an actual result. Today's failure may become a precious wealth tomorrow. After saying the last paragraph, Chen Feng waved his hand and let the 5 people leave. Wu Xun and others left as if they had been pardoned. They thought they would be severely criticized, but now it's okay, and Chen Feng's last words also proved that the club valued them, which made them feel very happy. Those 2 newcomers are really outstanding. Maybe we can try to contact them. After Wu Xun and others left, Liu Fengxing, who had been standing next to him, suggested. Chen Feng nodded slightly, but did not comment. Liu Fengxing did not say much. Chen Feng must have his own considerations. After all, a top head coach like him knows when to contact these newcomers to achieve the best results. When he was about to leave, Chen Feng called him. Liu Fengxing looked at Chen Feng in surprise and found that there was a very complicated expression on Chen Feng's face. This made him even more surprised. When would Chen Feng have such an expression? He has always been so cold and stubborn as a stone. Did the person you negotiated with tell me his last name? Chen Feng asked after a while. No, but I can see that he is very outstanding. He can use only 4 basic skills so accurately, which is much better than me. Liu Fengxing shook his head. You invited him, and he didn't say anything. Chen Feng continued to ask. He just shook his head and didn't accept my invitation. There are still people like this now. Liu Fengxing smiled bigly. Okay, you can go out. Chen Fen nodded and said. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 58. The Alliance of Defeaters. Boss, you're really awesome. You killed them all by yourself, hey? Why is there another person beside you? Yuan Ziquandao asked happily. We just fought together for a long time, and killed several people, but you just noticed that there was one more person. Zheng Qi said speechlessly. Ah, I was so excited about killing that I didn't notice it. Yuan Ziquandao replied. Your teammates? Yixing Xibang Fei asked Zheng Qi. Yeah, they are pretty good, right? Zheng Qi replied. They are a good match for you. Yixing Xibang Fei replied. What should we do next? Yuan Ziquandao asked excitedly, as if he wanted to find a few more people to kill. No need to do anything, just kill wild monsters, level up, and make up for their experience. Zheng Qi said. Do you want to join us, brother? Yuan Ziquandao invited Yixing Xibang Fei enthusiastically. Yixing Xibang Fei shook his head. We have people. It doesn't matter now. The next dungeon is a 10-person dungeon. Do you want to join forces? Anyway, we all know each other. Zheng Qi shouted to Yixing Xibang Fei who was about to leave. Let's talk about it later. Yixing Xibang Fei shook his head. Don't block me next time. Zheng Qi shouted from a distance, and at this time, Yixing Xibang Fei had already gone far away. He ran so fast. Boss, does he owe you money? Yuan Shiquandu asked with a sigh. No, but he must owe me something. Zheng Qi smiled. What did he owe me? Keep it a secret. Damn it. Call him over, let's continue to kill wild monsters. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Hurry up and reach level 22, let's go to the next dungeon. I'm a little tired of staying in Pompeii. Yuan Shiquandu nodded repeatedly. He also felt a little tired. He had been hanging around here for more than level 20, and now there was no record to grab, so naturally there was no need to stay any longer. Soon, Sujin and others came over. Although they all died once and lost some experience, it was not a big loss at this time. If they killed more wild monsters, they would level up. After passing level 22, they would officially leave the novice zone, and then the guilds could be officially established. The guilds could give players extra attribute points, which was very important for many players. After passing the novice zone, it would become more and more difficult to survive in the game alone. Boss, should we also find a guild to join? Chaos Matt Blade asked Zheng Qi while killing wild monsters. Of course, otherwise, we would suffer too much. Sui Qingfeng answered. An old bird like him certainly knew how much an excellent guild could improve the players. But in that case, it would take a lot of time. We would have to obey the arrangement to join the group, kill the dungeon, and fight the wild boss. We would not be so free. Su Jing said after thinking for a while. That can't be helped. After all, the unions organized by those clubs will develop faster and provide more convenience to players. At the same time, with more people, the coordination between them will be more reasonable. The top clubs have been established for so long, and their union construction has already had a set of excellent rules and regulations, which ordinary unions can't compare with. Lu Li nodded and said. Then what kind of union should we choose to join? With our current reputation, all the major unions are scrambling for it, right? Asked Chaos Matt Blade. Well, that's also normal. We've been on TV several times. Speaking of unions, the unions of those top clubs are all good. Changfeng's riding the wind and waves, Qinhe's sweeping the world, and Nanglo's Fenhui and Qing are the three major unions in the game. Compared with other club unions, they all have certain advantages. Sui Qingfeng said several names without thinking. Xinfeng's Xingzi Pavilion, Jinlong's Junlan Tang, and Shenhua Shrouding the Sky are also very strong. Lu Li is also familiar with these unions. If it really affects our team fights and record breaking, then it's not worth it. Let's see how it goes. If there is a union that agrees that we can move freely, then it won't be too late to join. Zheng Qi waved his hand and said generously. That's right. With our boss's reputation, isn't it normal to ask for some preferential treatment? Chaos and Matblade said generously. Well, the problem now is the next area. What is the next area? The Northern Song dynasty was founded, and there were 3 generals, Zheng Qi, Yanzhen, and Jin. Butler Meng said with a smile. I don't really understand this history. Chaos and Matblade scratched his head. You don't have to understand it very much. Anyway, these 3 are all famous generals of the Northern Song dynasty, but Yanzhen and Jin were in the Northern Song dynasty from the beginning, and Zheng Qi returned to the Song dynasty after the Northern Han dynasty was destroyed. You must know about the Yang family generals. Su Jing said with a smile. Well, I do know that. Chaos and Matblade nodded. Yanzhen is also very strong. In addition to the legend of the Yang family generals, there is also a legend of the Yu family generals, which is about his descendants. Su Jing continued to explain. Well, then is this Jin the Golden Sword Prince consort of Mongolia? Asked the crazy blade of chaos. No, they are not homophones. One is a front nasal sound and the other is a back nasal sound. Jin is the Jin of Jingu, and Jin is the Jin of Jinkan. One is from the Northern Song dynasty and the other is from the Southern Song dynasty. One is a famous historical general and the other is a fictional novel, Su Jing answered with a smile. It sounds similar to me, the crazy blade of chaos muttered. Among these 3 heroes, Zheng Qi and Yanzhen are better at attacking. Zheng Qi's ultimate move of blood and loyalty can increase his damage by up to twice, while Yanzhen is more durable. As for Jin, he is good at defense like a copper wall and iron wall. These 3 heroes are very useful in the early stage. Butler Meng continued to explain. The most useful thing is the reward after breaking the record. Zheng Qi smiled. Come on, come on. Sui Qingfeng waved his fist and shouted twice. Although he knew that he probably had no chance of getting such a reward, it was also a very pleasant thing to watch Zheng Qi get one reward after another beside him. Not only personal dungeons, but also team dungeons have rewards to be won. Isn't it great to get rewards together? Su Jing also said something. For some of the fastest players, the most important thing is to hit the next record reward. The higher the attribute, the stronger the character, especially for professional players, this is even more important. Liu Shibo is one of the professional players who challenged the character, but he is definitely not the only one. Wazun and others joined on a wing, but professional players from other clubs will also choose to start from the new area. In fact, big clubs rarely use this method. They just send 1 or 2 particularly promising rookies to the new zone every year to compete for powerful roles. On the contrary, those professional players in small and medium-sized clubs who are somewhat lacking in strength and cannot play as the main force for the time being will compete in the new zone year after year to seek more powerful roles. There are many such players, most of whom seem to have no future, but there are exceptions. For example, the top player from Corning and Tea City, Yuan Shao, whose ID is Lu Yuan Po Shao, is such an exception. This outstanding female player had a very bad start. She seemed very unknown in the first 3 years of her career. She went to the new zone every year to pursue new roles. It was not until she was 22 years old, which seemed a bit old for professional players, that she got a powerful role with nearly 800 attribute points. After that, she immediately soared to the sky and became a god-level character in the professional arena. Not only that, she also became the top player of Corning in one fell swoop. She led this weak team to the middle for several consecutive years and created remarkable results. Yuan Shao's achievements are enough to inspire all the professional players to keep working hard for it, although the probability is too small. They have to face the competition of the same semi-professional players, which is fine. The most important thing is that every time they enter a new district, they always have to face the competition of those rookie talents, and they are often the ones who lose in the end. For such a group, many fans have given it a malicious nickname, the Street Fighters Alliance. Of course, for the rookies, the Street Fighters Alliance is also their best whetstone. Under the attack of these players who are close to the professional level, if they can still emerge, then their future achievements will definitely not be worse than anyone else. District 108 is not a good district for the Street Fighters Alliance. Rin Pingshen, Yixing Xiang Fei, and Badong Grushan, the names of these 3 people have already become very famous in the new district. Generally speaking, it is a great thing for a new district to have 1 or 2 such rookies, let alone 3 of them emerging at once. The Street Fighters Alliance feels that they have no way to go. And under such emotions, these 3 dazzling rookies will also be hit harder. After all, most of the members of the Street Fighters Alliance are not young anymore. After so many years, they still have nothing to show for it. They will inevitably feel some envy, jealousy and hatred towards those talented rookies. When they have such emotions, it is not surprising that they will do something. So for Zheng and his team, they are not without opportunities. Now that Ren Pingsheng and his team are too popular, they will definitely be constantly disturbed. If they can keep a low profile, accumulate enough experience and strength, and then grab more records in the later copies, they will still have the opportunity to suppress these rookies and provide themselves with a chance to stand out. Kings, princes, generals and ministers, are they of the same kind? Although Chen Feng told them that they still have the opportunity to impact powerful roles next year, if they can get powerful roles this year, why not do it this year? Waiting for one more year means earning 1 year less money and getting 1 year less of training opportunities in the top league. No one will give up such an opportunity. The difficulties that Zheng Qi and his team will encounter in the future will be much greater than they are now. Chapter 59. The opponent is a human. Zheng Qi, at the moment, naturally didn't know what the Jing was like. Not only him, but even the other teammates in their team had no idea what the Street Fighters Alliance would do in the new area. Chaos Matt Blade was a newcomer, and although Sui Qingfen, Su Jing and Lu Li were veterans, they were completely unable to reach the Street Fighters Alliance at their previous level. Even if the other party was a failure, they were still professional players, but because of the role problem, they couldn't gain a foothold in professional competitions, so they fought hard in the new area year after year to get a better role. So they actually didn't have any conflicts with ordinary players. The only ones who would really conflict were the same professional players. Those talented newcomers were actually very troubled by the Street Fighters Alliance. These guys were not bad either, and the most important thing was that compared to the newcomers, they had extremely rich experience. What the Street Fighters needed was a powerful role. How could a powerful role be created? They have to fight for the dungeon record. In the novice area, they often don't work hard because they can't break the record of the whole area. As for the dungeon record, it is difficult for them to find suitable teammates. After all, they are not from the same club. Even if they are from the same club, they are competitors and don't trust each other. Only after leaving the novice area, in the personal dungeon, is it a good opportunity for them to fight for the record. They have played these dungeons countless times and know how to grab enough extra attribute points as quickly as possible. There are 5 extra attribute points to grab for a personal dungeon, and from level 22 to level 100, there are a full 40 personal dungeons, which add up to 200 attribute points. If you can grab some of them, plus other extra attribute points that may be awarded, and reach 700 attribute points, then there is no problem. With 700 points, you are qualified to become a professional player. Their goal is naturally this. The Street Fighters don't trust each other because they are competitors, but they have the same attitude towards those talented rookies who have shown their talents early. If you can suppress them, then suppress them. At least, you have to let them threaten you after you grab the attribute points. In Area 108, the most dazzling rookies are none other than Ren Pingsheng, Yuxin Xiang Fei and Badon Rushan. Strange, why are there people coming to trouble us again for no reason? Sui Qingfeng said depressedly. During the jungle brushing today, people kept coming to trouble them. Although the opponents came one by one, they were all very strong. At least Sui Qingfeng could see that the opponents were much better than him in terms of skillful operation. Such people would be at least double-flowered red stick level fighters in a big guild. How could so many people take turns to trouble them? Although relying on the advantage of numbers and Zheng Qi's excellent operation ability, their team was able to beat the opponent to a pulp every time, but there were always times when they could not take care of them. In just one day, Sui Qingfeng died 3 times, Su Jing and Lu Li died twice each, and even Chaos World Matt Blade died once. Why do I feel like there is an evil force targeting us? Zheng Qi also felt a little depressed. Although he had not died once so far and was about to reach level 22, other people's experience had not been able to rise. His personal dungeon would not be affected, but the progress of the team dungeon would be greatly affected. This group of people should not be the same as the previous group. Coach Meng shook his head. It should be the legendary Street Fighter Alliance. Everyone was stunned by this name that they had never heard of. After Coach Meng explained to them in detail what the Street Fighter Alliance was, Zheng Qi sighed and said, "There are actually such boring people." "I understand them." Sui Qingfeng showed the open-mindedness of an old bird who kept changing zones. "It's over. If this continues, how can we compete with them? We're worried every day when we kill wild monsters." Lu Li complained. "Don't worry, they are not organized, and they are mainly targeting Zheng Qi, hoping to delay his upgrade speed so that they can grab the records of personal copies. However, now that we see that the people who come to attack us will die, Zheng Qi will not die and lose experience, soon no one should come to attack us." Butler Meng said with a smile, but then quickly shook his head. No, they will still attack us. Why? Sui Kingdom was stunned. It's not easy to kill Zheng Qi, but it's relatively easy to kill you guys, and with their operating level, it's not uncommon for them to hit and run. In this case, it's a very simple thing to slow down your upgrade speed. Butler Meng thought for a while and said. But wouldn't that still not affect Zheng Qi's reward? Sui Kingdom was stunned. Su Jing understood what Butler Meng meant. Rewards are not only available in individual dungeons. Yes, there are also team dungeons. The Street Fighter Alliance targets newcomers, those individual rookie talents, so that they can prevent them from getting the record of individual dungeons. However, we're a team, and it is difficult for Zheng Qi to be killed by them. In this case, they will have limited cooperation and go to the team dungeon together to get the record reward. If we are dragged down as a whole, the rewards of the team dungeon can also allow them to obtain a stable enough increase in additional attribute points. Butler Meng looked at Su Jing with appreciation. Maybe Su Jing's operation level is not as good as Lu Lei's now, but her vision and judgment ability are quite outstanding. How can that be? Sui Kingdom was anxious when he heard it. The rewards of the team dungeon are also very important. The most important thing is that he is also a member of the team. If this team can't get more rewards from the team dungeon, then he can't get a better role. Although Sui Kingdom knows that his qualifications are average, even if he is given a great account, he can't play in professional competitions, but players also value the attributes of their own characters. Of course we can't let those guys take it away. We only have so many attribute points. If they take it away, what should we do? Zheng Qi first comforted Sui Kingdom, and then asked Butler Meng, Uncle Meng, what should we do? We have to strengthen our strength and let them sneak attack us, so that they can't even kill any one of them. Butler Meng gave an absolutely correct answer. If we can do that, we won't die, Lu Li said dejectedly. There are only 5 of us. Even if we act together, it is inevitable that some will be left alone. What if there are more people? Butler Meng laughed. Zheng Qi looked up at Butler Meng, his eyes lit up. Butler Meng also looked at Zheng Qi, and then smiled slightly. Master, you have to remember one thing, no matter how difficult the dungeon is, it is just a game, especially a game that has been established for 100 years. There are always predecessors experienced to learn from various ways to pass the dungeon. So this game, from the beginning, is not a confrontation with the system. From the beginning, what we have to fight against is people like us. Zheng Qi nodded heavily. That's right. Our biggest obstacle has always been people, those players. If we want to become the best team, we have to defeat those opponents. Now it's the Street Fighter Alliance, and in the future it may be those top professional players. My goal in playing this game is to become the best player. What about you? Zheng Qi waved his arms and said loudly. I don't know what the goal is, but now, I'm very happy to continue with you. Sui Kingdom laughed. I want to follow that boss and become the best professional player. Liuanzi Quandao said loudly. Of course, we two sisters will help you. Su Jing smiled. But understanding this doesn't help us now. Lu Li said confusedly. No matter how powerful the opponent is, we just have to fight against them. Besides, we can still find helpers. Zheng Qi smiled. Is it the group of people last time? Su Jing's eyes lit up. Yes, since the Street Fighter Alliance targets capable newcomers, I think the Jixin Fei's current fame will not be less than mine. Zheng Qi smiled cunningly. So, Yixing Xibang Fei is also that target of their suppression. Lu Lei's eyes lit up. That's right. We have been attacked continuously today, and they are not much better. Even if Yixing Xibang Fei is not killed by such attacks like me, his companions should have died many times. Zheng Qi said gloatingly. So, I will contact him now. If our two teams join together to kill wild monsters, there will be no problem. Boss, that guy seems very cool. He won't disagree with your invitation, right? Liuanzi Quandao raised another question. He's not stupid, Zheng Qi muttered, then opened the communication panel and sent a message directly. Lao Fei, show up, show up. ... How was your day? Nothing, I died. No, Lao Fei, didn't a lot of people attack you today? How do you know? Those people were sent by me, just kidding, don't die. Those people are actually a group of low-level professional players who came to the new era specifically to get powerful characters, so newcomers like you and I who are popular are their targets of attack. My teammates have died several times today, an average of twice per person, which is terrible. How about you? Zheng Qi asked. Almost. Zheng Qi answered. Then it's very clear, those guys are not united. At most a few people come together to make things difficult for us. As long as we join forces, it will be really invincible. 1 kill 1, 2 kill a pair, experience goes up together, and then we split up to grab the dungeon records. Isn't it great? Are you really sure you want to do this? Zheng Qi asked. Of course. Zheng Qi said nonchalantly. Any questions? Chapter 60 Opening Battle. Didn't you tell me that your guys all have bad tempers? Zheng Qi said to Zheng Qi helplessly. I've warned you. Zheng Qi replied expressionlessly. It seems that I'm still too young, Zheng Qi replied helplessly. When the two sides first met, they were still very friendly. Zheng Qi introduced his 4 partners, and Zheng Qi also introduced his 4 partners Shinzo Ilan, Zheng Qi, and Ainul Yuanu. According to Zheng Qi, these people have always been his good friends. They agreed to work together in the new district and make a big career. They chatted very well at the beginning. Among Zheng Qi's 4 partners, Shinzo Ilan is his best friend, and it is said that he has the best operating ability. Yuzi is a girl, and she chatted happily with Su Jing and Lu Li. Ainul Yuan, who is a little mature, Shin seems a little jumpy, but he has a good temper. However, as they chatted, they started arguing about whose boss was better. Our boss is so awesome. Even though he's a newcomer, he has broken the district record several times. He will definitely be a great player in the future. As for me, I'm a little bit worse than the boss, but I will definitely be a great player too. Yuanzi Quangdao said proudly. Didn't our boss break the record several times? In my opinion, he broke the record of the Temple of the Sunday twice. Our boss is better. Shinya replied. Don't make a fuss. Our boss is the best. You should stop making a fuss. In a few words, the 2 most aggressive guys in the 2 teams immediately started arguing like tit for tat. Before others could stop the fight, the 2 of them immediately became tense. My boss will definitely play professional games first in the future. Do you dare to bet? Yuanzi Quangdao shouted. What's there to be afraid of? My boss will definitely play professional games faster than your boss. Shinny shouted. What are you betting on? Anything is fine. The loser will post a message across the entire zone, saying I, Shinny, am a big pighead. Do you dare? Then why not post my illness, Crazy Blade of Chaos, can finally be cured? Are you sure to win? Then let's see if you dare to bet. Let's bet. It's a deal. Looking at the 2 people with red faces, Zheng Qi turned his head and glanced at Zheng Qi. How about we have a competition too? I won't make such a boring bet. Zheng Qi shook his head. Okay, what's there to argue about? What's the point of playing the professional league first or later? So many people are playing professional games faster than Lu Xiaoshan, but he didn't snatch them away. Li Qing's played professional games later than Lu Xiaoshan, but his performance was not necessarily worse than Lu Xiaoshan. Zheng Qi came out to smooth things over. Let's upgrade quickly. We need to make up for the lost experience, dear. Now we have 10 people. When we are clearing the dungeon, Rin Pingshan and I will be in front and behind, providing support at any time. If you were attacked, don't panic. Protect yourself first. Don't die and lose experience, and you'll win. Zheng Qi added, and the others nodded one after another. It is indeed most important to upgrade quickly now, so as not to be snatched away by the other party's reward attribute points for the team dungeon. Rin Pingshan and Zheng Qi's personal dungeons were not affected, but they were still affected a lot. Together we are strong. Although their cooperation is not very proficient, with Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi leading the team, plus housekeeper men checking for emissions and filling in the gaps, the 2 sides will naturally be able to achieve better results than before in clearing wild monsters. But Shinya snorted at this time. I don't want to cooperate with my competitors. This guy is so annoying, I don't want to cooperate with him either. Yuanzi Quangdao said unyieldingly. Why are you 2 like this? Can't you be more generous? Su Jing said, but saw that the 2 shook their heads at the same time. Zheng Qi began to feel a headache. He had never encountered such a situation before. When playing the King of Epoch, although the teammates had different personalities, they were not the kind of people who talked nonsense. Only the Queen liked to tease people occasionally, and there was no need for someone to buffer in the middle. Now, the 2 teams got together and immediately hit such a conflict. Zheng Qi began to feel that his brain was not enough. Although it was just a small conflict between Shinny and Yuanzi Quangdao, it was obvious that if the 2 sides were forced to swipe wild monsters together, there would be some problems. There is always a difference between closeness and distance between people. You can't expect everyone to be selfless. What's more, many conflicts can't tell who is right and who is wrong. If you have to stand on the side, the two gangs will not be able to work well together. It's okay if we don't join forces to kill monsters. We can still kill monsters separately, but we will be closer to each other. It's the same. Zheng Qi was obviously not someone who could adjust the atmosphere in the team. In this case, it was still Zheng Qi who came out to solve the problem. Well, it doesn't mean that we have to kill monsters together. It's okay to kill monsters separately and be closer to each other. Anyway, our goal is to become stronger and help each other when someone attacks, so there is no need to force a team. Zheng said with a smile. No one had any objection to this proposal. After all, although Chaos Matblade and Xinya were at odds with each other from the beginning, they were not so unwilling to kill monsters separately. Where did such a big hatred come from? At this moment, the two teams left the rest point one after another and began to head to the wild area. In fact, there won't be many people who come to sneak attack us at this time, especially before someone exceeds level 22. Zheng looked around and restored the physical value of the members of the two teams while raising his voice. Why? Chaos Matblade and Xinya asked at the same time, then they looked at each other and shut up at the same time. Zheng Qi was also very curious. Although he was very good now, he was still a complete novice in the game of football era. Because of the opening game of the new area. Zheng Qi said coldly. What is that? Zheng Qi asked involuntarily, and Zheng suddenly realized. Before each new area is opened, there will be a new area opening game, that is, there will be a big event in the old area. This will be a time for everyone to celebrate. At the time, a large number of wild monsters will spawn everywhere, and many wild monsters will drop attribute points, but this is purely based on luck, Zheng explained. Is there such a thing? Zheng Qi was stunned. Yes, before each new area is opened, that is, after a player in the new area reaches the minimum level to enter the new area, this will happen. However, for professional players, it takes too much luck to expect to get extra attribute points in such a situation. On the contrary, for many ordinary players, this is a good opportunity to get a powerful account. Sui King said with a smile. I have a buddy who got a lot of extra attribute points in the previous area. In the end, his attribute points were more than 700. Wow, that doesn't mean he can be a professional player. Liuanzi Quangdao couldn't help but say. It's a pity that his skills are too poor to be a professional player, but he was also spotted by a big guild and became a double flower red stick gold medal fighter. His life is very comfortable. Liuanzi Quangdao replied. Others laughed. For ordinary players, this is really a good choice. So at this time, those people naturally don't mind sneaking up on us if they can, but if they can't, they will also hurry up to upgrade and kill monsters so that they can get more benefits in the next opening battle. We add collective love for a while. If no one comes to deal with us, it means that nothing will happen for the time being. Zheng said with a smile. Then there is no need for us to get together at all. After all, our boss will soon be level 22. Xinya said strangely. It's good to get familiar with each other first. Zheng said halfway, and suddenly raised his hand and sent out a shock. A player who was about to attack from the other end of the alley stiffened all over, and Zheng Qi, who was closest to him, had quickly jumped and landed beside him. Before he recovered from the stiffness, he quickly slid to the ground. His strength was overwhelming to most ordinary players, and it was even more obvious in the stiffness. The others were also not slow. Except for Zheng Qi who stayed in place to guard against other attacks, the attacks of others had already poured down on this unlucky player. After a scream, this powerful player turned into light and returned to the city. He was also miserable. He was passing by here and wanted to kill Sui King who was on the edge and leave quickly, but he was discovered by housekeeper Menget the first time. In addition, Zheng Qi reacted very quickly, so he didn't even have a chance to run and was killed. It can be said that he lost more than he gained. See, our boss reacted so quickly. Liuanzi Quangdao boasted. If our boss hadn't been calm, maybe someone would have come to attack here, and you would be in trouble then. Xinya replied. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi looked at each other and turned their heads away. I'm still 10% away from leveling up. How about you? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi. Almost. Zheng Qi nodded. It's only been 10 days, it usually takes 11 or 12 days for someone to reach level 22, right? Sui King asked in surprise. Xinya nodded, yes. fight for a while longer, and don't share the experience between the two of you. Take a good rest today, and reach level 22 tomorrow morning, so that you can be in the best condition to welcome the opening battle. Butler Meng said at last. I'm already excited. How can I pretend to play the opening battle regularly? Waiting online, said Liu Hanzi Quangdao. Newcomers just can't do it, Shinny said with a sigh. Chapter 61. Goddess of Luck. The opening battle is called Carnival by many veterans. What is Carnival? This word, which was once very popular in China more than 100 years ago, is actually the transliteration of carnival. What is carnival? Everyone is partying, happy, and wasting things happily. Being called carnival by veterans, the opening battle of a new area will naturally bring great benefits. However, newcomers are at a disadvantage. If they often check information or are led by veterans, it's okay. If they are lone rangers who don't care about information, they will often suffer a great loss in the first opening battle. The opening battle is the last afterglow of the previous area and the beginning of a new area. It connects the past and the future and continues the past. However, the carnival of the new area came a little early this time. On the morning of the 11th day of the new area, many players were still in a state of doing nothing after going online, or when they just started to brush their personal dungeons, a system notification that filled all their sight appeared in front of them. Players Ren Pingshan and Yixin Xiangfei have both reached level 22. The new area Taiyuan City will be opened tomorrow. 2 hours later, the opening battle of the new area will begin. The content of the opening battle is the destruction of the former three-headed alliance. After this news came out, many newcomers began to get confused. What does the opening battle mean? What will the destruction of the former three-headed alliance be about? And those newcomers who had already learned a little about it were very excited, waiting for the moment of great harvest with anticipation. After all, they had heard from the old birds many times that the number of wild monsters would increase greatly, and the experience gained after killing them would be much richer, and attribute points and equipment upgrade materials would occasionally drop. These materials would be very useful in the guild in the future, and attribute points would give them a considerable advantage when facing ordinary players. On the contrary, it was often not their turn to kill those bosses. What was interesting was that the probability of bosses dropping attribute points was exactly the same as that of ordinary monsters. In other words, those top professional players had no advantage over them. This is also the fun of this game. The most important things are not necessarily obtained by your excellent skills. If you want to get them steadily, you have to break records instead of trying your luck. What the boss can really drop is more experience and better equipment materials. Everyone should try to stay together. Although in the opening battle, teaming up is useless. Only the monsters you kill can get the things you drop. But when the monsters start to refresh, it is the most dangerous time. It is easy to die if you are scattered. Butler Meng said to everyone. Their two teams have made a lot of preparations. What's interesting is that Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiangfei actually reached level 22 at the same time, which made Liu Hanzi Quangdao and Shinny very proud of each other. It is impossible for wild monsters to kill us, even if we are scattered, Liu Hanzi Quangdao muttered. Before he could despise the novice thinking of the crazy sword of chaos, Shinny snorted. You'll know how powerful it is later. There was a countdown before the opening game began. Before that, the players had already found a piece of open space for each of them. This was also an unspoken rule. Even the newcomers knew from the reminders of others that there would be a lot of wild monsters spawned at the time, so there was no need to squeeze together. The most important thing was to strive for the greatest benefits first. Zheng Qi and his team had now found an empty place in Pompeii and were waiting for the wild monsters to spawn. Pompeii was very large. Although there were at least millions of players in the new area, they would not seem to be particularly crowded in Pompeii. It's almost there, it's almost there. The crazy sword of chaos muttered, fully showing the nervousness of a novice. When the countdown reached the final 0, the whole Pompeii suddenly rang with a huge shout of killing. This sound was not made by the players, but the shouts of the wild monsters that covered the entire Pompeii at that moment. Roman light infantry, Roman heavy infantry, Roman heavy cavalry, Roman priests, Roman private guards, the monsters that players encountered in the wild and in dungeons before began to appear in various places in the city, but, fuck, there are too many people. Frightened by the monster that suddenly appeared next to him, Chaos Matblade couldn't help but shout out. He and Sui Kingdom were standing very close to each other, with only about one person's distance between them, and now two monsters appeared. Jump up and avoid the first round of attacks. Butlerman shouted, and the others were prepared and used jumping skills to jump onto the wall. Only Chaos Matblade's reaction was a little slow. His reaction was originally very fast, but he was not prepared at all. After Shinny jumped onto the wall, he was ready to laugh at Chaos Matblade. It was not that he had any malice, but for a newcomer, this was the price he had to pay. Even if he died, the next step would be enough to make up for the lost experience. However, the performance of the Mad Blade of Chaos surprised him. The Mad Blade of Chaos, who was suddenly attacked, did not jump onto the wall immediately, but fell towards another group of wild monsters. Seeing that he was about to fall and be beaten to death, the Mad Blade of Chaos screamed and almost cancelled the jumping skill in the air. The whole person began to fall. After landing, he used a Pompey card and then used the cavalry charge skill to temporarily resist the attack of the group of wild monsters. Then he rolled and dodged a safe distance. After the jump cooldown was over, he jumped again and almost jumped onto the wall. Although he used a hero card, he did not die. Excellent performance. Zheng Qi couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes, this is a talent for dodging. Zheng Qi laughed. Counter-attack, get experience, and possible attribute points. Xinzailan shouted, and a group of people immediately began to counter-attack. There is no difference between wild monsters and normal wild monsters. It is not really confusing for current players. It's just that there are too many people and too densely at the beginning, so now in Pompeii, basically screams are coming one after another, and a large number of newcomers are quickly killed because they don't react. When the players stabilize their footing and start to fight back, it will become much easier to get rid of wild monsters. After all, unless you are the player with the worst luck, which player doesn't have one or two hero cards? Whether it is Pompey's cavalry charge, Crassus's greed for money or Caesar's heroic charge, they can all play the role of range attack. The number of wild monsters is indeed large, and the number of players is not small. Moreover, after the death of the players, they can quickly revive from the rest point. Even if they grind, they will grind these wild monsters to death bit by bit. Zheng Qi and his team are of course no exception. They guard the wall and first summon Pompey one after another. They come with a cavalry charge and watch the experience value rise like a somersault. After clearing an area, Zheng Qi and his team jumped off the wall one after another, and then began to clear monsters separately. They kept using hero cards and skills, and kept harvesting the lives and experience of wild monsters. I have a little more attribute points. In the chaos, Su Jing shouted in surprise. The drop of attribute points was completely random, and the probability was not high. With such a dispersion, the probability was even smaller. Su Jing was really lucky to get a few attribute points so quickly. The fact that Su Jing got a few attribute points also stimulated the performance of others. It didn't take long for them to clear all the nearby wild monsters. I'm level 22. Chaos Matblade announced happily. He was the one who died the least in Zheng Qi's team, and his experience was only a little less than Zheng Qi. After this round of monsters, it was normal for him to successfully upgrade. Shinya snorted in frustration. He died once before under the sneak attack of the Street Fighter Alliance, and his experience was a little less than that of Chaos Matblade. Naturally, it was not enough to upgrade now. What do you think? Am I better than you? Said the Mad Blade of Chaos. Shinya, who had been somewhat impressed by the Mad Blade's wonderful operation, got angry again. What's so great about that? The opening match wasn't started because of you. I'll soon be level 22. What's there to brag about? I reached level 22 earlier than you. I won. The Mad Blade of Chaos raised his arms and shouted. Shinya was too angry to say anything. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Stop arguing. You should be happy now. I didn't get any attribute points. What about you? Yixin Shangfei shook his head. The probability of getting attribute points was originally low, so he didn't feel disappointed. I got 1 attribute point. Yuzi said weakly. I got 1 too. Lu Li said happily. Su Jing said embarrassedly. I got 3 attribute points, wow. The others collectively exclaimed. The monsters they just killed in one wave added up to at least 100 or 200, each person killed at least 20 monsters, but only 3 people got extra attribute points, which shows how rare attribute points are, and Su Jing alone got 3 attribute points. What kind of luck is this? This system is very lascivious. Why do girls get bonus points? Sui King said with some jealousy. Sister Su will be the lucky goddess in my mind from now on. Said Lianzi Guangdao. What about me? I also got bonus points. Luli laughed. But you didn't get 3, Yuanzi Quandao replied. Do you want to fight him? I can help you hold down his hands. Luli turned to Xinyi and said. Okay, next time I want to put him in a sack, I will call you. Xinyi replied. Okay, stop joking, go to other areas to sweep, these are all possible attribute points. Zheng Qi shouted, waving his arms. Chapter 62 Perfect Inheritance. If Liuanzi Quandao said Su Jing was a lucky goddess before, it was a joke, then in the following time, even Zheng Qi and Yixing Xi Fei looked at Su Jing with a strange look in their eyes. The first wave of refreshed wild monsters is actually the most difficult to clean up, because most newcomers have no experience, and it is not easy to clear all the wild monsters with only a group of veterans, and this time is no exception. Therefore, veterans can often get more benefits from the first wave of refreshed wild monsters, and there are many lucky ones. There are actually quite a few players who can get several attribute points in a wave of wild monsters. However, Zheng Qi and his team brushed all the way for 2 hours, brushing countless monsters. In the end, not every one of the 10 players in the 2 teams got attribute points. At least Zheng Qi and Yixing Xi Fei, the 2 players with the best skills, didn't get any extra attribute points. The others did get them, but it was just 1 or 2 attribute points, which was better than nothing. The most seemed to get 5 extra attribute points, which was already quite good luck. And what about Su Jing? She got 13 extra attribute points. Awesome, awesome. Yixing Xi Fei couldn't help but say something. He worked hard to break the record twice in a row and only got 15 extra attribute points, but Su Jing got 13 extra attribute points in one wave. I don't know, Su Jing said embarrassedly. Seeing that other teammates didn't get any attribute points, only she got so many. She was really embarrassed, but the attribute points couldn't be shared. Even if she was embarrassed, she had to take them. Okay, this is purely a matter of luck. What can we do? Prepare for the next battle. Butler Meng said with a smile. Hey, isn't the opening battle over? Liuanzi Quandao asked curiously. Who told you it's over? Xinyi rolled his eyes. All the monsters have been killed, why is it not over yet? Liuanzi Quandao was puzzled. It's still early. The fall of the Roman Empire is not even 1/3 complete. Sui King explained. Next is the first part, the Battle of Pharsalus, the death of Pompey. Then the Battle of Carrhae, the death of Crassus, and finally the Battle of the Colosseum, the death of Caesar. This is the entire content of the opening battle. There are so many. Liuanzi Quandao sighed. Will there be such a scene every time a new area is unveiled in the future? Some will, some won't. Don't forget, this opening battle has to be upgraded to level 22, so it must be grand and lively. Su Jing smiled. What do we do next? Liuanzi Quandao asked. Go back to the rest point, rest and recover, bring enough supplies, and when the time comes, all players will be teleported to the battlefield. Butler Meng replied. The next day, the new players spent a dizzying time. They witnessed the end of Pompey's cavalry group. Under the ambush and attack of Caesar's Roman legion, Pompey's cavalry collapsed, and other subordinates scattered, becoming the source of experience for the players. Pompey himself also fell to the ground under the siege of the players. It was very depressing that such a big boss did not even have a single attribute point, which made the players despise him. Then in Carrhae, Crassus' life came to an end. The Roman legion fell to the ground under the opponent's rain of arrows, and the morale was greatly reduced. Although the players mixed in with the NPCs also suffered heavy casualties, they relied on their continuous attacks to continuously kill Roman soldiers. In the end, the siege of hundreds of the Street Fighters Alliance caused Crassus to fall to the ground on the battlefield. The final battle took place in the Colosseum, which had been expanded dozens of times. Caesar, the greatest leader of the Roman Empire, did not die on the battlefield, but died in a despicable assassination. Compared with history, Caesar's death in the game was more tragic. The Roman legions under his command were besieged by the subordinates of the elders of the Roman consulate. Coupled with the continuous flow of players, the number of people began to decrease. Caesar himself, who was assassinated by Brutus, also had a greatly reduced combat power. In the end, under the siege of Zheng Qi, Yixin Xi Fei and Badon Rushan, he fell to the ground. For new players, this day was so fulfilling. Most of the players gained experience points that they might not have been able to get in the past 5 days. Most of the players rushed through the 22nd level, which means that in the new dungeon, they can participate in the competition for the dungeon record. This is also one of the meanings of the opening battle. If only a few people can compete for the record of the new area, it would be too unfair. Leveling up is important, but it is not the most important thing. So why did those guys come to snipe us at the time? Are they stupid? While checking his gains, Chaos Matt Blade suddenly said, "They are not stupid, but think about it, if our level is lower, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage in the opening battle? We may get less experience than the other side, so the level gap will be greater." Butler Menk said with a smile. "But we can still participate in the competition for the dungeon record." Chaos Matt Blade still didn't understand. "Are you stupid? You can participate in the dungeon record of level 22, but what about next? When we are level 23, they will be level 24, and they can compete for the records of higher level dungeons. After we level up, how much will be left?" Shinny couldn't help but say, "Ah, so that's how it is, I understand, thank you." The humbly accepted look of Chaos Matt Blade made Shinny feel uncomfortable, as if he had punched the air. "Okay, let's go to the new area. Taiwan City." Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted. He was indeed a little tired of staying in the old area, and now he was looking forward to a brand new area. In the new area, there are new monsters, new bosses, new heroes, and maybe even new opponents. All these unknowns are the fun. I only got one attribute point in this carnival, and I have to look for the loss in the records. Zheng Qi sighed. "Next, it's the competitors." Yashink Saibang Fei replied. "Don't be so ruthless, we can still cooperate in team dungeons, with a maximum of 10 people. Where can we find 5 other strong guys?" Zheng Qi said with a smile. Yashink Saibang Fei was speechless. He was talking about the next personal dungeon record competition, but Zheng Qi directly talked about the team dungeon. "Should I go first, the individual or the team? This is a question." Xin Zhaoyuan said very deeply. "That's not a problem. Of course, I'll go first individually. It's a good opportunity to get familiar with the characteristics of the monsters, so that I can do better in the team dungeon." Zheng Qi waved his arms and said, "Our goal is to grab the records of both the team and individual dungeons." The group began to go to the new area through the teleportation array. It was okay to walk there, but that would take too much time, especially for those who wanted to break the record. There are many people going to the new area through the teleportation array now. Zheng Qi and his friends are in the middle, and they are not noticeable at all. However, they know in their hearts that many people must be paying attention to them. The idea of Ren Pinsheng and the idea of Yixing Saibang Fei above Zheng Qi's head are so noticeable even among countless players. They are the 2 most dazzling stars in the new area. Even if they have also got some records, they can't compare with these 2 people. The attitude of newcomers and old birds towards them is envy and jealousy, and the street-pushing alliance. In addition to envy and jealousy, I'm afraid there is more hatred. We are all players and have the opportunity to become professional players. Why can you talented newcomers be so famous from the beginning?" Although they knew that Ren Pinsheng and Yixing Saibang Fei might not be in a certain club now, as long as their luck was not too bad and their accounts were a little stronger, they would have no problem entering the professional arena. And what about them? They still needed to struggle year after year. They wanted to build a strong character through dungeons, so they had to deal with such newcomers first. Killing the opponent before the opening game was meaningless, but killing the opponent after the opening game was extremely meaningful. Next time we brush wild monsters, we have to be more careful. If it was just some unwilling and underestimating street fighters who came to deal with us before, then after the 22nd level personal dungeon, we will definitely be surrounded and suppressed by the street fighters, especially after you get the record. When entering the teleportation array, Butler Meng told them very seriously. Butler Meng had never said something so seriously before, but now he seemed so serious that others began to take it seriously. "Well, we will be careful. When we kill wild monsters, we should always pay attention to the situation around us." "But Uncle Meng, are there any things to pay attention to in the next personal and team dungeons?" Zheng Qi asked with a smile. "It's best to find out the things to pay attention to yourself, so that you can get better training. The game of football era is simple to say, but it is actually quite profound. Not only the attribute points, but also the details of the operation and even the differences in personal characteristics will have different consequences. In the real football in the past, no player was exactly the same, but everyone could show their own brilliance. Football era perfectly inherited this point: unpredictability, uncertainty. Only when you encounter various situations and have the most suitable response can you reach the peak. When Butler Meng said this, he didn't look at anyone specifically, but Zheng Qi and Yashink Saibang Fei listened very seriously. They didn't know what Butler Meng was like in the past, but they knew that Butler Meng's words at this time must be golden advice for their future. I don't know what Uncle Meng did before. Zheng Qi thought to himself. The Dark Knight never said that there was such a person by his side. Yixin Fei thought to himself. Chapter 63. No rules. After crossing the teleportation array, what appeared in front of Zheng Qi and his team was a wilderness covered with loess. In the wilderness, a towering city appeared in front of them. It covers a vast area, with thick walls that can accommodate 10 horses in parallel. Thick arrow battlements, catapults, arrow towers, and urn cities, everything proves how difficult it is to conquer such a city in the era of cold weapons. In fact, this is also true. In history, Taiwan, with Wenshan Mountain in the west and Fenshui River in the east, has a dangerous terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. In the absence of external assistance, it still persisted for a long enough time and was eventually besieged by the Song army, but it was still extremely strong. If it were not for the surrender of Liu Jiayuan, the emperor of the Northern Han dynasty, the Song army would have paid a greater price. After suffering so much under the city of Taiyuan, Emperor Taizong of Song chose to completely destroy Taiyuan. He first set it on fire, then diverted water into the original site of Taiyuan City, and rebuilt Taiyuan City nearby. However, the new Taiyuan City was far less dangerous than the old Taiyuan City. Many historians in later generations believed that if the old Taiyuan City was still there, the Northern Song dynasty might not be so easy to perish. Once Taiyuan City was broken, there would be no buffer to bind Jing. That period of history has long been lost in the dust of history, but this majestic city, which is counted in Chinese history, has reappeared in front of people in the era of football. This is not our destination for the time being. The first place we have to go is Shiling Pass, which is the barrier of Taiyuan. It is also the location of the dungeon we have to brush first. Butler Meng said. Why go there first? Liuanzi Quangdao asked. This has something to do with history, because it was Guo Jin who first defeated the Lao reinforcements at Shiling Pass, and the Song army had the opportunity to take Taiyuan. Butler Meng said with a smile. So the team dungeon is to fight Guo Jin. Why do I feel bad? Liuanzi Quangdao said. It feels like we are the villains. If we fight Guo Jin, Lao can't get in, so it doesn't matter. Besides, when the carnival comes, we will help Guo Jin resist Lao, Su Jing said with a smile. Everyone laughed and didn't care about this matter anymore. The game itself is just a game. There is no need to think too much. After entering the rest point of Shiling Pass, it was already crowded. After all, a large number of players passed the 22nd level in the carnival. Except for a few players who didn't level up much or were particularly unlucky, there were almost no players who were less than 22nd level. This is only the first time the area is changed. In the future, the higher the level, the greater the level gap between players will be, and the gap will not be quickly narrowed through a carnival. And now the gap has not been narrowed. After all, many players have just passed the 22nd level, and the level of players like Zheng Qi and Yixing Fei is not much different from the 23rd level. As time goes by, this gap will become larger and larger. Sometimes, an outstanding newcomer can go from the new area to the myth area in half a year, while ordinary players may have to stay in the ordinary area for their whole life. Come on, boss. Liuanzi Quangdao waved his fist at Zheng Qi, and Xinyi waved his fist at Yixing Fei. Zheng Qi smiled and looked at Yixing Fei, and found that Yixing Fei was not looking at him, so he curled his lips. They are competitors to each other in the personal copy. The system record is 5 goals, and if you exceed 1, you will get a reward point, but you don't have to surpass them one by one. If you can score 5 goals in the first copy, you can get a reward of 5 attribute points, so that others can't get any. Of course, this is also a very difficult thing in itself. Even if it is a professional player who is very familiar with such a copy, it will probably take some time to break the record, let alone break more records. Because the situation of each personal copy will be slightly different. For top players, they can easily get all the experience, but to break the record, it also requires meticulous operation and patient waiting. Otherwise, the records in the new area would have been completely taken by the veterans who had played the dungeons countless times, so there would be no chance for the newcomers. Zheng Qi cheered for Yixing Fei and then entered the personal dungeon. Others also began to enter the personal dungeons and began their own journeys. They went through room by room. In essence, the personal dungeons in the new area were no different from the previous ones. However, the biggest difference was that the NPCs reactions in the personal dungeons in the novice area were basically stereotyped. Those who were more familiar with them could quickly figure out their reaction methods. This was also the reason why the records in the novice area could exceed 10 goals. It was difficult to surpass those records because of time issues, not operation issues. To put it more extremely, the record of the Wizard Hole dungeon was 13 goals before it was broken by Zheng Qi. Perhaps an old player, not even a professional player, could tie such a record as long as he was more skilled and operated more steadily. As for the dungeons outside the novice area, although each area can have a chance to break the record, the ones who can break the record are basically professional players. The gap between amateur players and professional players is more vivid in this case. The reason is simple. After the novice area, the actions of the monsters in each dungeon are irregular. They will automatically operate according to your reaction. The improvement of AI technology has provided the necessity for this situation. In many cases, the reaction and operation level of NPCs are even better than those of players. Of course, they can only reach the level of good players. Otherwise, there is no need for professional players to exist. Zheng Qi was very excited when he entered the personal dungeon, not because of other reasons, but because when he entered the room, he saw a monster that made him feel more familiar. The monster dressed in the clothes of a soldier in the Song dynasty, with a red scarf around his neck, a felt hat on his head, and a long spear in his hand, looked heroic and extraordinary. The other monster in front of him held a knife in his left hand and a shield in his right hand, and his dress was no different from that of a spearman. This is the dress of Master Lin. Zheng Qi remembered the antique comic book he saw at home when he was a child. This made Zheng Qi feel warm in his heart, but the monsters in the dungeon would not show any mercy. After seeing Zheng Qi, they immediately came to kill him one after another. The monster configuration in the personal dungeon is basically one attack and one defenser, and the number of people will not exceed 2, otherwise it will be too difficult for players who can only play that dungeon alone. Zheng Qi did not choose to use the hero card. He had to adapt to the opponent's style of play first. When the sword and shield soldier rushed in front of him, Zheng Qi rolled over and pulled a distance diagonally. However, when he just stood up, the spearman's spear had already stacked in front of him. Fuck, it's so fast. Zheng Qi complained in his heart, and then quickly accelerated and narrowly dodged the opponent's spear. The spear stacked in a line, just like the pistol. It was a straight line attack. It is better to take a step back horizontally than to take 10 steps back. However, what Zheng Qi did not expect was that after the opponent stabbed in vain, the spear in his hand immediately stopped, and the next moment, it swept over. The spear in the hands of the spearman was 10 feet long, and when wielded, it could cover a considerable area. Legend has it that there were countless spearmasters in the Northern Song army, and the famous General Yanzhen of the founding of that country and the famous General Yu Fei of the Thongxing period were among the best. At the same time, they also gave birth to the most powerful trick in the era of cold weapons, the Hisho spear. Zheng Qi had never expected this sweep, and he almost got hit. Seeing that the spear was about to hit Zheng Qi's reaction was also fully demonstrated. He immediately fell to the ground and lay down. The spear passed over his nose, and then there was another emergency stop. Fuck. Zheng Qi cursed. He knew that the next moment, the opponent would smash down directly, a mere monster, but the reaction was so fast. Fortunately, the cooldown of the roll had expired at this time. After Zheng Qi fell to the ground, he rolled over. There was a sound like a shocking sound behind him, and the ground was shaken by the spear. Zheng Qi was unmoved. After rolling over, he immediately jumped up. He had been consciously moving towards the opponent's goal. Although the series of actions just now seemed very embarrassing, he also left the opponent behind. But when he was about to rush to the goal, the sword and shield soldier blocked him in front of him and chopped him down with a knife. Zheng Qi fell to the ground and slid to avoid the opponent's knife, and at the same time forced the opponent to stiffen. Then he quickly stood up, bypassed the opponent, and raised his foot to shoot. Seeing that the ball was about to fly into the goal, Zheng Qi's head was gusting. A big gun passed over his head, whistling and quickly stacked in front of the goal, just blocking the ball's flight path. Almost at the same time, the ball hit the gun barrel heavily and bounced out. Fuck, this is okay. Zheng Qi jumped and cursed, and at this time, the sword and shield soldier, who was no longer stiff, had blocked him again. It seems that next time I have to try my best to attract the ball to the front of the goal, so that I can create a chance to score. Zheng Qi thought to himself. The most difficult to deal with is of course the spearman. He has a large attack range and can also throw the spear out of his hand. He is just like a melee mage. If he just gets rid of the opponent from a distance, the sword and shield soldiers can easily entangle him and give him a chance to return to defensa. I should still play to my strengths and dodge more. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Although his attribute points are average, his characteristics are flexible and changeable. Although he was blocked this time, he has almost understood the level of wild monsters. If he uses hero cards appropriately, it can still play a good effect. He almost scored a goal without using hero cards. With hero cards, he will make greater progress. He doesn't use it now, but Zheng Qi is used to striking back. Chapter 64. Bad Luck. Player Bardon Grushan Shilingen scored 6 goals in his personal dungeon, setting a new record for the entire district. Player Yufar Wutian Shilingen scored 7 goals in his personal dungeon, setting a new record for the entire district. Player Yixing Xibangfei Shilingen scored 8 goals in his personal dungeon, setting a new record for the entire district. When the system messages appeared one by one, Fulei was almost annoyed. As a member of the Foolish Alliance, Fulei was also the most foolish one. His skills were actually not bad. Although he was only in a Chinese League 1 team, his operation level was quite good. He could rank in the top 5 in the team. Theoretically, with such a level, it would be no problem for him to get a main position in the team. However, he was always unlucky. How unlucky was he? For ordinary players, when they reach the maximum level, 600 attribute points are generally considered to be available. If they are lucky, they can reach 650 points, and some can even reach 700 points. Of course, even if they have characters similar to professional accounts, they are still far behind professional players. Even if professional players only have 500 attribute points, they can beat them to a pulp. And what about Fulei? He is 26 years old this year. He started his career at the age of 16. He has played in 10 zones so far. The highest attribute points of his character is 630. It is miserable. It is not ordinary miserable. You must know that according to the rules, to reach the top level, you need 500 attribute points, plus the 50 attribute points provided by the Union, which is 550. You can always get some attribute points in the opening game. Even if the probability is low, you can get a few. So generally 600 attribute points are what ordinary players can get. Professional players play more time, and they are more likely to kill bosses and break records. It is not difficult to get an account with 700 attribute points. Otherwise, there would not be an unspoken rule in the professional arena that 700 attribute points are considered qualified. Fulei can only get 630 points at most. How bad is his luck? That's right, even if he has an account with 630 points, he can beat ordinary players with more than 700 points. However, that is an ordinary player. Using an account with 630 points to fight against professional players with an average of 700 points is courting death. Fulei himself is helpless about this situation, and the club is also helpless. With Fulei's strength, as long as he has an account with 700 points, he will definitely be the main force of the club, and the Chinese League 1 club may not be able to keep him. If he is lucky, he can be poached by the Chinese Super League club. This is also a good thing for the club. After all, the transfer fee can also satisfy the other party. However, he doesn't know what happened. He just can't get a strong account, and he is not able to break the record. Every carnival is a carnival for others, but a funeral for him. Ordinary players also have a chance to get many bonus attribute points, but what about him? In the opening carnival just passed, he did not get any extra attribute points as expected. He has become numb to such an ending. But he is 26 years old now. Of course he can't go on like this, so this year can be said to be his last chance. Even if he is unlucky, he has to go against the sky. The only way to go against the sky is to break some records in the personal dungeon first. He can forget about the team dungeon. Even his teammates in the club don't want to cooperate with him to brush the dungeon, because they are afraid that he, this unlucky guy, will make them unable to brush it. He took the first team dungeon very seriously, because he thought it was important to get off to a good start. However, his luck left him again, and he was just a little short of 6 goals several times, and then he heard a system message. What the hell, I have to score 9 goals to get the record, Fulei said to himself in a bitter and amusing way. Scoring 9 goals is not a big problem, and even scoring 10 is not a big problem. Old losers like them at least have no big problems in experience and operation, and although the situation in a dungeon is ever-changing, it is impossible for people to summarize a set of effective processes. After all, there are so many masters in the professional league, who hasn't been in the game for so many years and is almost familiar with the dungeon. They are quick-thinking and experienced, but they can't summarize the rules from the myriad details, which means that there is really no rule in pushing personal dungeons. There was once an experienced old coach who had spent his entire life studying this game. He sighed and said that if Go was the game that represented the limit of human thinking in the past, then now it is football era. The entire system is so huge and sophisticated that it has reached an incredible level. The system algorithm left by Buchanan is great. You know, even if the international community has now enacted laws to prohibit any person or organization from invading the football era system, there are always fearless or ulterior motives. Individuals or organizations want to invade the football era system and deconstruct its content, but they have failed without exception. The system is like a hedgehog that cannot be touched. Once invaded, it is not only a problem of being blocked, but the computer system itself will also be counter-invaded and completely destroyed. Therefore, even the top professional players have to rely on luck when breaking records in dungeons. Even if you have the ability to score 10 goals, it does not mean that you can do it every time. More importantly, it does not mean that you can do it before others. You can only play one room at a time and try again and again. Those who have an advantage in attribute points in the front will naturally be more likely to take advantage, but this is not absolute. After all, the advantage of dozens of attribute points is a great advantage for player characters at this stage, but it is not a great advantage when facing NPCs. Fule has the ability to score 10 goals in any personal copy, but to achieve this, he needs to rely on constant experiments. Whether he can get the record before others depends on luck. His luck has always been bad, but he has never given up. So even though the appearance of 3 consecutive system messages made him know that his luck this time is probably not very good, he still did not get discouraged and walked towards the next room. Song Dynasty Spearmen, Song Dynasty Sword and Shield Soldiers. Fule is already very familiar with these two monsters. Spearmen are long range, and swords and shields are close combat. They cooperate very well. If you want to score quickly, you need to give up some things at some times. At the same time, the time for using hero cards is limited, and these details also need to be taken into consideration. For ordinary players, just thinking about these things is enough to make them feel that their heads are exploding, but for players with professional strength like Fule, this is not a very difficult thing. After summoning the Caesar card, Fule rushed forward quickly. This was not a heroic charge. However, after using the Caesar hero card, his attributes had an advantage over the 2 NPCs. Although this collision reduced his physical value a lot, he was able to knock the sword and shield soldier back a long distance. Regardless of the wounds left on him by the opponent's swinging blade, Fule strode forward and rushed to the place close to the goal. Then he suddenly moved sideways to accelerate, dodged the attack of the spearman, and then fell to the ground and slid, causing the spearman to stiffen for a while. In this process, he only used the Holy Oath to increase his attribute points, and none of the other 2 skills were used. Now that he used the skills, the NPC's status would be refreshed after scoring a goal, but his skill cooldown would not be restored, so whether it was War Plunder or Heroic Charge, he would save it for the last moment. After the spearman stiffened, Fule did not stop for a moment, raised his foot and kicked the ball into the goal, then jumped back high and quickly returned to the center circle kickoff area. Saving every second is the key to breaking the record. After returning to the kickoff point, Fule felt that he was lucky this time. This series of attacks took him less than 5 seconds. If he continued like this, it would not be a problem to score 10 goals in 1 minute. However, he had to save time as much as possible, because this time he succeeded, and the system would automatically adjust the way to deal with him. Even if he was experienced, he could not guess what the system would do next. The second ball, the third ball, Fule focused all his attention and began to rely on his own reactions and instincts to deal with different situations again and again. The light of Caesar flashed on him, allowing him to score 1 goal after another. It was not easy for Fule to enter such a state. This time he finally entered such a state, and his luck seemed to be good. 1 goal after another, his achievements began to accumulate continuously. When he returned to his position again, Fule was surprised to see that his goals had reached 8. If someone had not got the record before, he would have been able to get 3 extra attribute points now. But at this time, Fule did not feel any regret in his heart. The attribute points that others had snatched by their own ability, what should he regret? Moreover, there are still 10 seconds left in the 1-minute dungeon. No matter what, it is enough for him to score at least 1 goal. If he is lucky with the next goal, he can use Heroic Charge and War Loot at the same time at the last moment to get 10 goals, which will not be a problem. The excitement of his mood was only a momentary thing. Fule did not waste time. He knew the difference between getting the reward and actually getting the reward. Go! Fule yelled, and then rushed forward. I will use Heroic Charge first to get the 9th goal, and then use War Loop to get the 10th goal. Fule was calculating in his mind while rushing. Although the 2 extra attribute points are not much, it is the first time he has grabbed a record reward. Happy. A system message flashed before his eyes. Player Yin Pinshen has scored 10 goals in the Shilingen personal dungeon. The record is capped. The Shilingen personal dungeon record statistics are closed. Fuck. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subieron sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 65. Secret Observation. Yin Pinshen is really strong. Yeah, Zheng Qi and Fei Fushan is also very strong, but it seems that he is still not as good as this guy. How many records has he snatched? It's scary to think about it. But I heard a piece of news. Although this guy is very strong, he only got 1 extra attribute point in the previous opening game. Ha ha ha. PFFT, this luck is a bit bad. You are laughing so happily, how many did you get? Me? None. Then why are you laughing at others' bad luck? I'm not an ordinary person. How can those great gods not get more points? How can they compare with people like me? That's true. Listening to the chat between the 2 players around him, Philady, who had just come out of the personal dungeon, was full of emotion and mixed feelings. Yes, it is normal for ordinary players not to get extra attribute points, but am I an ordinary player? In any case, he is also a veteran professional player. Although he has never played a professional game, he still can't get an extra attribute point until now. In other areas, he had obtained extra attribute points before, but the number was too small to maintain a top account. This time, his start was also very bad. Although he only lost 2 extra attribute points this time, Philady, who thought he was tough and never gave up, could not help but feel like he was going to collapse. This was not the first time he had encountered such a thing. When he saw hope, he was mercilessly kicked back to the abyss. But once or twice, it was okay. If it happened too many times, no one could stand it. Others might be disappointed only a few times, but he had been disappointed for a full 10 years. On the same day, some people just hit such a hard time. This is the case in any industry. Some people are prosperous, and some are unknown. After silently brushing his 5 dungeons, Philady suddenly felt a little bored. Too tired. In the past 10 years, he had been full of hope countless times, and his hope was broken countless times. What can he do now? Kill monsters? Level up. Rush to level 24 quickly, and then hit the next record. Thinking of this, Philady smiled bigly. In other new areas, it was rare to encounter such top newcomers. Even if there were only a few. His competitors were mostly those of the Street Fighters Alliance. Sometimes he could still win, but there were too many of them. To stand out, he really relied too much on luck. His luck has always been bad, but he has always had hope. What about this area? 1 Yin Pinshen, 1 Yuxin Shiang Fei, 1 Badon Rushan, and 1 Yufaotian. These 4 people appeared one after another. Yin Pinshen and Yuxin Shiang Fei broke many records. Badon Rushan also broke records. Yufaotian entered everyone's eyes for the first time this time, and he didn't look like a good person. The resources of a new area are actually not very many. With 4 newcomers like this, how many chances can others have? However, after so many years, Philady no longer knows what he should do. Now no one will join him in the team dungeon. All he can do is probably to kill wild monsters. There were many wild monsters in Shiling Pass. The soldiers of the Song Dynasty and the Lao Dynasty were everywhere. They would not attack each other, but they would attack the players actively, as if the 2 sides were not in a state of war but united to attack the players. Philady began to kill wild monsters. These actions had almost become his instinct. Except for the boss, the monsters in the wild were definitely not as difficult to fight as the monsters in the dungeon. So even though he was a little distracted, he was not slow at all in killing them. After killing all the wild monsters nearby, Philady killed them all. He randomly found a direction and walked down, trying to find another group of wild monsters. After crossing a mountain range, Philady saw a group of players. Meeting players in the wild was likely to mean PK. Although Philady was in a very bad mood at this time, he did not think of conflicting with ordinary players. Professional players still hit some self-esteem. When he was about to walk away silently, Fulay saw two familiar names. Two teams of players close to each other were slaying monsters. One of the teams had a person with the ID Ren Pinsheng and the other team had a person with the ID Zheng Qi. The two newcomers who stood out the most actually knew each other. They could slay monsters well together. Fulay was a little surprised, because to be honest, these newcomers were competitors. After all, the resources in the district were limited, and only the resources in the mid-district were endless. Although Meng Fifan and Chen Feng were teammates, they were serious competitors in the new district. Meng Fifan grabbed too many resources in the new district and became the person with the highest account attribute points in history. As a result, Chen Feng's attribute points were not particularly high, and he almost lost the opportunity to win to the first team of the Southland. That is, he was lucky in the mid-district and got some extra attribute points. In addition, he was also at the top level in the new district, so he still got some rewards. In this way, his account had more than 700 attribute points. In addition, his performance and cooperation with Meng Fifan make both sides famous. Of course, even Chen Feng would not think that Meng Fifan almost deprived him of his opportunity. After all, Meng Fifan did not know Chen Feng at the time, nor were they teammates in the same club. The more attribute points, the better. However, even so, it was a big strange that Ren Pinsheng and Zheng Qi, two top newcomers, could kill monsters together. So Fulay wanted to observe, but he did not mean to raid the other party. He was not a person who liked to do such things. It was also because of this that he did not have many friends in the Street Fighter Alliance. He stayed and paid attention now because he suddenly became curious about the two newcomers. As for upgrading, Fulay was indeed a little discouraged. At the age of 26, he was already too old. After all, professional players in the football era, although not like those esports players 100 years ago, retired at the age of 25, were basically able to play until the age of 30, just like the football players at the time. Many of them who maintained good physical fitness could play until the age of 40. However, if they had not played in professional games at the age of 26, they would have no future. 10 years had been wasted, so they did not care about delaying for a while. Hey, why is that guy always looking at us? The Mad Sword of Chaos, who never stopped looking around even when fighting monsters, asked curiously. Maybe he saw Zheng Qi's ID and wanted to come up to ask for an autograph. Lu Li covered her mouth and smiled. How can I be so famous? Zheng Qi shook his head. Maybe he is from the Street Fighter Alliance and wants to sneak attack us. We have to pay more attention. Sui Qingfeng said very cautiously. No way, if he wants to sneak attack us, he must come secretly. Why is he standing there motionless? The Mad Sword of Chaos expressed his objection. Anyway, it's better to be careful. Sui Qingfeng said, and then sent a reminder to the team of Zheng Qi, but he didn't need to remind them, because Zheng Qi and his team also noticed the player who was watching them from afar. Turning over and bumping into each other. That's an interesting name. Xin Zhaoyan said with a smile. Just don't let your guard down at any time. Zheng Qi answered expressionlessly. The terrain near Shiling Pass is very different from that in Pompeii. Pompeii has a complex terrain, with streets and alleys as dense as a spider web, while Shiling Pass is all plains and mountains except for the pass. It is not easy to ambush them. So although they have not set out to brush the dungeon collectively, they are not worried that someone will ambush them. The team dungeon can only be brushed after level 23. Now Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi are already level 23, but the others have not reached level 23 because of some experience loss. They need to brush some wild monsters to increase their experience before they can set out to brush the team dungeon. There is no record to break in the team dungeon, but there are rewards for the first brush. At the same time, there may be a hidden boss, which is also an important source of top-level materials. However, even Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi did not expect that the Street Fighter Alliance did not ambush them, but united for the first time and organized a strong team to deal with them from the front. The number of people in the Street Fighters Alliance is not large, just a few dozen or less than 100. After all, there are only so many people who are capable of playing professional games. There are not many people who have professional strength but no professional roles. Therefore, although there are at least 20 to 30 professional players in a club, there are a total of 44 clubs in the two-level professional games, and the number of professional players is at least thousands. Dozens of street fights are already a high proportion. These people rarely cooperate with each other, because most of the time, they are competitors, especially in some new areas where the newcomers are not outstanding. The only ones who can really threaten each other are themselves. so it is hard to imagine that this group of people can work together against the same enemy. Even Meng Yongjie, who seems to know everything, did not expect it this time. However, reality forced them to start to unite together, especially when they found that Rin Pinsheng's team and Yixin Fei's team were slaying monsters together. They began to understand that if they still acted alone as before to involve these two guys, then they would definitely be hung back continuously. In this new area, they would never have hope of success again. As for Badon Rushan and Yufao Wutian, firstly, their achievements were not as dazzling as Rin Pinsheng and Yixin Xiang Fei, and secondly, they at least had the support of a large union. The subordinate union of Nangguo had been established, and Badon Rushan and Yufao Wutian both held very high positions in the union, which was enough to prove their status. Such a big club was not something they could afford to offend, so they could only deal with Rin Pinsheng and Yixin Xiang Fei. Of course, when they were privately colluding, they did not call Fulei. Fulei's bad luck was also well known in the Street Fighters Alliance. Even if they were street fighters, they were afraid that a guy with bad luck that was hated by heaven and people would implicate them. Chapter 66. Surrounded. They are still spawning wild monsters at the foot of Shiling Pass. There are open areas all around, and we can see everything at a glance. A sneak attack is impossible. We can just take advantage of our numbers and beat them together. Those two newcomers are very strong, and their teammates are not bad either, and they have a coach with them. So what? There are 30 of us in total, a 3-to-1 advantage in numbers, plus our operating level. If we still can't kill them, then we might as well just give up this business. That's right, that's it, we'll surround them from all sides, split up and kill them. The Street Fighters Alliance united unprecedentedly this time, but they couldn't really unite without any grudges, nor would they set up a union for this purpose to chat in the union channel. Although most of the Street Fighters were alone, Kinyu had 3 friends, so there would always be some who were relatively familiar with each other. At the time, 4 teams were formed according to their relationships. After passing the 22nd level, the team could be composed of 10 to 20 people. Some lonely ghosts found a small team to join. They met each other, divided the direction of attack, and then started to act separately. Fulei, who was still watching Rin Pinsheng and Yixin Xiang Fei slaying monsters, sighed in his heart at this moment. In terms of operation, Fulei was naturally not much worse than other top gods. He had always lacked only luck. As for these two newcomers, he didn't think that the other party was much better than himself at first. They were able to create so many miracles, of course, because of their strength, but also because of luck. However, just by observing for a while, Fulei had already seen the excellence of Rin Pinsheng and Yixin Xiang Fei. As a veteran who has been struggling in the football era for 10 years, Fulei's luck is not good, but his vision is not bad at all. He can see from some details that these two may be real newcomers, because they do not have some things that require experience accumulation, but they have extremely outstanding talents and abilities. Yixin Xiang Fei is very brave. He can always exchange injuries for injuries to achieve better results, while Rin Pinsheng is much more slippery. Many times he seems inconspicuous, but he can always give a fatal blow at the critical moment. The performance of others is not bad. Liuanzi Quangdao and Xuanzari Lanlan are the two most outstanding newcomers. Liuanzi Quangdao is flexible and changeable, and Xuanzari Lanlan is experienced and looks promising. What surprised Fulei even more was the coach. This coach did not take many shots in the monster spawning, but he was always able to give a reply, a comfort, a deterrence. Fulei knew how difficult it was to do this. The 4 words just right are easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to do. I really envy these young guys. They have talent, luck, and a group of good helpers around them. Would I have been happier if I hadn't chosen to join the training camp of the professional club at the time? Fulei thought a little sadly. When he started playing this game 10 years ago, he also had a group of partners around him. Those partners were not outstanding, or very average. He was the best one among them. Because of this, he was favored by the professional club. He joined the professional club and thought he could walk on the bright road. Who knew, when he thought of this, Fulei was a little uninterested. Really, do I still need to persevere? Just as Fulei was thinking this, his instinct suddenly realized that there was someone around him. This immediately made him alert. Compared with ordinary players, members of the Street Fighter Alliance are very wary of suddenly encountering other people in the wild, because they often stab each other, and now, there was a sudden sound of footsteps around him. How could Fulei not be alert? Turning around, Fulei saw several familiar IDs. Although they had not communicated much, Fulei still knew who the members of the Street Fighter Alliance were. He could tell at a glance that the people coming from behind were all familiar IDs. "What are you doing?" Fulay asked cautiously. "It has nothing to do with you," the leader said, then left Fulay behind and walked forward with the others. Fulay was a little surprised at first, because it didn't look like they were going to ambush anyone. However, when he saw familiar IDs appearing from the other three directions, he knew what these people were going to do. They actually united to kill Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiangfei. What's the point? It only loses 10% of experience. Fulay thought to himself. He had never cared about attacking these newcomers, slowing down their progress and reducing their chances of grabbing records. Perhaps because of his bad luck, he always felt that even if he killed these newcomers, he would not have a chance to grab those records. If he was luckier, he would still have a chance to get these records even if he didn't kill the newcomers. This is the only pride that Fulay has held on until now. He has always felt that he is different from the other people in the Street Fighter Alliance. However, the situation that Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiangfei are facing now makes Fulay feel that he might take a breath. More than 30 players who have the strength of professional players but lack powerful accounts have united to surround them from all sides. Although they do not have powerful characters, at this level, the difference in accounts is not very large. Although there are only 7 or 8 people on one side, the number is not as many as Rin Pinshan and his 10 players plus a coach, but in such a vast wasteland, you can't defeat them one by one. What's more, with their operating ability, even if there are only 5 people, I'm afraid that they can easily kill all 10 of the other side. Now there are more than 30 people. This is to completely defeat the resistance of Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiangfei with the momentum of Mount Tai. Such a joint effort does not need to be done deliberately. As long as they have such a tacit understanding with each other, anyone who finds the traces of Rin Pinshan and his people can unite in a short time with a signal and then hunt them down. I'm afraid these guys are finished. Fulay said to himself. The advantages in numbers and strength were too obvious. It was not a fair confrontation. But what is fun is, there has never been any absolute fairness in this world. What exists is only relative fairness. Although he felt a little bit sorry for Rin Pinshan and the others because Fulay knew that they had not done anything wrong, he did not want to wade into this muddy water now. Let's see first. Fulay said to himself. As an old bird, he already knew what it meant to be prudent and protect himself. Zheng Qi and others also discovered the murderous guys who surrounded them from all sides. It seems that they have bad intentions. Yuan Ziquandero said. Nonsense, but they're only 31 person. With our level, it is not difficult to kill them. Shinny said. Be careful. Judging from their actions, they are not ordinary players. Coach Meng reminded them at this time. Can you see this? Sui King asked in confusion. Butler Meng didn't say much. Prepare to break out. This battle is going to be a tough one. It seems they won't give us a chance to break out. Yixin Xiangfei said coldly. Although the other party surrounded them from all sides, they moved very quickly and the distance between them was quickly shortened. In such a wasteland, there was no shelter. Even if they wanted to run, it was not so easy. If the other party had professional level, then in the long distance running, they would definitely be able to outlast everyone except Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiangfei. At this time, even if they wanted to run, they couldn't run away, and they would only be caught up and killed one by one. In fact, what the other party wanted was that Zheng Qi and the others started to run away, so that they could wipe them out at the lowest cost. If it was a head-on confrontation, they would win, but someone would die in the middle. Although sacrificing 2 or 3 people to wipe out Rin Pinshan and the others was undoubtedly a worthwhile thing, the key was, who would sacrifice? No one wants to sacrifice, because sacrifice means that the upgrade will be delayed by several hours. During these hours, others may have already received the record reward, while the person who died can only watch the record reward being taken away by others. They have collective goals and personal plans, so they are not united in this kind of hunting. Looking at Yixin Xiangfei, Butler Meng laughed. That's right, so we are not without a chance. Focus on killing one person? Zheng Qi asked. Yes, the next will be our only chance. Attack one side and disrupt their formation. Rin Pinshan, Yixin Xiangfei, join forces to attack one, and try to kill the opponent in the shortest time. Do you have confidence? Butler Meng asked. I don't know. If the opponent's operation is as stable as a mounting, it will be difficult to quickly solve the opponent at this level even if it is 2 against 1. Zheng Qi shook his head. Whether it can be done or not, we will know after trying it. Yixin Xiangfei said coldly. That's right, at most it's just one death. Yuan Shiquan waved his fist and said, "If you want to die, you die, I don't want to die." Xinya said, "Can you do this just by thinking about it? It depends on your strength." Sui Kingdom said, "Don't waste time, let's pick a place to rush." Su Jing came out to smooth things over. "Then go in that direction." Zheng Qi pointed in a direction casually, and no one else asked why they chose this direction. Anyway, the people around looked the same. If the opponent was the Street Fighter Alliance, then with a similar number of people, the combat power of the surrounding areas would also be similar. Anyway, we have been surrounded, so we might as well fight to the death. Even if we die, we have to take a few more of them with us. Uncle Meng, remember the IDs of these guys," Zheng Qi said to Butler Meng while rushing up with the others. "Don't worry, young master." Butler Meng smiled slightly. Chapter 67. The mob. "Oh, why don't these guys wait for us to fight? They want to counterattack." Looking at Zheng Qi and others rushing up, someone in the group of street fighters opposite them said something sarcastically. "Be careful, even rabbits bite when they are anxious." Someone next to him said with a smile. "Then don't give them this opportunity, take a step back first." The one in the middle snorted coldly. Seeing that Jixin wanted to take the lead and rush towards him, the momentum was daunting, so he didn't want to fight with the other party. "There are so many of us, and our operation level is much better than theirs. I don't know which hero that guy will use to deal with me at the beginning, so it's better to take a step back first." When he started to retreat, Meng Yonjie, who was watching from a distance, also exclaimed, "It seems that these guys are really professional players of the Street Fighters." Meng Yonjie said in the team channel. "Why do you say that?" Chaos Matt Blade is always the first to respond actively, even in such a tense atmosphere. Look at their feet. They are subconsciously controlling the ball when they retreat. In the game of football era, this is meaningless and wastes energy. They are here to encircle us and have no intention of doing such things. It can only be said that they have been professional players for a long time. Butler Meng replied. "Isn't the ball automatically controlled by the system?" Chaos Mad Knife was curious. "You can also choose to control the ball yourself. Although this will divide a lot of energy, it can better train your ball sense. If you want to be a professional player, you have to work harder in this area." Yashing Saibangfei said coldly. Although he was talking in the channel, Yashing Saibangfei's feet were not messy at all. He continued to rush forward. During the sprint, he also controlled the ball under his feet. "Kill the guy first." The veterans of the Street Fighter Alliance soon discovered this point. Perhaps only as professional players, they have such keen observation. In this regard, even Wuzun and others are much worse, because they may have better potential and talent than these people, but they are still young after all. In terms of observing these details, they can't have nearly intuitive ideas like these veterans. Such a talented guy has always been the object of envy of the Street Fighters Alliance. They stopped retreating and began to rush towards Yixing Saibangfei. In the process of rushing, they used hero cards to enhance their abilities. A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. They will not make such a mistake, and they will not think that they have more people, so they don't even need hero cards. Choosing to counterattack at this time is a very good opportunity that they collectively judged. Yixing Saibangfei seemed to have pounced too hard, and the distance between him and other teammates was pulled away. They could focus on attacking Yixing Saibangfei at the first time, and the others in the other three directions gradually approached this battlefield. As long as they entangled for a while, their number advantage would exceed 3-1. If they output at full strength, they would definitely be able to wipe out the opponent without any damage to themselves. Just as they were counter-attacking, Butler Meng also quickly gave instructions in the team channel. Kingfen, Jinying, base, retreat, Pompey, 3 directions, cavalry sprint. Wandering, Jinyi, Fox, Yuzi, 2 ins, Caesar, heroic charge. Following these 2 instructions, Sui Kingfen, Sujin and Luli retreated at the same time, summoned Pompey cards one after another, and then launched a cavalry sprint towards the opponents approaching from 3 directions. On such an endless lane, a cavalry charge may not have a good killing effect, but it has an excellent blocking effect. Facing the surging cavalry, no matter how strong the members of the Street Fighter Alliance are, they can only choose to retreat and avoid the range of the cavalry sprint. They can't go around it. Sujin and the other 3 have practiced sprinting as one, and they can't find a gap to break through. If it was in Pompeii, they could jump over the wall to go around, but there is not even a tree in this wilderness. How to jump? rush over with the lethality brought by the cavalry sprint. They were not that stupid. Pompey could become one of the heroes with just this one skill. It was obvious how powerful this move was. Although this move only played a role of blocking and interfering in many cases, if you wanted to try it with your body, you would know what it meant that flesh and blood could not resist it, so they could only stand outside the range of the cavalry charge in frustration, waiting for this wave of skills to pass. The duration of the cavalry charge was 20 seconds. In real life, 20 seconds was a very short period of time, but in the game, it was often a very long period of time. Xinzaolan and the other four rushed out from the two wings, using Caesar's skill card one after another, and launched a heroic charge towards the enemies on both sides regardless of everything. Heroic charge was also a skill with low lethality. The first three alliances all had a feature. Their attacks were mainly group attacks, especially Caesar and Pompey, but Pompey's cavalry charge was more lethal, while Caesar's heroic charge had a taunting attribute, which could attract more attention. One attracted two. Although they still had a huge gap in strength with these opponents, they could effectively contain their opponents in a short period of time. So the person who was facing Ixinfei head-on suddenly found himself in a one-on-one situation. He was not afraid of a one-on-one situation, but the next moment, he found that his body, which was originally rushing forward, was slightly stiff. Butler Menk's coaching skill, Deterrence, appeared on him in time. And Ixinfei, who rushed in front of him, had already started his attack. Ixinfei used the Crassus hero card. He did not waste either of his two skills. First, he used the greed of money, which accurately landed on the opponent's head, and then used the power of money to bless himself and his teammates. Then he cancelled the Crassus hero card without regret and used the Caesar hero card. War Plunder. Sacred Oath. War Plunder once again reduced the opponent's physical value, and Sacred Oath once again strengthened its own attributes. The opponent's attribute points were originally a little worse than his, and now, he has an overwhelming advantage. In this situation, the opponent did not panic. He used the Caesar hero card, and the Sacred Oath had already blessed him before. After the effect of deterrence was eliminated, he immediately began to retreat. This is not the time to fight the opponent head-on, after all, their overall strength has an absolute advantage. Under the current situation, it is unnecessary to fight the opponent head-on. However, his retreat was blocked by a beautiful jump by the Chaos Mad Saber behind him. Seeing the opponent retreating, the Chaos Mad Saber who used the Pompey hero card did not use any skills, but the strength attribute itself was very strong. He directly used his body to hit the opponent. This is not a system skill, but a very effective way of attack. The two people collided heavily and entered a state of stiffness at the same time, while the one who wanted to fly in front used the third skill, Heroic Charge, and hit the opponent heavily. The opponent's physical value dropped again. I can run away soon. Although he was attacked continuously, the opponent still kept a calm mind. Now his physical value is also very high. The two opponents are also in a short state of stiffness and cannot pose a threat to him for the time being. As long as the stiffness passes, a roll and blood replenishment, he will be a hero again. Unfortunately, Zheng Qi will not give him such an opportunity. He emerged from behind Zheng Qi like a ghost, and hit his face with a combo of jump and volley. The opponent who was still in the last period of stiffness could only watch the ball kicked by Zheng Qi grow from small to large in his sight. The next moment, his physical value hit the bottom. Kill one. Su Jin cheered, and the hearts of the other people who surrounded him were filled with many complicated emotions. One person died. Some people gloated over the misfortune, and the one who died was not their friend, and was even their competitor. Some people were a little surprised that the other side cooperated too well, and they could still gain such a numerical advantage in a small number of people. Originally, they had a 3-to-1 number, but just now, it was Zheng Qi and his team that formed a 3-to-1 advantage in the area. Although they had such an advantage, they also paid a great price. For example, 3 people had used up their Pompey skill cards, Zheng Qi had used up all the skills of 2 heroes, and the hearts of the 2 wings were wandering, and they had less than half of their blood left. However, they took the lead and really killed one of them. For a team of 31 people, if one person dies, it is a small loss. They did not suffer much substantial damage at all. However, for the one who died, he actually lost 10% of his experience. Now at the level of just over 22, he has lost 10% of his experience. He needs to kill monsters for most of the day to get it back. This half a day basically means that he is far away from the next dungeon record competition. For the Street Fighters Alliance, this is what they fear the most. It means that their efforts this year will be in vain, and they will face another unknown year. So even though Zheng Qi's teammates began to retreat one after another, some recovering blood, some waiting for cooling down, as long as they rushed forward, Zheng Qi and his team basically could not resist, but the Street Fighters Alliance did not rush forward, but stopped. Looking at the momentum shown by the other side, it is obvious that they want to take them away no matter what. Although Zheng Qi and his men would be wiped out, it would affect the progress of the record competition, but those who were taken away by them would also be affected. The ones who would really benefit would be those who did not die. However, no one had absolute confidence that they would not die. Although they were powerful, they were just a mob. Zheng Qi and his men were relatively weak, but they were united. Chapter 68. Pursuit. Do you want to continue fighting? If not, we'll leave. Seeing the other party standing in front of him, seemingly with no intention of attacking, Yuanzi Quandao couldn't help but ask. Are you stupid? Why are you provoking them? Shinya complained in the team channel. Isn't this what makes me anxious? Yuanzi Quandao replied. But we can't retreat now. If we retreat, our momentum will be weakened. Shinzo said. Yeah, I heard from an old man that if you encounter a wolf in the wild, you can't be timid. If you are timid, it will attack you from behind. Foxy said. A 200-year-old old man? There were no wolves in the wild 100 years ago, right? Sui King laughed. They were chatting happily in the team, and the team in the Street Fighter Alliance was also in chaos. Go ahead, there are so many of us, are we going to be laughed at by them? Then you go first. If we have to go together, why should I go alone first? Hey, didn't we agree to work together? Old Nine died. Even if we work together, who will be the next one? Why don't we just forget it? Although this group of people united together, they definitely can't beat us. It's still easy to take one or two of us away. We have been preparing for so long, and you just say forget it. Where will our face be? If it gets out, will we still have the face to mix in the professional circle? The last key question hit everyone's soft spot. Yes, losing some experience will only affect 1 year, but if you really become a laughingstock in the professional circle, it will affect your entire career. At this time, you must not retreat. Even if you die once, you will not be laughed at. As long as you can wipe out the opponent in the end, it will be fine. Although others will get the benefit, they will not get any benefit if they die, but at this time, they only have this choice. Go. Someone shouted. The next moment, 30 players with professional strength began to burst out their top level. Although they had basically never cooperated with each other, they used hero cards separately. According to the changes of the people around them, they had already judged what hero cards they used. Almost instinctively, they formed 3-person groups one after another. The bond of the former 3 alliances was constantly stimulated, and their combat capabilities began to be raised to the limit. In the following, Pompey's cavalry springed, Crassus's money power, Caesar's sacred oath, one group after another showed the lethality of the former 3 alliances in the most appropriate way. Retreat, we will cover the rear. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel and stayed with Chaos Mad Knife. Yashinxi Bang Fei was also very strong in terms of strength, but now he had used up 2 hero cards, and at this time his combat power had dropped a lot. Sui King went and waited for others to turn around and run away. Yashinxi Bang Fei did not say anything nonsense and began to evacuate the battlefield quickly with his teammates. This shows the key to their previous initiative to attack and kill one of the opponents. Although only one of the opponents died, it allowed the others who were originally blocking this direction to join the main force. At least they were no longer surrounded by the opponent and could not escape even if they wanted to. Facing the surging opponents, Zheng Qi and Chaos Mad Knife used cavalry charge at the same time to block the opponent's siege, but the situation now was different from before. There were only 2 of them, and the range of the cavalry charge was limited, while the number of the opponent was too large. A slight double teaming from both sides could cut off their retreat. A player who was the first to bypass the cavalry charge range suddenly froze all over, and was shocked by Butlermeng again. But no one came to attack him at this time, and Butlermeng's move was just to slightly block the opponent's forward speed. Retreat, we retreat too. Zheng Qi shouted to Chaos Mad Knife, and the 2 ran away. Although these 2 skills only blocked the opponent for a few seconds, they had already run a long distance when the others were already running wildly. Of course, the consequence was that their physical value dropped rapidly. There is a long distance from the wild area to the safe rest point. They have to cross this wilderness and then enter the Shiling Pass to enter the safe area. If they continue to run like this, their physical strength will run out before they reach the place. Pay attention to the rhythm, roll after accelerating, take medicine as soon as possible during the rolling process, jump after recovering physical strength, and then accelerate again after jumping. Be careful not to interrupt the speed of taking medicine. Steward Zheng said in the team channel while trying to stop the opponent who was rushing the front. How to run long distances is also a very advanced skill for players. The recovery brought by the potion in the football era is in a static state, and it is not able to recover blood instantly, but slowly recovers blood. In this process, once attacked or using skills, the blood recovery will be interrupted. Only by taking medicine while rolling would not be interrupted. At the same time, you can't wait for the effect of taking medicine to be fully stimulated before running, otherwise, it will be easy for people to close the distance. For such an operation, Zheng Qi was naturally no problem in flying. There was no difference between them and professional players. However, others seemed to be a little weak in this aspect. This was a very strong basic skill that not everyone could learn. So after running forward for a distance, it was inevitable that someone would fall behind. If they followed the breeze, they would fall behind. The pursuer who ran the furthest ahead was already not far behind him. However, at this time, the pursuer found something wrong. He was originally running in the front with at least 2 teammates, but now, how come he was the only one left? At this time he reacted. The opponent's coach used the stun skill as soon as it cooled down, but he didn't use it specifically on the pursuer in the front. Instead, he kept using it on the 2 teammates beside him. After such a distance, he became the only one standing in the front. Thinking of this, he immediately rolled backwards without hesitation. After getting up, cold sweat broke out. The people who appeared where he was originally were Rin Pingshan and Zheng Qi. Now the 2 of them turned around and continued to rush forward. If he hadn't rolled back immediately, he would have been hit by these 2 people. What are you afraid of? They can't take you away in one wave. We're behind and can catch up in 2 seconds. Someone cursed in the team channel. The player who retreated did not answer, but cursed in his heart. Damn it, how do I know if you will deliberately let me die first? It was naturally a great loss of face to retreat like that before, but if the opponent was not killed in the pursuit, it would not be considered a loss of face. Everyone knows that in such a wasteland, if the opponent is not surrounded, then it is not a shame for the opponent to run away. What's more, there is such a long distance, sooner or later there will be a chance. Why put yourself at risk? They are really a mob. Xinzailan said in the team channel. If it weren't for this, none of us would be able to escape today. Sui Kingfeng said. Not really, at least we can still track most of them and let the boss and his friends run first. If they run first, the individual copy will not fall behind. Shinya replied. At this time, Shinya was no longer angry in the team channel. The little conflict he had with Yuan Ziquan had now disappeared. In the sniper attack just now, Shinya almost died. At the critical moment, Yuan Ziquan came out to help him block the attack. Any opinions before were all empty. Don't be careless, we are not out of danger yet. Most of us can't move as fast as them. Yixing Xi said coldly in the channel. There is no way, this is hard work. Xinzailan sighed, then smiled bigly. But at least, you 2 can still run away. Yes, your movement speed is not slower than theirs. Einal Yuanu echoed. We still have to try to run together, we still have to get the first brush reward of the team dungeon. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. Don't talk nonsense, concentrate on running. When we really can't run away, we will run first. Yixing Xi said coldly. It's really cold and ruthless. Zheng Qi sighed. Others stopped talking. If they were distracted and talked at this time, it would be disrespectful to the whole team. However, it was obvious that Yixing Xi was not wrong. Their moving speed was still far behind that of the street fighters. The occasional interference of Bartlemeng and the constant counterattacks of Zheng Qi and Yixing Xi kept them at a safe distance. However, this situation would not last long. I see Shiling Pass. When the towering Shiling Pass appeared in their sight, Su Jing shouted happily. However, at this time, they began to fall into a greater crisis. A figure appeared in front of them. Isn't this the one who turned over and met his head? What does he want to do? Seeing Filei blocking their way, Yuan Ziquan couldn't help shouting. This is not the key point. The key point is that we have been caught up. Su Jing said helplessly. After chasing for such a long distance, the cautious street fighters had already caught up to a place where they could attack them. Unlike before, there were not just one or two people approaching them at the same time, but more than a dozen people. Even if Zheng Qi and Fei and Zheng Qi turned around to snipe, they could not resist the opponent's attack. More importantly, in the previous blocking, everyone in Zheng Qi's team had used up all the hero cards, and even a Pompey cavalry charge could not be used. Is no one cooled down? Zheng asked. No one answered him. Everyone's hero cards had been used up before. At this time, even if there was still one person who could use a cavalry charge to block it, they could successfully rush into the city and enter the safe zone. At this time, the person blocking them turned over and moved. Chapter 69. One step wrong, every step wrong. When Fan Chen Tao jumped over Zheng Qi and the others, several people wanted to attack him at the same time. Stop, I don't think he's going to attack us. Butler Meng reminded them in time, and everyone stopped immediately and continued to run forward. Sure enough, Fan Chen Tao didn't attack them, but landed accurately behind them and blocked the chasing Street Fighters alliance. Get out of the way, or I'll kill you. The first person who rushed up shouted. Fu Lei laughed. It's not fair that so many people bully them. After saying this, Fu Lei didn't say anything more, but raised his hand and the cavalry charged. Damn, is this guy crazy? Damn, hide. Go around, don't let them enter the city. Too late, they have already entered the city, the Street Fighters Alliance shouted in pain. Although they didn't suffer any losses after chasing all the way, no one was left. This time, the joint efforts were in vain. Filady, who had used the crucial cavalry charge, had already turned back and stood at the edge of the city gate, ready to step into the safe zone at any time. Filady, are you fucking sick or what? Someone couldn't help but curse. Is this fun? Can't you get the record by yourself? Filady threw down a sentence and walked into the city leisurely. Wait, I'll kill you the next time I see you. Someone shouted threateningly. Filady laughed and ignored it. He is a lone ranger. It is always easier for a person to run or fight. Even if he is killed a few times, the loss is not that big. What's more, even if he is killed and can't upgrade, what's the big deal? He is used to disappointment. At most, it's just another disappointment. Hey, that guy helped us block it. Sui Kingfen, who entered the safe zone, turned around and said. Yes, a good man. It's not easy to find such a good man in this day and age. Xinzailan also said. What's the man's name? Zheng Qi asked. Flip over and meet. Su Jing replied. Zheng Qi started to add friends, and added more than a dozen before adding Fan Chen to. This guy is comparable to you. Zheng Qi said to Yuxin Shai and Fei cheerfully. Maybe he just didn't see it. Yuxin Shai and Fei replied expressionlessly. Not everyone is the same as you, Zheng Qi said sarcastically, and then saw the other party asking. What's the matter? I said the same as you, pretending to be cool. Zheng Qi sprayed Yuxin Shai and Fei, and then replied. Thank you for just now. I just can't stand it. Fu Lei replied. He didn't know why he did this just now. You know, when the two sides started to conflict, he was ready to leave in a prudent way. However, while moving towards Shiling Pass and watching the battle situation, he began to feel some inexplicable anger in his heart. Why do these guys bully people like this? Isn't it the competent who should take charge of such things? If you can't snatch it from the opponent, you have to deal with the opponent himself. This approach is too shameless. Although as a professional player who failed, he knew that this kind of thing was too normal, but he still couldn't agree with it. Maybe the fact that he hadn't been able to get a powerful account had a lot to do with it. He always didn't want to use such means, which would invisibly make him lose a lot of opportunities. When he saw Zheng Qi and his team working together to resist the opponent's attack and trying hard to get the weak teammates to run back to the safe zone, a string in his heart was plucked. This team of people helped and supported each other. It was obvious that they were teammates and friends who could be trusted to each other. He had such friends before, but he lost them when he wanted to become a professional player. So he chose to take action at the most critical moment, even though he knew that such a move would bring him endless troubles. Those guys are all very good. You have to be careful next time. Zheng Qi said to Filei. Thank you for your concern. Filei answered this sentence, closed the communication channel, and left. Hey. Damn, he's dead. This guy is really as cold as you. Zheng Qi sighed and said to Yuxin Shai and Fei. Our current problem is not solved. Yuxin Shai and Fei did not answer this question, but talked about the most critical issue. Yes, although we are lucky this time, someone learned from Lady Fen and did good deeds, so that none of us died, but I'm afraid it will be dangerous next time. Zheng said. We originally thought that if both sides united, even if a small team of professional players came to attack, we would not be afraid, but now, those guys have united. Yuan's face was also full of worry. Don't worry, I don't think anything will happen next. It won't be so easy for them to form such a siege, not to mention that they will not be of one mind with each other. This has been seen in the siege just now. If they are united, we will have no chance at all. The advantage of numbers is too obvious. Zheng Qi said happily. Butler Meng nodded. Zheng Qi's observation is correct. They are indeed not of the same mind. Even if they team up to interfere with us in the future, there will be at most 10 people. With our strength, we can't deal with 10 semi-professional players, even if we are a little behind, it's not much. The most important thing is that they don't want to die. After all, dying once is equivalent to being dragged down for half a day, basically saying goodbye to the competition for personal dungeon records. Then let's continue to level up now. Zheng Fei asked. Well, don't go too far from the safe zone. With so many of us, it's no problem to occupy a place for leveling up. Even if someone comes to besiege us, it's easy for us to run. Butler Meng nodded. At this time, Zheng Fei's character of not dragging his feet was seen. He immediately waved his hand and prepared to go out to kill monsters with others. Of course, before killing monsters, you have to bring enough supplies. Butler Meng and Zheng Qi were right. This large-scale alliance was the first time for the Street Fighter Alliance, and it was probably the last time. Especially the first person to die, when he saw that he was the only one to die in the end and was almost certain to miss the next dungeon, he couldn't help but curse in the team channel. The loser alliance is basically composed of players with strong tempers. After being lost for so long, how could he not be strong? No one would tolerate him, and someone immediately stood up and quarreled with him, and the two sides cursed each other, and finally the whole team channel ended in a bad mood. If it weren't for the bastard Fulay interfering, we could have at least kept 5 or 6 of them alive. Let's continue. No one will help them next time. How can we continue? Didn't you see that most of the people have dispersed? It's probably a bit difficult for us, with only 10 people, to kill them. Yeah, we all know Xiaoji's operating ability. He's not bad. He was killed by Zheng Fei and Ren Pingshen's sneak attack. In a head-on confrontation, even if we can win, how many of us can survive in the end? It's all Fulay's fault. Go find trouble with him. He's just one person anyway, okay, it's settled. In the following time, Zheng Qi and the others began to kill monsters quietly. It only took half a day for everyone to reach level 23 and they could team up to kill team dungeons. Based on the progress, I'm afraid there will be no team in the whole area that will have the opportunity to kill dungeons. Zheng calculated and said with a smile. Well, we are the fastest group of people. Pay attention to the next dungeon. The first brush plus the first 5 brushes will give each person 4 extra attribute points. Don't waste them. Butler Meng said with a smile. Wait a few minutes, I'll upgrade my equipment. Zheng Qi said. You can upgrade. The others were shocked. Whiteboard equipment must have 20 attribute points to upgrade to green equipment, and there is a rule that before purple equipment, all equipment must have full attribute points to upgrade. In other words, even if you upgrade to the maximum level, at least one attribute point must be 50 points, so that other attributes can be infinitely upgraded. This is to ensure that the attribute changes are not so drastic. After all, if your speed is more than 100 points, but your flexibility is only 10 points, it is not reasonable. Zheng Qi is going to upgrade his equipment now. Doesn't it mean that his 8 basic attributes have reached 20 points? Yes, I have taken 40 extra attribute points so far. Zheng Qi smiled and said. Experienced veterans like Zheng were relieved when they heard this number. 40 extra attribute points, 23 levels, 5 attribute points per level, that's 115. 155 inches total, plus the 8 attribute points that come with the white suit itself, a total of 163 attribute points, which is indeed over the upper limit. Go upgrade quickly. I feel like you were also that first player in the whole area to upgrade the white suit. Zheng said with some jealousy. Boss, how are you now? Zheng looked at Zheng Fei with expectant eyes. I have 5 less than him. Zheng Fei shook his head. Does the first player to upgrade the equipment get extra attribute points? Yuan Shiquandu asked. The first 100 have not many, except for the first one who has 5 attribute points, the second to 10th place get 4, the 10th to 50 place get 2, and the 50 to 100 place get 1. Sui King Fen was very familiar with this kind of thing. Then let's work hard and strive to get the reward. Yuan Shiquandu waved his fist. The next moment, the system message flashed again. Player Yin Pingshen is the first player in the region to reach the equipment upgrade conditions. All white equipment has been upgraded to green equipment, and he is awarded 5 attribute points. Hectares, that's perfect. Each basic attribute has reached 21. It saved my obsessive-compulsive disorder. Zheng Qi ran back happily. Boss, you are 10 attribute points behind him, Shinny said helplessly. It's always like this. One step behind means every step behind. But it's still early. Yashing Bang Fei replied. Chapter 70 were free for the players in District 108. Many rookies may not know what strong teams there are in the Super League, or who Lu Xiaoshan, the Silver Spear and White Horse, is, or who Li Qing's, the leaf climbing player, is, but they will definitely know the IT Yin Pingshen. Of course, in fact, for that current top clubs, few players will not know. Many players were already loyal fans of a club before they were eligible to enter the football era. In the process of opening up new areas, these clubs do not need to compete on these records to attract enough players to join their unions and strengthen the strength of the unions and clubs. Because this is a game that covers all mankind, an unprecedented game, many young players watched the club's live broadcasts with their parents when they were young, and have been fans of the club since they were young. In this regard, they have quite a lot in common with the professional football clubs in the past. The new district union opened up new areas, firstly to grab resources, and secondly to allow these potential fans to find organizations. However, even so, in the minds of the players in District 108, Yin Pingshen, who wanted to fly, still had an extremely lofty status. Because when they didn't know what level those top professional players were at, they had personally experienced the level of these two people. They had been grabbing records and creating the first place all the way. Their brilliance was unmatched. So an hour later, when the system message came out again, and the news that Yin Pingshen, Yashing Bang Fei and others had successfully cleared the Shilingen team dungeon for the first time came, they all seemed very calm. However, for others, it was not so calm. Yin Pingshen and Yashing Bang Fei teamed up. Liu Shibo was a little stunned. Yes, otherwise they wouldn't have formed such a team so quickly. This is an elite team. Mo Lin Bixu beside him said helplessly. He and Liu Shibo have both reached level 23, but the experience of the others is still a little short. More importantly, there are only 5 of them. It seems that it will be difficult to compete with this team in that team dungeon. Zhu sighed. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget that we have the support of a big guild. Now rangers like them can take advantage of us. When we reach a higher level, we will take advantage of them, but Yin Pingshen, this guy, has so many extra attribute points. Liu Shibo couldn't help but sigh. This is very true. Generally speaking, ordinary players, unless they have bad luck, can have about 600 attribute points after reaching the top level. The upgrade comes with 500 points, plus the 50 points after joining the guild to the top level, which is 550 points. Then, in the environment of Carnival, they can get some extra attribute points piecemeal. 600 points is a very scientific data. The reason why professional players start with 700 points is because they must have better skills and can work hard on records and other places to grab some extra attribute points. Generally speaking, the stronger the ability, the higher the attribute points will be. If you can reach 800 points, it is a god level account. Zheng Qi has already obtained nearly 50 extra attribute points. Unless his luck is extremely bad, when he reaches the maximum level, his attribute points can steadily reach 650 points. Moreover, it is impossible for him to not get any record rewards next time. It seems that crossing the 700-point mark is a foregone conclusion. Comparing people can sometimes really make people angry. Fulei has been in the business for 10 years, and his highest attribute points are only about 650 points, which is still a long way from 700 points. Zheng Qi has almost been able to get 700 points steadily so far, and is very close to the professional player qualification that Fulei has been dreaming of. Fulei can also calculate this point. After all, Zheng Qi is only level 23, and he can upgrade his equipment to green equipment. How many extra attribute points he got can be calculated with a little calculation. And soon, Zheng Qi became the second player who could upgrade to green equipment. He only had 2 attribute points left to upgrade, and after getting the records of the 1st and 5th brushes of the Shilingen Team Dungeon, it was enough. Team Dungeon records are very important even if the level is upgraded, because they can drop hero cards. The hero card dropped by Shilingen is Jin, a famous general of the founding of the Song dynasty. This is a defensive general with the skills of Copper Wall, Countercharge and Ultimate Skill, which can greatly enhance defense when used. In the following time, Zheng Qi and his team were immersed in team dungeons. The 5 daily brushes must be completed, and the experience of personal dungeons cannot be let go. Compared with wild monster brushing, although the number of dungeons is limited, the efficiency of upgrading is much greater. While Zheng Qi and his team were happily brushing dungeons, Fulei was unlucky. During his upgrade, he was constantly attacked by some people in the Street Fighter Alliance. Although his operation was one of the best in the Street Fighter Alliance, there were always more than 10 people on the other side, and it was difficult for him to concentrate on making things difficult for him. At the end of the day, he killed the opponent several times through counterattacks, but he also lost 2 levels. Although the potions and materials dropped were few, the loss of 20% of experience alone was enough to make him feel distressed. Is this also that consequence of doing good things? Fulei smiled bitterly in his heart, but he had already understood this kind of thing. Since he chose to go against that group of people, it was normal to be besieged and embarrassed by them. As an experienced old bird, Fulei knew that the opponent would not embarrass him for more than a few times. Of course, if he was killed by the opponent without any temper every time, then the opponent might be more excited. Apart from anything else, if he was killed once a day, then basically half a day of leveling up would be in vain. As the opponent's level gets higher and higher, the suppression on him will become greater and greater, and this account in this area will be useless. For the Street Fighter Alliance, destroying an account in a district is more powerful than any punishment. So Fulei knew how he should counterattack. When he was attacked for the first time, he had a chance to run away, but he launched a fierce counterattack. While he was killed by the opponent once, he also took away one of the opponent's troops. And then, he ambushed the opponent once, killed another person by sneak attack, and then ran away quickly. Although he was ambushed by the opponent again, he still relied on his superior operation ability to kill 2 people before being killed. In this day, he died twice, but the opponent was taken away by him 4 times. He suffered heavy losses, but the opponent's losses would not be small either. If this goes on, at most 2 more times, they will also stop. In order to embarrass me and affect my record, I don't believe that so many of them have such a spirit of sacrifice. Fulei thought to himself when he went offline that day. Fulei was still in a good mood when he went offline. He was impulsive for a moment, but the price he paid was still within his tolerance range. He was still lucky. Besides, he did a good thing after all, right? As the saying goes, good people are rewarded, so my luck should be a little better, right? However, Fulei didn't know that he didn't seem to have such a thing as good luck after bad luck. Boss Fu, the coach wants you to go. Fulei, who had just come out of the holographic cabin, was greeted by his teammates. Fulei is now the oldest in the team. This is a very ironic reality. In this first-class team, Fulei is the oldest and has the most senior qualifications. It can even be said that his qualifications are older than the current head coach. The current head coach took office in the team 3 years after he joined the team. Because of this, even if the coach sees him, he is always polite. However, compared with his qualifications, his achievements are too pale. He has never played a professional game, and has been constantly opening up new areas, so every time he hears the title of Boss Fu, Fulei wants to find a place to hide. Brother Fu, sit down. The head coach was very young, only in his early 30s, not much older than Fulei. He was an excellent academic head coach. The club had always been considered a mid-level club in the first-class team. After he took office, the club was 1 step away from promotion to the Super League several times, which was a remarkable achievement. However, he was always very polite to Fulei, which touched Fulei and made him feel a little ashamed. After sitting down in front of the coach, when Fulei was wondering what he wanted to talk to him about, the coach began to speak. This year is my 4th year in charge of Kangkong. The coach said. Fulei nodded. He was very clear about this. Brother Fu, you're an old man in the club. You know the current situation of the club. The economy is not very good because we have not been able to win to the Super League. The coach continued. Fulei continued to nod. The Super League and the First Division League are only slightly different, but the difference in income is huge. The main difference is the broadcasting fee. The Super League's strong dialogue is often watched by hundreds of millions of people, while the First Division League can only have a few million. At the same time, advertisers naturally prefer the Super League. Many Super League clubs can earn as much as the First Division clubs in a whole year with just one endorsement advertisement. So this year, our goal is to impact the Super League. Under this premise, everything can be given up. The coach looked at Fule with a trace of pity in his eyes. Now the club has to concentrate all its economic strength to impact the Super League. For this reason, the club has begun to lay off employees. We want to introduce more outstanding players. Fule, I know you have never earned much, and you also want to continue to stay in Canton, but I can only regretfully tell you that after watching your games in the new area in the past half month, you are no longer a member needed by the club. The club will terminate your contract next, and you are free. Chapter 71. Crazy. Fule didn't know how he got back to his home. He had been playing this game for 10 years, to be honest, this was not a very long time. After all, there were many ordinary players who had played this game for 20 or 30 years, which was not a particularly high record. But he had always wanted to become a professional player since he was a teenager, and then he wasted 10 years in the game. From District 98 to District 108, when he first entered District 98, he was full of ambition, but when he reached District 108, he was left with only fatigue. Perhaps it was only that spirit of indomitable spirit that he had kept and maintained that made him stop those colleagues and help Zheng Qi and the others. In the past 10 years, he had gained very little. He had no girlfriend and had already lived separately from his parents. Although he was a professional player, his income was not high. For professional players, the basic salary was not much better than that of ordinary workers. What really made them earn money was the appearance fee and endorsement income. The club owns the players, but to a large extent, the two sides are in a cooperative relationship. For each game, a portion of the club's income will be distributed to the players. The higher the income, the more the share. Those who are popular among fans can get a lot of endorsements, and the income from those endorsements is even more substantial. Take Lu Xiaoshan, the Silver Spear White Horse, for example. He is currently the highest paid player in the entire professional league and the highest paid player in history. His annual income is about 200 million, which is 10 times higher than Zheng Qi's income as a live broadcast anchor. However, in terms of basic salary, he is no different from any Super League player, with a basic salary of 5,000 a month. But for a game, he can get at least 400,000 or 500,000 in his appearance fees. In a year, he can play 50 or 60 games of various types, which is at least 20 million. However, although this number is huge, it is not exaggerated. The main players in the top leagues basically have such game income. After all, the appeal of big clubs is similar. Even if they are newly promoted, their own appeal is not outstanding. However, every opponent is a club with great appeal. In this regard, the sharing of broadcasting fees is equal. Many precedents of professional games have proved that a league can only become stronger and stronger if it is fair in income distribution. Therefore, no matter what the reputation of the club is, the sharing of broadcasting fees is the same. This is also to encourage those small clubs to increase their investment. After all, only when the investment of the clubs is increased can the level of the entire league be improved better, so that more feedback can be given to the grassroots. However, Lu Xiaoshan can reach a sky-high annual income of 200 million standard currency, which is not inferior to any of the top players in the world, and even better, relying on his commercial value. Lu Xiaoshan is not a particularly handsome guy, but his playing style is handsome, he looks good, he has achievements, performance and a good face, so he can naturally attract countless fans. He has countless endorsements, which brings him a lot of income. In this respect, although Li Qing's is considered by many people in the industry to be a top player who is not inferior to Lu Xiaoshan, his playing style is calmer, not as direct and exciting as Lu Xiaoshan, he looks a little ordinary, and he is a little disabled, so naturally he has fewer endorsements. So just like the income of the Super League has a huge advantage over the A-League, the income of professional players who can play in the game is much higher than that of professional players who can't play in the game. Fule has never been a spendthrift, but in the past 10 years, he has not saved any property. This time, he was terminated by the club and received a compensation and his usual holographic cabin. This is all his achievements in the past 10 years. Looking at the holographic cabin in front of him, Fule wanted to cry. This is all he got in 10 years. Fule has no resentment towards the club. Although it is also because of his good operation level that the club has kept him and given him the greatest patience, it is also true that he has never been able to get a strong character account and cannot provide help to the club. It is also a fact that the club has done its best to support him for 10 years. Now, the season is about to start. The club has to save every resource to introduce more outstanding players to impact the Super League. For this reason, it is hard to say that the club is cold and ruthless to fire him, a veteran who has worked for 10 years. Foulet just hates himself. Why was his luck so bad in the past? Even if he only had an account with 700 points, he could help the club a lot, right? Last year, the club made it to the top 6 of the first-class league and qualified for the playoffs, but failed in the final of the playoffs. That final was very cruel. The coach tried every means to deal with the opponent who had the advantage in strength. The teammates also worked very hard, but they were still a little short. If I was there at the time and I had an account with 700 points, maybe the situation in that final would be different, right? Maybe now I and the club have entered the Super League and are living a comfortable life. You know, even if we are relegated after being promoted, the income of this year is enough for a not-so-rich club like Zheng Qi to earn more income than the income in the first-class league for 10 years. It will be much easier to return to the top league at the time. After all, many relegated teams have much better foundation than the teams that have been in the first-class league for a long time, and the probability of returning to the top league is much greater. It is not without precedent to consolidate their foundation step by step through the resources obtained in the top league and become a real super club. For example, Xinglu and Leiting, who were now firmly in the middle of the Super League, were, like Canton, middle-class teams in the first-class league 10 years ago, but they were much luckier than Canton. They were lucky to enter the Super League and obtained enough resources. Then, under the good operation of the top management, they gradually left behind their opponents in the first-class league, and entered the Super League again after accumulating strength, and thus gained a firm foothold. Canton could have done this. Their management was not particularly smart, but they were dedicated. The head coach was quite capable and had the ability to make great achievements. However, he was unable to help the club at the critical moment, causing the club to lose such an opportunity. Foulet's thoughts at this time were of course not fair. Canton was one step away from entering the Super League, which was not only his problem, but now, Foulet could only think so. And then, the most realistic question was, what should he do next? From the age of 16 to 26, it was the age when one's life progressed the fastest and could determine the future the most. During this period, he spent all his time in the football era. He had no other skills. Of course, in this world, people will not starve to death. At least everyone's basic needs can still be guaranteed. Human beings paid the price of the deterioration of the Earth's environment, which brought about the improvement of human survival. That night, Foulet slept very restlessly. After getting up the next day, Foulet, who was in a depressed mood, almost instinctively opened the holographic cabin after eating a tasteless nutritious meal, and then sat in. Apart from the football era, he doesn't know anything else. What else can he do if he doesn't play that game? After logging into his account, Foulet stood in the safe zone inside Shilling Pass, a little dazed. He shook his head. Since he had been terminated by the club, he would just play with peace of mind. Being terminated by the club was not the end of his career. If he could get a decent account in the next period of time, he would still have a chance to become a professional player. After all, although he was not young, he was not over 30 years old and close to retirement. Moreover, his operating ability was really good. If the club did not want to save every expense, it would not choose to terminate the contract with him. After brushing the dungeon, Foulet began to walk out of the safe zone and fight monsters. He died twice, and his experience dropped a lot. However, he was not idle in the past 2 days. Now he is still at level 22, which is not much different from level 23, which can brush the team dungeon. After being able to brush the team dungeon, he can find a wild team to team up to level up. The experience can come faster. Although he can't get rewards, he can at least catch up. Foulet doesn't want to give up or leave. But it is obvious that even if this is the case, some people don't want to let him go. The circle of the Street Fighter Alliance is relatively closed, and no one spread the news that Foulet was terminated by the club. After all, the Sky Club is only a Class A club. Even the largest media in the football era will not report the news that a Class A club terminated the contract with a second-tier player. People in the circle will not care too much, otherwise, those who have made things difficult for Foulet in the Street Fighter Alliance will probably not make things difficult for him again. Everyone is here to make a living, why do things so drastically? Unfortunately, Fulay will not use this to beg for mercy, and the other party does not know that he has been terminated. After brushing wild monsters for less than 10 minutes, Fulay was surrounded by a dozen people. "You are dead today," someone shouted. "If you want to fight, then fight. What are you talking about? If I die, you will not feel good either," Fulay replied coldly. He didn't want to run away today. He was so angry that he was about to find someone to vent his anger. No matter how down and out he was, he would not vent his anger on ordinary players. However, if these guys came to cause trouble for him, he would definitely fight them to the death and vent all his frustration. Damn, is this guy crazy? Seeing that Fulay not only did not try to escape like he did yesterday, but rushed towards the place where they were most crowded like a madman, someone on the other side couldn't help but yelled. He must be trying to scare us off. Can so many of us be scared by him? Go, kill him and teach him a lesson. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga en y subir en Cinesforzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 72a. Big Desperate. Damn it, is this guy really crazy? The people at the Street Fighter Alliance looked like they were about to collapse. To be honest, it was not a wise thing to besiege Fulay in this place, because this area was not far from the Shilingen safety zone, only a short distance away. With Fulay's level, if he could find a way to break through a gap at the beginning, and then run wildly at the cost of the decrease in physical value, he could return to the safety zone before he died. They besieged Fulay here just to disgust him and affect his leveling. Such a price was already high enough. However, Fulay did not find a gap to escape as they thought. In fact, their encirclement also left a way for Fulay, but Fulay rushed over like a madman, sprinting towards the place where they had the most people, and Pompey's cavalry charged up and disrupted their formation. Then Fulay used up all the remaining 2 cards like hero cards were free, all of which were used on a poor guy. He killed the guy in the shortest time with a completely lose-lose style of play, and then he was beaten back to the city. Some of the ambushers who were still in shock had no time to catch their breath, and saw smoke and dust billowing in the safe zone, and a madman came to kill again. It was Fulay again. What the hell does he want to do? Before their discussion came to a conclusion, Fulay came to kill again, and his attack was Pompey's cavalry charge. Want 1 person in exchange for 10 of us? What on earth has stimulated him? The 11 of them surrounded Fulay, and 1 of them had been taken away by Fulay. None of the remaining 10 were good people. When they found that Fulay had obviously lost his mind, they immediately began to disperse in all directions and did not confront Fulay head-on. But as soon as they dodged, they saw Fulay rushing in a random direction, staring at a person and starting to beat him up. Damn, you're so arrogant, do you really think we're afraid of you? If you don't care about your future, we don't need to care about him. Go ahead, kill him. Someone shouted loudly, and those who were chased by Fulay began to run in circles, while others began to besiege him from all sides. Each of them was not necessarily worse than Fulay. If 10 people were to fight one and still be scared by Fulay, they would really be doomed if it got out. It's just that as the saying goes, one person's desperate efforts can stop 10,000 men. A madman really fought without caring about anything. Even if they had an absolute advantage in numbers, they couldn't easily kill him. Moreover, looking at Fulay's appearance, even if he died, he would try his best to take someone away. No one wanted to be the unlucky one. So they were more involved, wasting time, and tempting Fulay to use all his skills, and then slowly kill him, which was safer. Anyway, Fulay was already entangled by them now, and it was difficult to get rid of their encirclement. Even if they missed a little opportunity, they had to kill them without losing anything. There is no doubt that this is a very wise approach. Although it may not seem refreshing, it is obviously the wisest approach if you can defeat the opponent without suffering any loss. Unfortunately, their bad luck seems to have been infected by Fulay. Hey, there seems to be a fight over there. While leaving the city, the Mad Knife of Chaos, who was looking around, suddenly shouted. Really? Let me see. Oh, these guys are not low in level. Zheng Qi is also a curious baby. Others ignored the words of the Mad Knife of Chaos, but he looked over with great interest. Zheng Qi's vision is not bad now. Although he still lacks experience, he can tell from some details whether the opponent is an ordinary player or close to the level of a professional player. His shouting made Zheng Qi and Fei turn around and take a look. These IDs are all familiar. Zheng Qi said. That's right. Oh, look, who are these? They are all the guys who besieged us last time. They are bullying us again. Shinny couldn't help but say in the team channel. The one they are besieging is the person who saved us last time. Xinzilan's eyes were obviously better. Could it be that because he helped us, he was hunted down by those guys? We can't just sit there and watch. Sujin thought for a while and said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go together and kill them. Zheng Qi immediately shouted in the team channel. Wait a minute. Xinzilan said. What? Are you saying don't meddle in other people's business? Damn, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Zheng Qi yelled. If we kill them like this, what if they run away? Xinzilan didn't get angry, but replied coldly. Butler Meng smiled. Oh, surround them, and then don't leave any alive, right? You hold a grudge even more than me. Zheng Qi suddenly realized. As for the encirclement, it depends on Mr. Meng. Xinzilan turned to Butler Meng. Swithen, Jinying, base, Yuzi, stand still. If they flee, use cavalry to attack and entangle them. The others approach quickly, but don't alarm them. Although this place is in full view, there are many players passing by. We will pass quietly and will not be discovered. Butler Meng said immediately. The others stopped talking nonsense and quickly dispersed. This is the only way out of the city. There are indeed many people coming and going. In this case, they dispersed and approached quietly, which is indeed inconspicuous. Although the people besieging Fillet will not relax their vigilance, the players passing by are not a threat to them. On the contrary, the threat of Filet's counterattack is greater, which makes them focus most of their attention on Filet, because they believe that no one should come to meddle in other people's business at this time. 10 people besieging one person, most of them are grudges. At the current level, no one can hide their ID, and their actions are enough to prove their level. Even if someone wants to meddle in other people's business, they have to think twice before they have enough level. But they are not blind. Just before Zheng Qi and his team quietly rushed over, a player who happened to be passing by shouted and rushed over. What are you doing? So many people bullying one person, do you have any shame? This person was very big. Football Era is a holographic simulation, faithfully showing the player's body shape in reality, so phenomena such as transvestites have disappeared, but these days, humans can consume physical energy and exercise in virtual games, and fat people are very rare. And this person, at first glance, weighs at least more than 250 kilograms, and his fat body is shaking, and he doesn't look like a professional player. No professional player has a bloated body shape. After all, attribute points are important, but operation is more important. One's own body shape is also related to the performance in the game. Every professional player is not a bodybuilder, but at least has the body shape of an athlete. The game allows people with disabilities to stand up and walk. For example, Li Qing's needs to sit in a wheelchair in reality, but in Football Era, he is also very brisk. But Football Era does not allow players to change their body shape in the game. Seeing a fat man weighing more than 200 kilograms rushing over, only one person separated from the people besieging Filet and met the fat man with the ID name Wudai Jiangshan. Wudai Jiangshan's momentum was amazing, but as soon as he came into contact, he was knocked to the ground by the opponent's set of uncertain moves. The ground roared, and the sight of a fat man falling was really amazing. With just this little ability, you still come to meddle in other people's business. The opponent laughed and prepared to add a few more kicks to kill the opponent. The fat man's defense was stronger, but his physical value has no advantage compared to others. He was nothing more than adding a few more kicks. However, just as he was about to add a few more kicks, he noticed a flash of golden light at the edge of his vision. This was the scene where someone used the hero card. The man immediately reacted and prepared to retrieve to avoid the sudden attack, but he was still a step late. He used the Caesar hero card's chaotic mad knife, and a beautiful heroic charge knocked the man out 5 meters from the side. A heroic charge from the side won't reduce his physical value much, but he will be forced to fly away, and his body will be in a state of stiffness. At this moment, at least 3 volleys hit his face one after another. Players who use hero cards have physical values of at least 300, but after being beaten like this, their physical value has also dropped a lot. After coming out of the knock-away state, the player no longer hesitated and rolled to dodge, but just as he rolled over, Xinzilan made a beautiful sliding tackle and hit him again. With the strength advantage, sliding tackle and interrupted rolling, this unlucky guy was in a state of stiffness for a longer time. 3 consecutive volleys hit his face, and he immediately had little health. At this time, Zheng Qi had already climbed up from the ground and rushed over to kick him. The unlucky guy didn't even have time to curse and immediately returned to the city. When the remaining 9 people saw Ring Pinshen, Yixin Xiang Fei and others coming out from all around, their first reaction was to run. But Fule exploded at this time. He held 2 in one breath, and 4 ran out separately. The remaining 3 were entangled by Zheng Qi and his team. The street fighters who wanted to break out from all sides soon came back in a mess. The cavalry's impact skills rushed from all directions made them clear that the opponent was afraid that they didn't want to let them go, and they were not at a big disadvantage in numbers, and they still had a certain advantage in skills. Unfortunately, they forgot at this time that Rin Pinshen and his team had a coach, a shock. The one who was perceived by Zheng Qi and Rin Pinshen stiffened all over, and Zheng Qi and Rin Pinshen, who had established a good tacit understanding, used continuous skills and combos to hit, and then one more person died. They still had 8 people left, while Zheng Qi and his team had 12 people, plus a coach. What's more terrible is that the opponent has at least 3 professional level people. With these 3 people as the core, the others can completely defeat them one by one if they try their best. There is also a coach making trouble on the side. Looking at Zheng Qi and his team who surrounded them, the Street Fighters Alliance was a little desperate. Chapter 73 Good people are rewarded. For the Street Fighters Alliance, District 108 is simply a nightmare new district. You know, for them, there are often great advantages in the new district. For novices, their skills have an absolute advantage, and even the forces behind them will appear larger. Although the clubs they are in are all small and medium-sized clubs, they are also professional clubs. The perfection of their unions and the great help they provide to individuals are not comparable to the unions formed by ordinary players themselves. The competitors of the Street Fighters Alliance in the new district are often only the newcomers sent by the big clubs to create accounts. And even those newcomers will not be particularly hard on the Street Fighters Alliance. Their goal is to create powerful characters, not to PK with others in online games. PK is too low-end and not what professional players should do. Of course, the Street Fighters Alliance will not be stupid enough to take the initiative to provoke those newcomers who have big clubs as their backing. Although they have excellent skills and a large number of people, if the unions of the big clubs really want to make things difficult for them, then they will be miserable. This delay will last for a year. As for those newcomers without background, they will inevitably suffer a lot in the competition. Even if they are better than them in terms of technology and potential, they are still lacking in experience. The clubs have no objection to this, because for pure newcomers, if they can stand out after such training, they will definitely be able to show an extremely outstanding level. So over the years, the Street Fighter Alliance has never suffered any losses, only others have suffered their losses. And this time, they really hit a piece of iron. They lost miserably in the competition for personal copy records. They wanted to chase and kill Rin Pinshen and his team, but they didn't kill any of them. This time they wanted to find trouble with Fulady, but Rin Pinshen and his team found trouble with them instead. When they were attacked, they wanted to counterattack at the first time, but failed, and then they prepared to escape. With their technology, they fled separately, and even if they used their ultimate skills to interfere with Kingfen, they could not interfere many times. However, just as they were running away, the players who were originally watching the excitement around them suddenly started to sneak attack them for some reason. Bullying our Zheng Qi boss. I'll fight you. The ignorant members of the Street Fighter Alliance only vaguely understood something when they heard one of the players gnashing teeth. The fat guy who was easily knocked to the ground by them is so popular. Seeing that there are players around who are constantly attacking these guys, other players can't help but join in. This is normal, everyone likes to kick the dog when it's down. For professional players, being besieged is not a big deal, but in such an environment, there are people everywhere, and they don't know when someone will besiege them. This is what they fear the most. The reason is simple. Professional players are more likely to face formal competitions, 11 against 11, but what about in online games? A large area can easily have tens of millions of people, and there must be thousands of people in a melee. In such an environment, their skills are fine, but there is a problem with perspective. The human eye can only see part of the front, and if you want to see other places, you have to turn your head and do so. The perspective in football era is the same. It is not a God's perspective. In a regular game, even if someone sneaks up, professional players can avoid sneak attacks by listening and judging some details, but in a melee of hundreds or even thousands of people, how can they listen and judge? The members of the Street Fighter Alliance may not be better than regular professional players in this regard, because although they spend most of their time in online games, professional players often fight monsters and bosses in online games. Although equipment upgrade materials can be distributed by the club, the additional attribute points that monsters may drop can only be relied on by themselves. In this case, professional players are not unfamiliar with this environment, but it does not mean that they will not capsize in the gutter. Therefore, in the myth area, there is often an ordinary player who is lucky enough to kill a professional player in the competition for the wild boss. Ordinary players who do this will often become the objects of worship for the fans of this club. That is to say, the football era does not have a mechanism that equipment will be exploded after death, which allows professional players and amateur players to participate in the game together. Otherwise, no matter how strong the masters in the professional league are, they will die when they are besieged by dozens, hundreds or even thousands of ordinary players. In this regard, Zheng Qi, who is known as the Leaf and Forest, is more miserable. He is as famous as Lu Xiaoshan, the Silver Spear and White Horse, but his operation is not as strong as Lu Xiaoshan. His significance to the team is not only his operation, but also his mind, so it makes it easier for players from the enemy club to kill him. Therefore, in every melee, Zheng Qi is always the target of the opponent. Zheng Qi never seems to mind this. Instead, he happily said in an interview that this situation can actually train my tactical acumen and intuition to avoid danger. I would rather choose the former if I die 10 times in the game to avoid dying one less time in that game. After this interview came out, everyone was praising Zheng Qi's magnanimity and his agility in turning bad things into good things. Of course, fans of the enemy club naturally praised him while trying their best to kill Zheng Qi more times in the game. For top-level players, dying a few times in the game is no big deal. There are many dungeons in the Myth Zone, and the experience is rich. It is not like in the Ordinary Zone where you have to play for a day to make up for the loss of experience after dying once. It is very easy to make up for the experience in the Myth Zone. This also shows that facing the vast ocean of People's War, no matter how strong your personal ability is, it is not of much use. At most, you can kill a few more people. Lu Xiaoshan once attacked the opponent's 100-man lineup alone. Although it was the elite team of the Union of the hostile club, he killed 13 people in one breath before he died. This is an unprecedented record. When attacking the elite team of the big Union head-on, he can kill 13 people on the other side. This ability is simply terrifying. So after that, Lu Xiaoshan got another nickname, although he himself didn't want to mention this nickname, 13 Typo. Now, the Street Beating Alliance is trapped in the vast ocean of People's War. Logically speaking, the vast ocean of the People's War would not cause them too much confusion. Although they are not Lu Xiaoshan, these novice players are not the elite team of the top unions. They are standard scattered soldiers and guerrillas. Basically, they are the kind who will throw a brick when they see an opportunity. It is not too difficult for them to deal with them. But you can't stand it. There are 3 guys whose strength is not inferior to them, or even better. They are also sandwiched among these people. The bravest of the 3 armies is determined to fly, and they turn over and hit their heads like a madman to counterattack. In addition, Ring Pingshen, who is so slippery that he always appears in the most dangerous place to give you a fatal blow. 8 people quickly became 6 people, and then became 3 people, and finally the whole group was wiped out. Seeing that the last member of the Street Fighter Alliance also fell to the ground, many players present cheered, although they didn't know what they were cheering for, and some players helped Wei Zheng up and comforted him. Thank you for your help. Wei Zheng said happily, and his smile was very kind, like a maitre Buddha. Boss Zheng, why are you being so polite? If you hadn't given me some pointers when the zone was first opened, I might still be wandering around in the novice zone. A player replied. Yeah, even a good person like Boss Zheng is bullied. These guys are really bad. Looking at Wei Zheng, who was surrounded by a group of players and asked about his well-being, Zheng Qi couldn't help but sigh. Good people get good rewards. Yeah, Zheng is famous for being helpful. He's probably the only one in the entire football era. Sui King smiled and said, I can do what he does, but I'm too lazy to do it. I don't have the patience. If you can do it, you have the demeanor of an ancient righteous man. Butler Meng sighed. Why did they attack you? Yashing Bang Fei asked Fulei. Nothing, personal grudges. Fulei replied. There's no personal grudge between the Pouncers Alliance. It's because you helped us that time. Yashing Bang Fei suddenly seemed to have a lot to say today. I didn't help you that time. If I hadn't blocked that attack, most of you would have been able to escape. Fulei shook his head. He didn't think he was a good person. Even if one of us dies, we won't be able to get the 1st and 5th records of the team dungeon. What you helped us with was 4 extra attribute points per person. Yuxin Xiangfei said seriously. Yes, you have died a lot these days, right? We should at least help you make up for the experience, brothers, don't you think so? Zheng Qi came over and said loudly. No problem, but how do we make up for it? Yuan Shiquandu asked curiously. That's easy, let's form a team, Brother Fentu, you follow us, we will leave the low health wild monsters to you, and you just grab the monsters with the last hit, so that you can level up very quickly. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Although the experience gained from wild monsters is not much, that is relative to the dungeon. At this level with limited dungeon times, brushing wild monsters is still a very good way to level up. Moreover, for players, not much experience gained from wild monsters means that the acquisition rate is not high. It takes at least 30 seconds for a player to brush a wild monster alone, and it is even slower when searching for wild monsters. Although it is faster to brush wild monsters in a team, it is also slower to share experience among several people. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, the two teams, helped to beat wild monsters to residual health, and then let Fulei, who was not in the team with them, harvest them. The leveling speed was at least 5 or 6 times faster than that of a single person. Zheng Qi died 4 times in the past few days, so he did not even reach level 23. However, if Zheng Qi and the others helped him in this way, he would be able to reach level 23 inches less than half a day. At level 23, he could brush team dungeons together, and the experience progress would catch up. Chapter 74. Not a burden, no merit, no reward. Fulei's lips moved twice, and he managed to say this. What merit or no merit? If you feel that you can't get by, just join us. We are doing team dungeons together. Anyway, there are only 10 of us, and the maximum number of team dungeons can reach 20. There are plenty of places, so don't waste them. Let's level up together in the future. Looking at Zheng Qi's smiling face, Fulei was a little stunned. He could tell Zheng Qi's words were sincere, but he really didn't do anything, so how could he join the group? And that boss Wei Jiangshan, do you want to join us? Without waiting for Fulei to answer, Zheng Qi turned around and shouted at Wei Jiangshan. Wei Jiangshan, who had just said goodbye to those he helped, walked over in surprise and pointed at his nose. Me? My skills are very average, don't let me be a burden to you. Wei Jiangshan was speaking the truth. In the previous fight, even Sui Qingfen could see that Wei Jiangshan's operation level was really not very good, maybe even not as good as him. After all, Sui Qingfen's operation ability was at the bottom of Zheng Qi's team. Even he could see that Wei Jiangshan's operation level was not very good, which was enough to prove that this fat guy was really not very good. What's there to be a burden? Anyway, we can brush the dungeon separately when the time comes. Think about these masters among us. It will be much faster. Zheng Qi continued to greet Wei Jiangshan enthusiastically, so enthusiastic that others felt a little strange. Is that so? Then I'll join. Wei Jiangshan immediately made a big turn and agreed to Zheng Qi's invitation very happily, which made others feel even more strange. Even Coach Meng touched his chin, thinking about something thoughtfully. Wei Jiangshan's level of experience was similar to Fulei's at this time, also just over level 22, and there was still a big gap from level 23. The upgrade speed of junior ordinary players and professional players was actually similar. Football Era emphasized that when in the novice area, more time should be spent on adapting to the environment, and players were not encouraged to upgrade by leaps and bounds. This can be seen from the low experience of wild monsters in the novice area and the need to reach certain levels before entering new areas. In addition, the rich experience gains brought by the opening game, the levels of the players can basically be leveled, and Zheng Qi and his team have slightly improved their experience advantage. Fulei was only level 22 because he died 4 or 5 times in the past few days, and almost lost half a level of experience, which is why he fell behind so much, while Wei Jiangshan was only level 22, which proved that his upgrade progress was indeed not fast. However, Zheng Qi thought about it and saw Wei Jiangshan patiently pointing out some precautions to the novices when he just entered the 108th area. He almost knew why such an old bird upgraded so slowly. Teaching people, especially teaching newbies who know nothing, always takes some time. Let's go and kill wild monsters. Shinny shouted loudly. It was obvious that he had no opinion on wasting time for the two new guys to level up. The reactions of others were different. Some didn't care, and some were reluctant but didn't express it. Butler Meng, who followed silently, observed all of this. What caught Butler Meng's attention was Yixin Xiangfei's reaction. From the contact in the past few days, he could see that Yixin Xiangfei had big goals in his mind. He had excellent operating skills and was not unfamiliar with this game. He also had several good friends around him. Such new players often had greater ambitions. At this time, wasting some time to help the new guys would undoubtedly drag down their progress and give the others behind them a chance to catch up. Would Yixin Xiangfei have any opinions on this? Even if there were opinions, it was not a matter of character. For players who want to become professional players, the most important thing is to move towards the goal wholeheartedly. Impacting the dungeon record and the first brush are also the most important things, that is related to the extra attribute points that can only be achieved by oneself. Think about how Philae has been struggling for 10 years and still hasn't been able to create a strong account, and you will know how rare such an opportunity is. Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiangfei are the lucky ones among the newcomers. Their excellent operation level has allowed them to obtain a large number of additional attribute points, which can be said to have made a good start for their career. In this case, if the progress slows down, they may lose all the previous wins. A proud and determined guy like Yixin Xiangfei would think that this account is not strong enough even if he gets an account with 700 points. There are such examples. Many talented players feel that it is not strong enough when they get a qualified account with just over 700 points, so they choose to start over, but for various reasons, they never get a better account than this, and they just waste their time like this. There are many such people in the Street Fighter Alliance. Philae is just unlucky, and many people in the Street Fighter Alliance keep failing because of greed. Zheng Qi would be so enthusiastic to invite Philae and Zheng. According to Meng's understanding of him, it was mostly because he didn't know what kind of good start he had made and didn't think about it too much. Of course, Zheng Qi might have other considerations for inviting Zheng so enthusiastically. Meng had never underestimated Zheng Qi's thinking. He knew that although this kid was jumpy, he was also a very calm and thoughtful person, otherwise his style would not be so one-hit kill. He could become a cold-blooded assassin and definitely not a reckless guy. And would Yixin Xiangfei have any objections to this? The result of observation was, no opinion. Yixin Xiangfei didn't say much, which was consistent with his usual style. After circling a piece of land for brushing wild monsters, he and Zheng Qi stood side by side, and when others swept over, they beat the wild monsters that had been swept into residual blood one by one, allowing Philae and Zheng to easily harvest them. It is not very difficult to kill wild monsters by yourself. In fact, many players with Lone Ranger personalities like to do this. However, the physical value of wild monsters at this level is very high. Players can kill them by themselves, but it takes at least 1 minute to kill each one. Although the experience is rich, the efficiency is not high. However, if someone helps to kill the monsters with low health and then you come to harvest them, it will be different. You'll get experience from one wild monster at a time, and then you'll get experience from one wild monster at a time. The experience will naturally rise like a somersault. When Philae just started to kill, he was at level 22 and had more than 40% experience. Zheng was at level 22 and had more than 20% experience. According to the normal way of killing, even if Philae's operation level reached the professional level, and all the experience from personal dungeons and team dungeons was added, it would take at least 2 days for Philae to reach level 23, and Zheng would probably take 3 days. In such a good environment, by the evening of that day, Philae had already reached level 23 first, and Zheng's experience was only less than 10% away from reaching level 23. Old Zheng, hurry up, let's do a dungeon together tomorrow, and the experience will increase rapidly. Yes, with your skills, it's not a big deal for 3 people to do a team dungeon. The dungeon of Shilingen is mainly difficult to deal with Guojin. This hero has excellent defensive ability, but his offensive ability is a bit lacking. If you can keep him stiff and unable to use skills, you can win it easily. Zheng answered while beating monsters. Is it so easy? Yuanzi Quangdao asked curiously, but he didn't notice that Yixin Xiangfei turned his head to look at Zheng. Yeah, it's very easy. Guojin's hero attributes are not particularly good. His strongest points are endurance and physique, but his strength and balance are average, and his flexibility and burst are even worse. He turns slowly, so we just need to get behind him in time and use skills to make him stiff. Of course, this requires strong operation, but it is a good idea. In the final boss kill of Shiling Pass, Jin was the only one at the beginning. He had to wait until 30% of his blood was left before he could summon his subordinates, but this can be interrupted. If the operation is good, it can be completely prevented from summoning even his subordinates. Wei Jiangshan subconsciously said a long paragraph. Are you so familiar with this team dungeon? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. Not only this, I am very familiar with every team dungeon, but my operation is poor. I know how to deal with it, but I can't deal with it. I can only honestly join the team to brush the dungeon. Wei Jiangshan replied with a smile. Brother Jiangshan, you are really awesome. Yuan Ziquan praised Wei Jiangshan. It seemed like he was being sarcastic, but those who knew him knew that this guy would never be sarcastic. If you are like me, playing this game for more than 20 years, and just slacking off in dungeons, you would be as familiar with it as I am. Wei Jiangshan said with a wry smile. His skills were indeed average, and his upgrade speed was not fast, so he basically upgraded by brushing dungeons. It was difficult for him to get 3 balls in a personal dungeon, that is, to get all the experience, so the only thing that really brought him experience was often the team dungeon. Although he helped many people, he never formed a strong team, and it was over after he helped, so most of the time, he formed a wild team. A wild team means poor coordination and uneven abilities, so after level 22, wild teams usually have to have full players before they can start a team dungeon. Don't think that a team dungeon can be cleared. You have to know that if the players are not strong enough and average, it is not uncommon for them to all fail in the team dungeon. As long as one person in the team can pass the level, the whole team can get experience, but if the team is wiped out, the dungeon attempt is wasted. So every time, Wei Jiangshan's team will start a dungeon after it has 20 people, and every time the wild team always has a few good players, so Wei Jiangshan doesn't need to spend too much energy and seems to have nothing to do in the dungeon. Out of boredom, he starts to remember the details of the dungeon. After so many years, he has a good memory, so it is normal for him to remember it clearly. Chapter 75. Higher Efficiency. Master, you have a very thoughtful idea today. Although Wei Jiangshan's operation level is very average, he is the kind of person who is indispensable to a guild. He has a deep understanding of the details of the dungeon, which is of little use in professional competitions, but it is of great help to establish a guild. Arranging newcomers to upgrade in a more efficient way, for a new guild, such a talent is very useful. On this day, when he came out of the holographic cabin to rest, Butler Meng did not rush to cook, but happily talked to Zheng Qi for a long time. Zheng Qi blinked in confusion. Uncle Meng, what are you talking about? What about establishing a guild? Zheng Qi asked. Butler Meng's legs softened and he almost sat on the ground. Uncle Meng, what's wrong with you? Zheng Qi pulled Butler Meng. It's okay, I am a little confused. Butler Meng touched his forehead. Why did you insist on leveling up with Wei Jiangshan today and helping him level up? No reason, he helped us, so we should help him. Besides, when everyone reaches level 23, we can go to the team dungeon together, and we can be divided into 4 teams, which is very efficient. Zheng Qi counted on his fingers. You see, we have already got the first clear of the team dungeon, so next time we don't need a group of people to stay in one dungeon to ensure speed. Dividing into 2 groups will not be very efficient. It just so happens that the guy who turned over and ran into us is about to join. His operation is not bad, at least he can do half of me. But in this way, there are 11 of us, and it is not easy to divide into groups. If we pull one more person in, there will be 12 people. We can be divided into 3 or 4 groups. It's so strong. Uncle Meng, my math grades are very good. Divide into 4 groups, and one group will not have a strong candidate to lead. Butler Meng was silent for a moment, then replied. Yes, but Xiao and Liu and Xinyi are both guys with good operating ability. The 3 of them form a team that is barely strong enough. At most, Uncle Meng, you can follow them to take care of them. The rest of me, Yixin Shiang Fei and Fan Qingding can lead a team each. That's enough. The upgrade efficiency is much faster than brushing wild monsters. Zheng Qi replied. Well, your idea is right, but in this way, some of you will have a harder time. Let's put Suji in this group, and Xinyi will be with you. Butler Meng thought for a while and said. Uncle Meng, why do you have to be in the same group with the beautiful woman? The age gap between you is a bit big. Zheng Qi replied. You, young master, you should shut up. I'm so old, and I don't have so many tricks like you young people. Butler Meng said helplessly. Zheng Qi smiled. Looking at Zheng Qi's back as he left, Butler Meng shook his head. Sure enough, did he think too much? After all, the young master is a relatively simple guy. Although he has a flexible mind, he only focuses on these things in front of him. But thinking about the composition of this group of people, Butler Meng suddenly felt a little excited. What will happen in the future? Butler Meng didn't know, but now it seems that the situation is very good. That night, everyone had a very happy and sound sleep. When they met in the game the next day, Zheng Qi began to assign people. Do, you, Lilan and Jining will be in a group. Uncle Meng will follow you. Remember to listen to Lilan when you are clearing the dungeon, and try to clear it as soon as possible. Zheng Qi said to Liuanzi Guangdao. Boss, don't you want me anymore? Liuanzi Guangdao screamed. What do you mean I don't want you? You are very skilled and can stand on your own. It's not good to let you lead the team. Zheng Qi replied. Then why do you still let me listen to Lilan? Said Liuanzi Guangdao dissatisfiedly, and then immediately realized that what he said seemed to be looking down on Shinzo Lilan, and immediately turned around to explain. I'm not talking to you, Lilan brother. Shinzo Lilan waved his hands with a smile, indicating that he didn't care. In fact, when it comes to 3 people brushing a team dungeon, Shinzo Lilan is still a little nervous. He's experienced and his operation is not bad, but compared with Liuanzi Guangdao, his talent seems to be a little worse. He can feel more at ease with Liuanzi Guangdao in the same group. They know more than you, so of course you have to listen to them, but you are still the main output. Zheng Qi tried his best to appease Liuanzi Guangdao, and then the grouping of others was easy to say. Li, Yixing Xi Bang Fei and Fu Lei led a team separately. He led Xinyi and Wai Jiangshan, Yixing Xi Bang Fei led Ain Liuan Lu and Lu Li, and Fu Lei led Xu Qingfeng and Yu Zi. Among this group of people, Wai Jiangshan, Xu Qingfeng, Su Jing and Lu Lei's operation level is a little worse, but they are all old players, and they have no problem with experience. The level of Yixing Xi Bang Fei's friends is quite good. Even if they are not at the professional level, they are considered top players among ordinary players. With Zheng Qi and other professional level players leading the team, even if it is difficult for 3 people to clear the 23rd level dungeon, it is not impossible. Relatively speaking, Liuanzi Guangdao's team is indeed the weakest, but with Butler Meng taking care of them, it is not a big deal. Yixing Xi Bang Fei is a man of few words. He has no objection to this, which means that he also agrees with this grouping. Let's go, get the team dungeon experience first. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted loudly. The mission of the Shilingen team dungeon is to break through Shilingen. After killing the final boss Gyojin, you'll definitely get a lot of experience and a few equipment upgrade materials. There is also a chance that Gyojin's hero card will drop. This is why they choose to brush the dungeon separately, because there is only a chance to drop a hero card in a dungeon. If everyone is brushing the dungeon together, it will take a lot more times. There are only 5 team dungeons a day. According to the general probability of dropping a card 2 or 3 times, if you form a team, it will take 6 days for everyone to get the hero card. It is better to brush the next dungeon earlier. With this grouping now, if you are lucky, maybe everyone can get the hero card in 1 day. The difference is huge. There will be an elite monster jumping out at the corner here. You must kill it within 10 seconds, otherwise it will summon a team of soldiers. There is a shortcut here. If you want to be the first to swipe, you can jump over and avoid 2 teams of monsters. But now we are here to gain experience, so it is better not to jump over. When you get to Gyojin, clear all the monsters around. Gyojin will not summon small monsters at the beginning. When he reaches half health, he will summon the monsters around him first, and only summon once. If there are no monsters around, you can continue to fight until you have less health before you summon again. At the time, it depends on your operation. I can't do it. All the way through the dungeon, Wai Jiangshan was talking about some details. These details were not clear to Zheng Qi and Xinyi. Listening to his instructions, they could save a lot of time. All the way through the advancement and attack, the progress was extremely smooth. Wai Jiangshan talks a lot, and his operation is indeed a little worse, but it is not completely without help, so when they finished the first dungeon, they were shocked to find that others had not yet been able to come out of the dungeon. Ha 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 ha, we are the first. Xinyi said happily. Although there is no substantial reward, as a competitive game, being able to lead is always a happy thing. Strange, why didn't Chaos Mat Blade come out? I thought they were the first. Zheng Qi said a little strangely. TSK, he is so bad, how could he do it? Xinyi said disdainfully. Relying on just a few of them, their output and operation are a little worse than ours, but there is Uncle Meng to help them. The role that a coach can play in pushing the dungeon is greater than that of an ordinary character. Zheng Qi shook his head. It must be the Chaos Mat Blade is too bad, tracking down wandering. Shinny said. Zheng Qi laughed and didn't say much, but started the second dungeon. After playing it once, the second time was naturally smoother. Unlike the individual dungeon that starts to be random after reaching level 20, the team dungeon is more regular, so the more you play, the more proficiency will naturally increase. Of course, there are not many people like Zheng Qi who open a new account every year and play it from the beginning every year so as to remember all the details of the team dungeon. The first dungeon took Zheng Qi and his team more than 40 minutes, but after 2.5 hours, the slowest team Yuanzi Quangdao and his team also finished 5 dungeons. Uncle Meng, you are very slow today. This is not okay. Zheng Qi said with a smile. He did not mean to blame Butler Meng, but the others had been waiting for this team for a while, and now that he said this, the others were embarrassed to say anything more. Su Jing stuck out her tongue. Sorry, it's mainly because I was a little slow. No way, your skills are not bad. Lu Li asked Su Jing in private chat in surprise. Uncle Meng gave me a training plan and asked me to try to follow it when I was playing the dungeon, so I was slow. Su Jing replied to Lu Li in private chat. There is also private training. Lu Li was surprised again. Yes, Uncle Meng said that there is still room for improvement in my operation. Su Jing smiled. Okay, next is the personal dungeon, and then there's lunch. Let's gather here again at 2 o'clock, is that okay? Zheng Qi asked. Everyone shook their heads. This was the rhythm they were used to. They would first do the team dungeon together, and then finish the personal dungeon. In the afternoon, they would do wild monsters, so that they could make better use of their time. Today, we spent much more time on the team dungeon than usual. However, because we did it separately, we gained much more experience than usual. In terms of efficiency, it was better than usual. Seeing that everyone else had entered the personal dungeon, Zheng Qi wanted to ask Uncle Meng why that team of the Mad Blade of Chaos seemed a little slow, but when he turned around, he found that Butler Meng had disappeared. Strange, where did he go? Zheng Qi felt that Butler Meng did seem a little strange today, but he was not a person who cared about details, so he didn't think much about it and entered the team dungeon himself. Fin est captulo much as great as Peluga hasta el final. No se olviden all like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Si escribita news Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, si escribes no dona que nos anima a continuar. Great as a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.